fire in our eyes. Hear the drums below, hear the ravens cry. When the trumpets blow, our bloodline never dies. We are the Viking Queen, forged in fire, born from tide. We are the souls still rising, steel in our hands, God by our side. Oh, let the mountains shake. Oh, let the old heart wake through the storm, through the endless night. Carry the Viking we have walked where the red suns fall, heard the dead sing through the hall. No crown can break, no chain can bind. Thunder lives inside our bloodline. When the sea cries out in pain, we hear our fathers through the rain. From ash and snow, from bone and sky, we rise again, we never die. Hear the drums below, hear the ravens cry. When the night falls down, our bloodline never dies. We are the Viking bloodline, forged in fire, born from tide. We are the souls still rising, steel in our hands, God by our side. Oh, let the heavens shake. Oh, let the old hearts wake through the storm, through the endless night. We carry the Viking where the black waves rise, bloodline never dies.
The bird that watches everything. The bird that carries the knowledge of the dead. Now you understand why. I didn't come from a label, I came from the frost. Built this from nothing, you can't count the cost. Every bar I ever wrote was a rune in the stone. Every track I ever dropped, I dropped alone. They said the track wasn't real, I made it real. Said the myth couldn't move you, I said feel free. I was deep in the night realms, for my name Ravenor in the lore. I was always in the frame. The raven doesn't ask for permission to fly, doesn't wait for the sunrise on the night sky. Odin sent the raven out to see the world. One came back with knowledge, one became the Lord. I am the Lord, I am the way, I am the dark between every living day. Watch me rise, watch the sky split wide. Ravenor can't be denied. Heaven rises, the black wings spread, not a myth, not a legend. I'm ahead from cost, empire, and ancient lore. Open every door. Heaven rises, nothing holds me down. Nine realms couldn't keep me from this ground. The raven always knew, the raven always saw. I am the Lord. The marrow was the seed I planted in the dark. Valhalla's calling was the war, cry from the heart. Halls of the chosen, this is where it all ends. 3 albums, 3 realms filled with my own hands. I'm acting in 9 realms when nobody was listening. Put the myth in the trap while the 808 listened. Now the hall is full and the ravens are loud and rocking low. Lore is the name on every cloud. Thought it made me, it built me instead. Every doubt they enemy, I put it in the lid. Every door they close, I flew straight through the wall. The raven doesn't knock, the raven knows all. Rally rises, watch the black wings spread. Not a myth, not a legend, no, no, the lost in fire and ancient lore. Nothing holds me down. Nine rounds couldn't keep me from this ground. The raven always knew, the raven always saw. I am the law. I started with the name and the world in my head. Mythology, nobody had built it, nobody had said. Only track was a blank page, I wrote it in blood. And every track I released was a raven in the blood. This isn't the end, this is where I begin. The heart is just the start of everything I did. The raven rises once, then rises again. Ravenlore doesn't finish, Ravenlore ascends. Raven rises, black wings spread. Not a myth, not a legend. Up ahead of a rust and fire and ancient lore. Ravenlore, in every door. Raven rises, nothing holds me down. Nine rounds couldn't keep me from this ground. The raven always knew, the raven always saw. Ravenlore, I am the one track left, then the lore is complete.
Drums don't lie.
They only speak for the chosen. Hear that crack in the ground as the war in the skin.
No mask, no fear, I was built for the flame.
Every step that I take for respect on the name.
I don't spit it down to the man what I claim.
You fold under weight, you were never the same.
Grab hold in the grip, let it echo and
From the
ride.
bone to the blade, we don't beg, we decide.
Track, with a drum in your vein. Let it run through the pain.
To the soul,
Then fade from the rise. So weak and you lost in the night.
blood right tongue,
Break through the ground.
break it down.
Blood right tongue, hear the cold, hear the sound.
We bow,
From the side to the boom, from the ass to the
we
sky.
ride.
We ride. If you step in the circle, you fight or you die. This
I'm to the code of a way to the storm. Every scar from my skin just a sign of a fall.
no crown is the weight that I hold.
Every man in the line needs a break from his fall.
Hear the drums, the fast calling out.
You for the fire, that's what we never bow.
I belong from the dark, I was born in the deep. Every beast in my chest to refuse to sleep.
In the circle,
Don't hesitate.
no second chance.
Blood marks the oath.
Feel your fate. Blood right from,
Now they pound in your soul.
feel it pour.
Blood right drums, ain't no mercy, no law. From the ash to the flame, we don't bow, we don't bend.
No end.
No end. Step aside with the right, this is where legends begin.
The drums remember.
Unsolved. But in the interest of thoroughness, Tom Bueller's story was checked out
and examined. He was no longer considered a suspect in the fire at the motel because he has a history of being a respected businessman.
I interviewed Tom at length and vetted him out, and we believed that Tom wasn't responsible for Sabine being missing.
Although Mr. Cumber was a suspect based on his history and based on the surrounding circumstances, there was no forensic evidence that could tie him to it.
But given Bill Cumber's previous conviction for arson, detectives decide to keep him under surveillance to see if something shakes loose.
Sabine was footing the entire bill and really was paying for his life. So when Sabine went missing, she was no longer there to provide for his needs. He had to leave town.
When Bill can no longer pay the rent and is forced to move out of the apartment, it gives investigators an opening to conduct a detailed search of the place.
Law enforcement used a device called Lumalight, which, when you darken a room, blood will luminesce. And when they did that, they found Sabine's blood on the couch cushion and on the armrest. They also found blood, later identified to Mr. Cumber, on the floor of the apartment.
There was also blood evidence that was found on the wall. So it is possible that some type of struggle took place there. But the problem was we couldn't prove what happened.
But when the DNA results from Sabina's car are compared to the findings in her apartment, detectives start to get a better picture.
Ultimately, they find Sabine's blood in the car, and they find Mr. Cumber's fingerprints in areas that his prints should not have been, given that he did not drive the car routinely. Law enforcement came to look at Mr. Cumber as the most likely suspect, but we didn't have enough evidence for a conviction. And at that point, without a body, we couldn't definitively say if Sabine was murdered.
Without a body or any concrete evidence, the case seems to be running out of steam. But a few weeks later, Bill Cumber makes a little mistake that has a major impact on the investigation.
He was driving without a driver's license, left the county without notifying his parole officer. So he was arrested.
It was fortunate for law enforcement that Mr. Cumber violated probation, because it sent him back to prison for a period of an additional 7 years.
So now we could take the time that we needed to put all the pieces together and try to find the body or try to do a bodiless conviction.
The detectives know that to make a murder case, they need to prove Sabina is dead. But they just can't find any solid evidence.
A year after she went missing, we had a memorial for her. It wasn't much we could say because there wasn't much we knew.
For 3 years, detectives are unable to find any new evidence in Sabina's disappearance. Then they get a call that changes everything.
There was a gentleman that was selling his house. He was clearing out the brush to try to get a better view, and he came across Sabine's purse. Her driver's license and other items of evidentiary value were recovered inside the purse.
And this house was only in a couple of blocks of the apartment that Ms. Bueller and William Cumber shared.
Sabina Musil-Bueller's purse has been found near the beach on Anna Maria Island. The first solid clue in her disappearance in 3 years. It likely confirms Sabina never left the island, at least not alive.
It was a pretty momentous episode in the investigation. We know there was no evidence of Sabine's activity on any of her accounts for 3 years. So there was no evidence that Sabine was still living after the evening of November 4th.
We were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt at that point that Sabine was dead. It's very challenging for a prosecutor to prosecute a murder without a body. It can be done. It's legal to do it. You have to put on extensive evidence to show that the victim is dead, and you have to have some evidence pointing to foul play.
So we were able to prove that, she's not with us anymore. Okay, she's not here, so where's the body? Well, we can't find the body. And Anna Maria, there's not many places to hide a body, but to bury a body, there's tons of places on the island. The chances of finding the body is slim to none.
If detectives can't find Sabina's body, they risk not being able to convict their prime suspect, Bill Cumber. He's currently behind bars for a parole violation, but there's only a few years left on his sentence.
We're thinking, well, maybe he buried the body on the beach near where the purse was ultimately recovered. We dug the beach meticulously, trying to find her. We were using cadaver dogs from Sarasota Search and Rescue and ground penetrating radar. We did a lot of digging all over the beach. We dug up trash, shoes, we dug up carcasses from sea turtles. It was quite a big task of searching where we thought she might be. We dug there like it seemed forever, for weeks, and ultimately we didn't find anything.
The failed search leaves detectives more determined than ever to find Sabina.
Given his fingerprints in her car and blood in the apartment, the most likely suspect in Sabine's disappearance was William Cumber.
They're sure Bill Cumber is the killer, but without Sabina's body, the case against him is only circumstantial.
We had exhausted all of the known possibilities for looking for her body in and around the beach, and so it didn't seem like we were going to get any more evidence at that point. The body was never found, but we were going forward.
No single bit of circumstantial evidence can win a case, but the collective paints a damning picture.
After conferring with law enforcement and the medical examiner, we made a decision to charge Mr. Cumber with second-degree murder.
With Cumber facing a potential 22-year prison sentence on the murder charges, his lawyers caused delay after delay. But after years of legal wrangling, he realizes his chances of avoiding conviction are slim to none.
Ultimately, I was approached by Mr. Cumber's attorney, who said that Mr. Cumber was interested in a plea offer.
On October 15, 2015, nearly 7 years since Sabina's disappearance, Bill Cumber pleads guilty to second-degree murder.
This morning, Mr. Cumber appeared in court and entered a plea agreement to 22 years in state prison, and there was a opportunity for him to provide two other things, and he could get that reduced to 20 years. And those two other things that he would have to provide would be a detailed interview with us as to what he did, and then to show us or tell us where her body was located.
Following his plea, I and a couple of members of law enforcement went into a room at the courthouse with Mr. Cumber and his attorney, and I took a recorded interview of him. This is Art Brown of the State Attorney's Office. We are present with William Cumber, pursuant to the plea that Mr. Cumber has just entered.
In a slow, emotionless voice, Bill Cumber reveals step by awful step what actually happened on the night of November 4th, 2008.
This was around 10:30, 11 o'clock. He encountered me and he smelled the smoke. Kind of like got in a little disputes about it.
The argument with Sabine was over his smoking in the apartment and his constant drinking.
She said that she couldn't do this relationship anymore.
What happens at that point?
I lose control. I hit her in the head with my fist. It was a left first, then right.
He said that he had struck her twice in the face and that she bled from those injuries. What's her reaction to being struck?
She gets scared and she covers her face with her hands. And I reached and grabbed her throat and started choking her. Till she wasn't moving.
What did you do at that point?
I couldn't believe what I did. I stared down at her and I couldn't believe what I had done. I decided I didn't want to go back to prison. So I thought of a way to expose her. I decided I didn't want to go back to prison. So I thought of a way to expose her.
I believe he did intend to kill her. Strangulation takes some time. It's not like firing a gun or stabbing somebody one time in the heart. It takes concerted effort. Mr. Cumber had a lot of issues with rejection. By his own admission, Sabine's essentially breaking up with him the night of November 4th. And Sabine has been the one funding his life since he's gotten out of prison.
I think he just lost his temper in that his meal ticket was walking out the door.
I went and got a sheet off the bed. I rolled her up in it.
After dragging Sabina's body to her car and putting her in the back seat, he drove to the beach access path just down the road from Haley's motel.
He then has to take her out of the car, drag her along the wooden walkway, take her to the location to bury her in the sand. Mr. Cumber's thought process was that Mr. Bueller would be a potential suspect if the body's found that close to Haley's motel.
After burying Sabina in the sand, Cumber says he drove back to their apartment and cleaned up. The next day, he drove her car to Bradenton and left it at the Gator Lounge.
Why did you pick the Gator Lounge? Any particular reason?
Just a bar that I knew was busy. I could just be a customer, park in the car.
Word of the shocking confession spreads quickly across Anna Maria Island.
Cumber was an extremely vicious, talented con man. I have no doubt that she was in love with the person he pretended to be. And unfortunately for her, it wasn't the person that he actually was.
After confessing to her murder, Cumber, in shackles, leads investigators to the beach, fulfilling his promise to reveal where he buried Sabina.
There's one beach access down from where Haley's motel was. He took us to a small rain pavilion, and he said that was their special place. Bill and Sabine, they would go down there and have a glass of wine and watch the sunset.
Ultimately, after several hours of digging, they did find skeletonized remains, clothed in a flowered shirt, jeans, silver necklace, just as he had described.
Sabina's loved ones are grateful the long search for answers is finally over.
I've often thought I sat watching the sunset with our neighbors and friends that she was buried in the sand underneath us, and we didn't know it.
The beach on Anna Maria Island is a place of beauty and of peace, a place Sabina's friends are comforted to know, where her spirit lives on.
She was a free spirit. When Sabina was happy, there was nobody that you would rather want to be with. And I wish she was still here.
Insurance isn't one size fits all. That's why customers have enjoyed Progressive's Name Your Price tool for years now. With the Name Your Price tool, you tell them what you want to pay, and they'll show you options that fit your budget. So whether you're picking out your first policy or just looking for something that works better for you and your family, they make it easy to see your options. Visit Progressive.com. Find a rate that works for you with the Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
It was a mother-daughter reunion 2 decades in the making.
She had recently come over to Bloomington to reconnect with her biological daughter. She wanted answers that all adopted kids have, where you came from, and why they gave you up, or why you were taken away.
But their reconciliation is shattered by a grisly crime.
I would like to report a possible dead body found outside the Maple Grove Nature Preserve.
Obvious chest and neck trauma, appeared to have been stabbed and possibly throat sliced.
The search for answers draws detectives down a dark path.
She would disappear so she could go out drinking, drugging. We secured search warrants to go search the hotel rooms.
We were able to locate a lot of personal items that appeared to have been packed quickly.
To be able to tell them things about what happened in the forest that night that really only the killer would know.
This whole thing, it was heartbreaking.
She didn't deserve to have happened to her what happened.
July 2nd, 2017, Bloomington, Illinois. A beautiful summer evening brings flocks of locals to Funk's Grove Nature Preserve.
Funk's Grove is known as an area where families go and spend some time in nature. Also a lot of hikers, because the nature trail has a lot of wildflowers and so forth.
Just after 6 p.m., a couple hiking the nature trails spots something unusual.
They observed an object laying in the weeds. The object was red. Initially, they thought it was a cooler or something. As they approached, they observed the face and skin exposed and determined it to be a person. They began calling out to the body, and there was no response. So they continued to get closer and finally observed that there was blood on the chest and torso of the body laying in the weeds.
The hikers immediately call 911.
What's your emergency? Yeah, I'd like to report a possible dead body found outside the Maple Grove Nature Preserve. It looks like a female with protect blood all over her chest.
Within minutes, officers from the McLean County Sheriff's Office are dispatched to the scene.
It definitely came as a surprise, the location to me. Funk's Grove is a highly trafficked, highly public, very desirable area for people to go to. So we were incredibly concerned as to what happened.
On my arrival, I observed a approximately 40 to 50-year-old female, had obvious chest and neck trauma, appeared to have been stabbed and possibly throat sliced. Appeared to be a victim of homicide.
There was no possible way that an individual could have inflicted this much damage to themselves. There was definitely a lot of things that was running through my head.
One thing authorities do feel confident about, the woman hasn't been here for long.
In early July, a body will start to decompose quickly, and it was obvious from seeing the body that it had not been there more than a day.
There wasn't much blood underneath the body. The blood at this point had soaked into the dirt, so that was the concern, whether the person was murdered there or whether the person was dumped there.
There was no items in the victim's pockets. There was no purses or wallets anywhere around that was located. So the only thing that we had to identify this individual with was a necklace that she was still wearing and a tattoo on her left forearm that read Leo's Lady. In order to process the scene, we conducted a grid search of the area.
I noticed that the grass had been disturbed like something had been drugged through it. Led me to believe that the body had been drugged from the parking lot to that location.
In the parking area, we located several cigarette butts, and a lighter.
When the rest of the search fails to yield more evidence, investigators know this could be their only clue to a possible suspect.
We were unable to locate any weapons on scene, or anything that had blood or any other type of biological evidence on it. So yeah, one of the cigarette butts we sent for DNA testing.
It could take up to 8 weeks to get DNA results, and investigators need something to run with now.
There are a lot of really big questions about who was this woman? Why was she in the middle of the forest? And, who killed her?
The weekend was busy at the park. Anybody could have been a suspect.
There's always an urgency when you have a homicide to start collecting facts and getting the victim identified. And we know that the longer we go without identifying the victim, the more chance there is that we're losing evidence.
Hoping to obtain more details, Detective Fritz meets with the hikers who discovered the Jane Doe.
The hikers were very distraught and fully not expecting to see a deceased body on their hike, and they were upset during their interview when speaking with me. The hikers had been there only about an hour.
With the couple unable to provide additional context, detectives are perplexed as to why the killer dumped the body here.
This is one of the more commonly traveled foresty areas in this area. I mean, if you were going to dump a body, why would you put it next to a walking trail at a nature center that people walk through the forest all the time?
This area is adjacent to the interstate, so the access to this area could be by a lot of people traveling down the interstate.
With easy access to an escape route, investigators know the killer could be anywhere by now.
The body had been there for probably 13 hours or so. I thought about any possible combination of who this person was, how this person ended up there.
As the Jane Doe is carted off to the county coroner, detectives attempt to identify her through their own resources.
When a person is found deceased and we have no identification for them, the initial thing is to look through local databases to find out if anybody's missing. There was no missing persons reported. This person was not in our local database. There was a sense of urgency to figure out who the person was.
We began to canvass the area, search for any surveillance videos that might exist at any of the local businesses, any local residences. Unfortunately, we were unable to come up with anything.
At this point, We needed to complete an autopsy and determine cause of death.
The following morning, an autopsy is performed at the McLean County Coroner's Office.
The autopsy revealed dozens of stab wounds to the chest and neck area.
The victim died from not only multiple stab wounds, but also strangulation, and there was also a laceration on the back of the victim's head from a blunt object.
Generally speaking, when a person is stabbed multiple times, plus strangulation, plus blunt force trauma, this leads to a crime of passion. So at that point, you start thinking that it was somebody closer that had feelings for the victims.
With no time to waste, Sheriff Sandage decides it's time to call on the public for help.
I sent an investigator to that autopsy to take a photograph of the tattoos. We then pushed a picture of that tattoo and also a picture of some jewelry that the victim was wearing out on social media and through the newspaper, hoping somebody would recognize that and would help us identify the body.
Coming up, detectives get their first big break.
A patrol sergeant stated they had received a call from somebody saying that they know who this person is.
When you receive that information, you realize that your suspect pool has just grown exponentially.
July 2017. After a Jane Doe was found dead at a nature preserve outside of Bloomington, Illinois, county investigators hope their limited initial clues will help identify the victim.
They knew that they had a woman, a female, slight build, only about 5 feet tall, roughly her age, maybe 40s. She also had a tattoo on her arm that said Leo's Lady.
We did open up a tip line to the public to contact our agency if they had any information that could help with the assistance of identifying our victim.
Hours after releasing a photograph of the victim's tattoo to local media outlets, detectives finally get a tip they can run with.
On the evening of July 3rd, at about 7:30 p.m., I received a phone call from a patrol sergeant who stated they had made contact with an individual that was indicating they were a family member of our victim. This was really the first time that we had received a call from somebody saying that they know who this person is.
Detectives ask the caller, Terry Gruber, and his wife Sharon to come to the station for questioning.
Terry was watching the evening news, and he observed the tattoo of Leo's Lady, and immediately he knew that it was his daughter, Teresa Pullman.
Teresa Ann Gruber was born to Terry and his first wife Paulette on November 19, 1969 in Morton, Illinois.
Her dad, Terry, left her mom, went off to California to be a rough and tough biker.
Teresa lived with Paulette and her sister Elizabeth when she was 10, and I guess Elizabeth would have been 13 years old. They ended up moving with their mother down to Texas.
Teresa's childhood was chaotic, to say the least. I don't believe she was showed the love someone as a child needs to feel.
By the time she was 12, Paulette would take her to the bar with her so other guys would buy her drinks. Her mom was doing cocaine with her.
Not even a teenager, Teresa already knew this was no life for her and decided to leave home.
She hitchhiked to California with some kid that she was dating at the time, and the gentleman she was traveling across country with parted ways. And at a very young age, she found herself on the street alone.
Desperate for a place to belong, throughout her teens, Teresa threw herself into one failed relationship after the other. She eventually returned to Texas, where she moved back in with her mom. At the age of 25, Teresa learned she was expecting her first child.
The father was a maintenance man at one of the apartment buildings she lived at with her mother.
On February 7th, 1995, Teresa gave birth to a daughter, Christine. But the joys of motherhood were overshadowed by other problems.
She was diagnosed with a bipolar disorder. It took years to find that out. Her bipolar disorder and her self-medicating took over her life. At first, it was self-medication to cope with the bipolar, and then it spiraled into more of an addiction. And once it started, it snowballed.
Teresa realized that something had to give. She moved to Illinois, where she called on extended family for help raising Christine.
Chrissy was abused as a child by her birth mother's boyfriend. She went in and out of her birth mother's life for the first 2.5 years of her life. And that's when she was abused. When Chrissy was 2.5 years old, she went and lived with her grandma. When she turned 3, she was adopted by Tammy and Ken Riggenbach. They were extended family of Chrissy's, and so therefore they chose to adopt her. The Riggenbachs are church-going people. She had siblings, she had brothers and sisters. Chrissy just had a normal, typical, small-town childhood.
Teresa, for her part, stayed out of the way.
She accepted the fact that she had been taken away and adopted out, and her adopted parents didn't want her to have any contact.
Teresa continued to struggle with addiction, but in 2003, a ray of light came into her life.
I was introduced to Teresa through her sister, and Teresa and I hit it off pretty well. Things progressed rather quickly into a romantic relationship between her and I, which flourished over a 2 or 3 month period.
The couple soon had a son named Ryan.
I think that was one of the major factors that made Teresa want to change as a person and be a better mom, and turned her into a better mom for Ryan. She was a really good mom to Ryan.
Teresa tried to make the most of her second chance in life.
I think that was some of the most joyous occasions that I've ever seen in Teresa, was when we were together with Ryan and just being a family and everything was going well.
Despite her happy exterior, Teresa continued fighting her own inner demons.
She would get depressed and she would lash out at others. She would get drunk and leave. A couple days later, I'd get a phone call. She'd want to come back home. And that worked for a while, but it didn't work forever.
In 2008, after 5 years together, Teresa and Joel parted ways.
Even though our relationship didn't work out between Teresa and I never wanted to take that relationship away from her and Ryan.
Over the next few years, Teresa continued to struggle for stability in her life. And it was a whirlwind romance with Nick Paleman that gave her hope she finally found it.
She moved in with me at the end of January in 2009. Teresa and I were both living with my folks. We got our own place on August 1st of 2009. She told me that she'd feel more stable and feel more like I was serious about her if we got married. So Teresa and I got married on August 21st of 2009.
Unfortunately, Teresa's old habits soon caused problems in the relationship.
She kept running off, and I kept taking her back. It ripped my heart out every time she left. We were only married just a touch over a year. We got divorced, I believe it was September 10th in 2010.
Through all of the ups and downs, her daughter Christine was never far from Teresa's mind.
She always said that Chrissy would never forget her. When Chrissy got older, they would get back in contact with each other.
Growing up in Bloomington, Illinois, Christine knew very little about her early years with Teresa. That is, until she got to high school.
In high school, I believe she was a sophomore, Chrissy was told by a family member about the abuse that had happened to her when she was a baby. At that point, there really was a difference in Chrissy. She changed. She started to have behavioral problems. She got involved in drugs and alcohol.
At the age of 16, Christine dropped out of school.
She came to live with me because she was doing drugs and alcohol. She had a rocky relationship with her adoptive parents at that time, and then she found out she was pregnant. It was heartbreaking to see Chrissy make bad choices, but they were the same choices that her birth mother made.
Suddenly facing life as a young mother, Christine longed to connect with the one person she knew could relate, her birth mother, Teresa.
Chrissy got in touch with her mom when she turned 18. Chrissy wanted answers that all adopted kids have, where you came from, and who those people were, and why they gave you up, or why you were taken away. She wanted to know the truth from her birth mom herself.
But any hopes of trying to rebuild their relationship vanish in the summer of 2017 when Teresa is found murdered. Now, detectives are gathering information from Teresa's father, Terry, and stepmother, Sharon.
The family did not report Teresa missing because they had talked to her just recently, and that she told them she did plan to go to Bloomington to attempt to have a reunion with Chrissy.
I asked her, if there was anything that she could recall leading up to Teresa coming over to our area that might be important to me. Sharon advised me that she had recently gotten into an argument with her boyfriend that she lives with. His name was Leo.
Teresa didn't know Leo that well after she moved in with him. They had barely been dating, and she just made the comment one day that she wasn't happy. She was looking for another place to go.
That was another reason why she had decided to come over to Bloomington. Teresa had left Leo's house and gone to a hotel with Christine. She was staying in the Days Inn in Bloomington. Given the likelihood that it was somebody that did have an emotional connection with Teresa, my first thought was, well, we need to speak with Leo.
Coming up, detectives learn of a toxic pattern.
In the several months leading up to this time, there were incidents in which she had basically just disappeared for several days at a time.
And surveillance footage reveals a new suspect.
We observed an unknown male.
They had dropped her off at a residence in Hayworth, and that was the last time they'd seen her.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever think about switching insurance companies to see if you could save some cash? Progressive makes it easy to see if you could save when you bundle your home and auto policies. Try it at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Support for this podcast comes from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Did you know riders who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $200 per year? That's a whole new pair of riding gloves and more. Quote today, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings of $197 by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive between October 2024 and September 2025. Potential savings will vary.
July 4th, 2017. Family members of murder victim Teresa Paleman mentioned a recent conflict with her boyfriend, Leo Shook.
Teresa's father, Terry, was able to provide us information that Teresa was in a live-in dating relationship with Leo.
After getting contact information from Terry, investigators tracked Leo down for questioning.
Leo agreed to immediately come over to the sheriff's office. During Leo's interview, he didn't shy away from the fact that he and Teresa had recently been involved in an argument, which resulted in her leaving his residence.
In fact, Leo admits this wasn't the first time that Teresa had skipped town.
Several months leading up to this time, there were approximately 5 incidents in which she had basically just disappeared for several days at a time while living with him.
Teresa would disappear so she could go out drinking, drugging. The drugs and drinking became too important to her, to Teresa, to really care about anything or anybody else.
The more detectives hear from Leo, the less they believe he could have anything to do with Teresa's death.
Leo showed a lot of emotion when you would expect it from somebody that just lost somebody that was close to him. He cooperated with every request that we had. We asked to search his cellular phone. We asked to search his vehicle, and he provided us with the consent to do that without hesitation. And ultimately, we were able to corroborate his statements with the data that was retrieved from his cellular phone.
With no further reason to hold him, investigators send Leo on his way and focus on piecing together Teresa's last few days.
We were able to narrow down that Teresa, the last couple of days that she was alive, she was staying in a hotel in Bloomington.
We determined that there was an active room for Teresa at the Days Inn, and there was also a room that was registered to Chrissy.
We secured search warrants to go search the hotel rooms, see if you can find any evidence of, possibly her death, possibly anybody else that had been around her.
Chrissy's room had been checked out of and cleaned prior to us executing our search warrants, and we were unable to locate any obvious items of evidence in that room.
But Teresa's room is a different story.
We were able to locate a lot of personal effects, and the hotel had no record of her checking out, so it was still an active rental. So we knew at that point that it was likely that this was her last known whereabouts prior to when she was murdered.
Officers find evidence to suggest Teresa had been unable to overcome her battle with addiction.
There was items collected that were indicative of heroin usage at her room. Anytime that drugs are involved with a death, whether it be directly related or indirectly related, you always have to consider the idea that it could have had something to do with a drug deal that had gone bad.
When you receive that information, you realize that your suspect pool has just grown exponentially.
To help narrow down their list of suspects, investigators want to speak to Teresa's daughter, Christine Rausch. But where she is now is anyone's guess.
As far as what we've learned, Christina Rausch was the last known person that probably saw Teresa Pullman alive. Chrissy had already checked out of her room. We were still unsure of her whereabouts. Speaking with her was the primary focus at that point. But with all the phone numbers that we were given by Sharon and Terry and Leo to communicate with Chrissy, we were unable to reach her.
Investigators are forced to try a different approach.
I went to Days Inn to obtain surveillance video and spend most of the day reviewing video from people exiting rooms, people going to each other's rooms.
The footage reveals something of interest in the 36-hour time frame before Teresa's body was found.
We see Teresa walking around the halls of the hotel at 11:15 a.m. on July 1st, and that's the first time we kind of see her moving around that day. And at that point, Teresa's wearing the clothes that she was found deceased in.
As he scrubs through more footage from that day, Detective Beverlin observes Teresa and Christine come and go from the hotel. But it's the company they receive later that night that's most intriguing.
In the evening of July 1st, we observed an unknown male meet with Chrissy while watching the surveillance video. He entered a hotel room. We were able to obtain the hotel room number, and we checked with the hotel manager, and they identified the person as Matt Isbell.
But as Matt continues to appear on video late into the night, detectives soon notice a chilling detail.
In the early morning hours of July 2nd, there is footage of Teresa, Chrissy, Matt leaving the area of the hotel where they were all staying together, three of them.
They had left the hotel at approximately 2:15 in the morning, and Matt and and Chrissy were the only ones who returned approximately 4:03 in the morning.
Teresa is not there. And so that's going to be something they have to explain.
Before they have time to track down their new potential suspect, detectives get another promising lead.
I received a phone call from a sergeant on our patrol division. He had just received a call from Chrissy letting him know where she was at and how to contact her because she suspected that she might need to speak with somebody regarding Teresa's murder.
On July 5th, 3 days after Teresa's body was found, detectives bring Christine to the sheriff's office for a formal interview.
When Chrissy was picked up and asked to come in for an interview, she very much acted like a grieving family member, very upset, crying a lot.
I asked her to explain to me what had led up to the time where she left Teresa.
Chrissy starts off by telling detectives what they already know.
Chrissy told me that her mom recently came over to the Bloomington area following an argument that she had with her boyfriend Leo, and Chrissy met up with her whenever she arrived over here.
But when talk turns to their mother-daughter reunion, Chrissy insists that was never the draw.
Chrissy and Teresa had a rocky road, to say the least. Chrissy had, just within the last few years, started to reconnect with Teresa.
Chrissy says her first attempt at contacting her birth mother was in 2015. Though the two hadn't seen each other since Chrissy was a child, the reunion was anything but heartwarming.
They met at a restaurant. Teresa told her, once they got back in contact, that she hated her and she never wanted her. And there was a physical altercation where Chrissy's birth mom attacked her physically.
Teresa was arrested for assault and spent the next 2 years in prison. Chrissy says after her mother's release, they reconnected again.
They'd go through phases of being able to get along and not being able to get along and not speaking for a while.
Detectives then ask Chrissy about Matt Isbell, the young man spotted with her and Teresa on the hotel surveillance footage.
She let us know that Matthew Isbell was also with her that night. From what we were able to gather, he is just a longtime friend of Chrissy's.
Chrissy explained that on July 1st, she invited Matt to come hang out at the hotel. But investigators are more interested in the time they spent away from the hotel.
Chrissy had given information that they had dropped Teresa off at a residence in Hayworth, and that was the last time they had seen her. Hayworth being less than 10 miles from the location where the body was found.
Coming up, detectives are hit with a startling confession.
During the interview, he changed the story.
Detective Fritz exited the interview room and approached me and the rest of the investigative team with kind of a blank look on his face.
After speaking with Christine Rausch about the last time she'd seen her biological mother, Teresa Palman, McLean County Sheriff's detectives worked to confirm her story.
She had given us a lot of vague information about where Teresa was dropped off at. It became important for us at that point to make contact with Matt Isbell and see if he could provide us with a little bit more insight as to what took place on the evening of July 1st.
But detectives are unable to reach Matt on the cell phone number Chrissy provided.
During Chrissy's interview, she also let me know where he was working at. And I searched the web pages, found the phone number for that location, and made contact with Matt at his place of employment.
As talk turns to the night of July 1st, Matt doesn't offer much more insight than Christine.
Matt was very vague with his response, indicated that he was tired that night and couldn't recall a lot of the details or what had taken place. He did let me know that he and Chrissy had dropped Teresa off to a rural location where she was supposed to be meeting somebody, and they didn't need to wait for her, so they left and went back to the hotel without Teresa. Now, I let him know that I needed him to come to the sheriff's office to speak with me in person. I thought that we might be able to extract a little bit more information from him if I sat down with him and talked to him about specifics.
On July 7th, 2017, detectives bring both Matt Isbell and Christine Rausch in for questioning.
I explained to Chrissy that, we did execute search warrants on her hotel rooms and asked her if she is concerned that we might have located any type of evidence that would link her to Teresa's death. Chrissy indicated that she wasn't concerned about it and she had nothing to do with Teresa's death. And it was at that point she asked to speak with her attorney and didn't want to speak with me anymore.
In Matt Isbell's interrogation room, detectives get a very different response.
I think at that point Matt might have realized that this was a serious situation and he needed to do what he could to cooperate with us.
During the interview with Matt, he changed the story to he took Chrissy and Teresa to the nature preserve. At this point, Matt said that he let Chrissy and Teresa out of the vehicle and Matt left the area. As Matt was driving away, he claimed that he saw a vehicle approaching the parking lot. A few minutes later, Matt returned back to the parking lot and only Chrissy was there. Matt assumed that Teresa got a ride with the other vehicle and they returned back to the hotel.
Noting inconsistencies in his story, detectives turn up the pressure and elicit a shocking confession.
Detective Fritz exited the interview room and approached me and the rest of the investigative team with kind of a blank look on his face. And he said, Matt just told me that Chrissy stabbed her mom. It definitely was, there was a shock factor involved with what was being told to us. We definitely didn't expect, it all to be just laid out there for us, during one interview.
According to Matt, the night of July 1st, 2017 started out innocently enough. He and Chrissy were hanging out in her hotel room. But later that night, Teresa showed up, intoxicated and angry.
Chrissy was the reason that Teresa had gone back to prison. And I think Teresa resented that. Chrissy, you stop. And that infuriated Chrissy.
As it comes out, Chrissy was involved in a custody dispute with a former partner of hers.
Teresa was preparing to report her to DCFS for acting as an escort, which was going to prevent her from obtaining custody of her daughter in this long drawn out custody dispute that she's been having.
In Chrissy's eyes, her only course of action was to murder Teresa to stop her from doing that.
Matt explains to detectives that shortly after 2 a.m. on July 2nd, he, Chrissy, and Teresa left the hotel.
They were supposedly going to get alcohol. They had went down to McLean, Illinois to a truck stop and attempted to purchase alcohol. On the way back, they pulled into Funk's Grove. Chrissy had told Teresa she was looking for a cigarette and got out of the truck and said, help me look for a cigarette.
Teresa exited the vehicle and Chrissy exited the vehicle and they started looking for a cigarette. And at this point, Chrissy grabs a crowbar out of the back of Matt's truck and strikes Teresa in the back of the head. Teresa turns and looks at Chrissy and says, what the hell, Chrissy?
It took Teresa by surprise, and Chrissy then attempted to, go behind Teresa and strangle her.
Chrissy puts Teresa in a chokehold and drags her to the ground until she stops moving. After Teresa's lifeless body is laying on the ground, Chrissy drags Teresa off into the woods. Chrissy, after a couple minutes, returns back to the truck where Matt's still seated, and Chrissy is carrying a knife and covered in blood at that point. And Matt assumes that Chrissy just stabbed Teresa.
Matt Isbell stuck to his story consistently, that he was the driver, but he was the witness in terms of what had happened and was not a participant.
With Matt skirting blame for the actual murder, can detectives be sure he's telling the truth? Coming up, detectives search for a linchpin.
We found a bloody t-shirt.
That's material evidence.
And a murder plot is revealed.
There was a text message. In essence, tonight is the night I'm going to kill my mother.
July 7th, 2017. As Matthew Isbell spells out the details incriminating Christine Rausch in the murder of her estranged mother, detectives need some substantial evidence to nail down arrest warrants for the pair.
Matt was able to show us on a map where the crowbar was discarded on a bridge in the Peoria area, and we were able to send investigators to the area, and they were able to locate the crowbar and recover it. Matt had talked about the knife, but we were never able to locate it. We don't know where it was disposed of.
With evidence corroborating a large portion of Matt's statement, he and Christine Rausch are arrested for the murder of Teresa Palemand.
After the search of her property, including her purse, we found a bloody t-shirt that was described as being worn by Chrissy, by Matt.
Matt voluntarily drove his vehicle to the sheriff's office for his interview, provided us with consent to search and process the vehicle. There was blood evidence that was collected from various locations on the interior as well as the exterior of Matt Isbell's truck.
That did corroborate and was very much in line with what Matt told police.
That's material evidence that is used against both of them.
Matt's cooperation leads detectives to believe his claim that the murder was planned and carried out solely by Christine as an act of revenge on her mother.
His cooperative stance became critical because he was able to tell them things about what happened in the forest that night that really only the killer would know. So he's really the kind of the secret weapon in the investigation and the one who turns it all around.
Matt just seemed to be blindly loyal to her to the point where he would come whenever summons and do whatever she asked him to do without question.
In an attempt to prove their theory of Chrissy's motive, detectives subpoena her phone records.
We were able to locate text messages where she stated that she and Teresa had gotten into a physical argument and Chrissy was not going to put up with it.
Detectives continue digging through Chrissy's messages and soon find exactly what they've been looking for.
There was a text message where Chrissy said to this third party, in essence, tonight is the night I'm going to kill my mother.
She also had communication in reference to not pulling the body as far back in the woods as she should have and having to go back and pull it in further.
When results come in on DNA collected at the crime scene, prosecutors are convinced they have enough to take both Chrissy and Matt to trial.
Evidence recovered from the scene, particularly the cigarette butt, once it was sent for DNA analysis, it was found to contain the DNA of Matt Isbell.
To get to this point where we have a confession from one of the people involved and seemingly all this evidence to support exactly what he's saying, it was a great moment for the entire investigative team.
On the day of her preliminary hearing, Christine makes a surprising move.
She unexpectedly entered a guilty plea with no parameters or no agreement that had been made with the state's attorney's office. So it definitely caught everybody off guard.
I'm not quite sure why she pled guilty. I think she felt like she was saving people from pain by pleading guilty.
At this point, Matt decides to plead guilty, and he secures a sentence of 12 years in prison. And that's a lighter sentence because he indeed helped investigators crack the case.
On January 31st, 2018, Christine Rausch is sentenced to 40 years in prison for first-degree murder.
40 years is going to be her entire life. She was 22 years old. She's not going to get out until she's 62 years old. Her daughter is going to be grown and have kids of her own before she ever comes out. Teresa was a good person. She didn't deserve to have happened to her what happened. As bad as she was troubled, I don't think she hurt Chrissy on purpose or wronged Chrissy on purpose or maliciously. She tried to do the best she could.
Christine Rausch is currently housed at Logan Correctional Center in Broadwell Township, Illinois. She will not be eligible for parole until 2057. Matt Isbell became eligible for parole in 2023 and has since been released from prison.
Support for this podcast comes from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Did you know riders who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $200 per year? That's a whole new pair of riding gloves and more. Quote today, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings of $197 by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive between October 2024 and September 2025. Potential savings will vary.
They were high school sweethearts with a devotion to family and country.
We were all proud of him that, hey, my big brother's in the military.
He loved his family. He had a big family. He provided Eugenia with everything she could want.
She ate his heart.
Just when their future looked its brightest, a devastating crime stopped their marriage dead in its tracks.
Police arrived to a very grisly, horrific scene.
I felt as though my heart had been ripped out of my chest.
As detectives hunt for a killer, they discover that there is more to this picture-perfect couple than meets the eye.
There was something going on in the residence that's suspicious. He was actually telling us about an affair.
It was men coming in and out into the house.
The potential suspect pool was quite large.
That phone call, it was a gentleman said that he had some information.
Her house was actually burning to the ground at the time.
She come on to you as sweet as honey, but she is meaner than a cobra snake.
October 12th, 2011. Pritchard, Alabama police officer Willie Mabin is in the middle of a patrol shift when dispatch informs him of a troubling call that just came in.
Dispatch contacted me and advised that there was suspicious circumstance at Gorman Lane, and I started heading that way, which was on the north side of the town.
As Officer Mabin arrives at the scene, he's met by a frightened 29-year-old Eugenia Campbell and her sister, Satanya.
Upon arriving at the scene, I spoke with Mrs. Campbell. She was upset,
Eugenia says she had been afraid to enter the home she shares with her 32-year-old husband, Romano.
She stated when she'd arrived home, her husband's trunk was up on the car and the door was open.
She came home and just felt like things were off. It just looked strange.
She knew her husband would have left those items open and unlocked. They blew the horn. He didn't respond, and then they called the police.
There had been a burglary reported at that house the week before, so she felt the need to call 911 before going inside.
When I arrived on the scene, I noticed the same thing. The trunk was up and the door was open. I advised her to stay out in the vehicle with her sister.
Officer Mabin cautiously enters the home.
Upon entering the residence, I kept calling for Mr. Campbell, and he still didn't respond. And I looked around and I saw some shoes on the floor, but they was face up on the floor behind the sofa. I didn't see any blood at the time, but I know he wasn't responding, and I started EMS to the location.
At that time, we really had no clue as to what really transpired.
We need to pull in additional resources from law enforcement and figure out what we need to do to try and get to the bottom of the crime.
For Romano Campbell, the son of an unwed teen mother, his childhood in South Alabama was one of struggle and survival.
He grew up in a place they call Happy Hill. It was a bad place where it was drugs, it was poverty, it was killing.
Unlike many of his neighborhood peers, Romano refused to succumb to the temptations of the street.
He escaped so many things that he saw growing up. He was a good child. Finished school with over an amount of credits, very intelligent. He just was an athletic person. He played football for 2 years, but track was his love.
He was a big muscle, type guy. He was feared in school, but he was cool. People look at his physique and say, "Oh no, I ain't gonna mess with him."
During high school, Romano met the young woman who would one day become his wife, the spunky, self-assured Eugenia Singleton.
Eugenia and Romano were high school sweethearts.
She's from Pritchard, Alabama. And he met her. She was working at Church's Chicken.
And she was an outgoing person, outside the box. She was just ongoing. I could say that would attract him.
They used to take us to the movies, just to have fun. That's how, she won me over.
Although Eugenia and Romano were still in love, they decided to split up when high school ended. The following year, Romano enlisted in the Army and began his basic training almost 600 miles away in Fort Knox, Kentucky.
He was a hard worker. He was a dedicated person when it comes to the military. He loved that military.
We were all proud of him that, hey, my big brother's in the military.
Before his deployment to South Korea in the spring of 2002, Romano paid a visit to his family back in Pritchard, where he ran into his old flame.
We saw her in Winn-Dixie, and she had a little boy.
In the years since their breakup, Eugenia had weathered a rocky relationship with another local guy with whom she had a child, but the father didn't stick around.
This is just your average mother who is just trying to make ends meet.
Despite Eugenia's struggles and Romano's impending deployment, the attraction still seemed strong.
We were sitting on the porch one day, and my mom, she loved reading the paper.
And Romano's family was floored when they came across an unexpected wedding announcement.
She said, "You done got married?" So she calls him and asks him, and he said, "Yes, ma'am, I got married."
Over the next few years, Eugenia and Romano added 2 more children to their family and settled into a home on a military base near Savannah, Georgia. The couple couldn't have been happier.
He was a good man, a good father.
Eugenia was living a normal life. She had children, she had a husband who worked hard for the family, and she was working to take care of her family like most women are.
They seem to be doing fine, good, and my son was taken good care of.
Despite their apparent happiness, Romano and Eugenia's relationship still had its challenges.
Romano Campbell was an Army sergeant, so he served 7 years in the Army, 2 tours in Iraq.
With each tour in Iraq, it grew harder and harder for Romano and Eugenia to keep the fire in their romance burning.
This is a woman who is working to take care of her family, quite a large family, and she has a husband who's gone a lot.
Ultimately, Eugenia's loneliness drove her to find comfort in the arms of another man.
When he went to Iraq, Eugenia was on with the sergeant. She got pregnant. She ended up having the baby and giving the baby up for adoption. And the military don't really believe in divorce, so they advised him to do a legal separation.
Despite Eugenia's infidelity and pressure from Romano's superiors to separate from her, the couple refused to give up on their marriage. And when Romano wrapped up his final tour in Iraq, he chose not to re-enlist.
He just wanted his family more. That's why I think he wanted to be out. You know, he wanted to take care of his family. He loved his family.
He got back together with her. He loved her. So I believe that she had his heart.
To help strengthen their family bond, Eugenia and Romano decided to move back to their hometown of Pritchard, Alabama.
They seemed to be doing good, and he got on at Superior Arm.
He decided to get a job working offshore. And anyone that works offshore, that means you're going to be gone away from home a lot. So he worked 2 weeks offshore, 2 weeks back on land. So that meant a lot of time away from Eugenia and a lot of time away from the kids.
For Romano, being gone for only 2 weeks a month was a vast improvement over being in a war zone for years at a time. And working the oil rigs also paid better.
The finances was great. I think it was more than great. He's always had. He's never lacked anything.
It appeared Eugenia and Romano had managed to put their troubles behind them and were more in love than ever.
They seemed to be getting along fine. Everything seemed to be fine.
But in October 2011, a series of events would bring the Campbells' reinvigorated romance to an abrupt and brutal end.
I went back in with the EMTs, and I did notice blood on him after they were trying to resuscitate him.
EMTs quickly realized there's nothing they can do to save Romano Campbell.
He had multiple gunshots about his body, and we couldn't determine at that time whether they were entrance wounds or exit wounds.
It's clear to the officers that Romano's death is no accident.
This particular level of crime obviously was not a self-inflicted crime. It was one in which there had to have been some type of assailant involved.
Coming up, as investigators work to track down a killer, they open a Pandora's box of secrets and lies that reveal an unexpected double life.
It did run through our mind that maybe there was some connection with this, but we didn't know exactly how. Every question we asked him, he just denied.
She said, "Come to my house now. My house is on fire."
By the fall of 2011, Eugenia and Romano Campbell had weathered the ups and downs of nearly 10 years of marriage, and their relationship seemed that much stronger for it.
I didn't see any struggling with him. I didn't see any kind of lack of anything. She was the perfect wife.
But on October 12, 2011, police in Pritchard, Alabama discover Romano, an Army veteran who survived 2 tours in Iraq, dead on the floor of his own living room, with what appeared to be multiple gunshot wounds.
This is a man who survived IED explosions and then came home to be murdered.
As patrol officers secure the perimeter, friends and neighbors gather to comfort Eugenia. Inside the house, homicide detectives are getting their first look at the crime scene.
I did observe the victim, Mr. Campbell, lying behind a sofa or a couch. His feet were faced up towards the bedroom area, where the bedrooms were on the far end of the house.
This is a man who had just gotten home from work. He worked offshore. He had just walked in the door. The keys were still in the door. The trunk of his car was still open.
There wasn't an extreme amount of blood on the victim's body at the time, and nothing appeared to be disturbed, so we were kind of puzzled.
Numerous things ran through my head. It could have been a burglar that broke into the house right before Mr. Campbell came home, and Mr. Campbell starved him, or it could have been somebody that was waiting outside and came in and shot him.
There were a lot of possibilities at the time.
One thing police do know is that this isn't the first time they've been called to this residence.
About a week before Mr. Campbell was killed, I responded to that location in regards to a burglary.
There had been a prior incident where the wife of the victim had called and reported a burglary at the house.
In an attempt to gather information, detectives invite Romano's wife, Eugenia, and her sister, Satanya, down to the station for an interview.
She stated that her and her sister had went to the casino down in Biloxi, and that Mr. Campbell had called her and told her that he was coming home a little later, and she decided to spend the night over to her sister's house and just come over the next day.
Romano worked offshore, so he was out for 2 weeks and then he'd be home for 2 weeks. On this particular occasion, his wife was not at home that night, and so she was not present at the time of his murder.
Eugenia explains she had a good reason for not wanting to be at home alone that night.
Miss Eugenia, she had reported a burglary at the house maybe about a week prior.
She was scared to stay there by herself, so she had been staying with her sister.
My sister was interviewed also. She gave the same alibi, saying that they was in Biloxi at the casino, and said afterwards they came home.
Investigators ask the sisters if they know anybody who might want Romano dead. Neither of them can think of a single person. However, Eugenia tells detectives that whoever broke into their home the previous week had stolen Romano's 9mm pistol.
I thought it may have been a connection that person that broke in before might have been there when Mr. Campbell came home.
Romano and Eugenia would have been in what we call the urbanized areas of the city of Pritchard, whereby typically it's characterized by a lot of low employment, typically a lot of high crime as far as burglaries and things of that nature, and every now and then shootings.
You have a lot of areas that are rough, and it wouldn't be unexpected for there to be a burglary or robbery gone bad that turns into a murder.
Back at the crime scene, the CSI officer has yet to uncover any evidence to support an armed robbery theory.
Nothing appeared to be disturbed, so we were kind of puzzled at that time, because normally if this was a typical home invasion where the victim came home and encountered someone in the house, there would have probably been a struggle or things would have been missing, like TVs, game systems. So we basically looked throughout the house. We noticed that items of value were not taken.
We didn't find a point of entry prior to Mr. Campbell opening the front door. We checked the perimeter and didn't find anything out of place. Any windows broken. The back door was kind of in shambles, but it was from a prior burglary.
One of the curious things about the investigation from the very beginning was Romano was shot multiple times. At the scene, we only found 2 shell casings. And what was interesting, both those shell casings were found under furniture or under something where they would have been hidden. And so it appears as if someone picked up the shell casings in an attempt to hide their evidence. That is very unusual from a burglary standpoint.
Is it possible that the thief had returned to rob the house once again and ends up using Romano's own gun against him? While it seems like a long shot, investigators aren't willing to rule anything out just yet.
We basically had no clue other than he was killed inside the residence, and somebody evidently was inside the residence or came in the residence while he was returning home.
In the meantime, investigators face another difficult task: informing Romano's mother, Patricia, of her son's death.
My mom is a chaplain for Pritchard Police Department.
When detectives reach out to Ms. Campbell, the case takes another unexpected turn.
On the day that Mr. Campbell was found murdered in his house, when his mother was notified, her house was actually burning to the ground at the time.
Everyone was coming to my house, my neighbors and my sisters and everybody was coming there because of my loss of the house and fire. But they didn't have any idea that I was losing my firstborn son.
One day, this woman lost everything. She lost her son and she lost her home. It was just a devastating day.
I've been on that side of the fence, consoling that family, but now I need somebody to console me. We talked about my child as laying here on the floor, dead. It was a feeling that I wasn't in reality.
With the cause of the fire unknown, investigators are concerned that someone is specifically targeting the family.
And it did run through our mind that maybe there was some connection with this, but we didn't know exactly how it fitted.
He is shot inside his own home. And then the same day, you have his mother whose house catches fire. Something was off.
Coming up, as the investigation moves forward, a new witness could change everything. And the identity of Romano Campbell's killer will stun both friends and family.
I had a phone call. It was a gentleman said that he had some information on a case.
Some of the questions that we asked him, he was evasive to. He was just straight out lying.
In Pritchard, Alabama, Romano and Eugenia Campbell's life together has tragically been cut short. 32-year-old Romano has been gunned down in his own home. And before his family has even had a chance to process what's happened, another tragedy strikes.
You have a mother who, on the same day her son was murdered, across town, her house goes up in flames. You think those two things may be connected. Surely this isn't a coincidence.
Well, basically, that day, everything was still up in the air. We basically had no clue. It could have been very well some connection, but we were unsure at that time.
Mobile County arson investigators are dispatched to Patricia Campbell's residence and begin combing through the wreckage. It doesn't take them long to determine the source of the fire.
The fire department determined that this was an electrical fire, that these two incidents were not related, that this just happened to be a situation where a woman had really bad luck. In one day, this woman lost everything. She lost her son and she lost her home. It was just a devastating day.
I was dealing with the loss of everything, all my memories. I was dealing with a whole lot. But what kept me functioning was my faith in God.
The mystery of Patricia Campbell's house fire has been quickly solved. But across town at Eugenia and Romano's residence, investigators are no closer to determining who killed Romano or why.
There were a lot of possibilities at the time, but we didn't have the key ingredients or key components to just put everything together.
Investigators had hoped an interview with Romano's grieving widow Eugenia and her sister Satania might generate some new leads. But neither woman could think of anybody who'd want to harm Romano. When police speak with the rest of Romano's friends and family, they say the same thing.
I talked to his boss, even one of the shipmates that he dropped off prior to coming to his residence. And all of them talked very highly of him. We couldn't find out one person that we knew that he might have gotten into some type of altercation or wanted him dead.
Romano Campbell was a man who was not a criminal. He wasn't a bad man. He was a great man. He served our country. He served tours in Iraq. He provided for his large family. He loved his wife. He was a hard worker.
He's a model citizen. He's the type of citizen that we take pride in, that we celebrate.
The following morning, the coroner's office performs an autopsy on Romano's body and uncovers a chilling new detail.
He was shot 16 times.
you could tell anger was in that, because if you're gonna kill them, you could have used one or two bullets. You didn't have to empty the whole clip.
If this had been a regular home invasion, maybe a person that's trying to flee would have maybe shot once or twice, but being that he was shot multiple times means he was ambushed.
It was overkill. It take one bullet to kill. If it was a robbery, one shot, somebody trying to get away, they're not gonna flood you with that many bullets. When I heard about that, I knew it was a passion.
By examining the lividity of Romano's body, the coroner's office is also able to determine time of death.
So he shot in the early morning hours, right when he got home around midnight.
Now that the coroner has established a timeline, investigators fan out across the Campbell's neighborhood, looking for anybody who may have seen something that night.
We spoke to a few neighbors in the area. A couple that stayed next door, we asked them, did they hear any gunshots or did they see anyone at the residence or what time of the day it was that he returned home or so. And they really didn't have any clue.
We didn't have any witnesses at the time. The time of morning that it happened, normally everybody's asleep. So I didn't think that we would get anything to solve the case.
Although the canvassing effort yields no eyewitnesses, several of the Campbell's neighbors do report seeing a lot of unusual activity around the home in the last 2 weeks.
Some of the neighbors had told us that some other people had started coming to the house, and one neighbor actually had took down a license plate number.
Police traced the license plate to a vehicle registered to a man who lived in the area.
And we tracked him down, interviewed him, and he was actually telling us about an affair.
Investigators are stunned that they are now interviewing Eugenia Campbell's lover.
I was quite surprised at that.
Point blank, detectives asked the man if he had anything to do with Romano's murder.
He denied even knowing Mr. Campbell and basically stated that he and Eugenia had just a very casual, very friendly, very short-term relationship.
After a little investigation in that matter, we kind of ruled him out and gave us an alibi for that day where he was at, and it did check out.
But just as investigators are about to release the man, he revealed another interesting piece of information.
During the investigation, we did find out that she was having numerous affairs.
She had multiple men in her life that she appeared to have some type of sexual relationship with.
When detectives inform Romano's family of Eugenia's alleged infidelity, they're not entirely shocked.
She had so many affairs with different guys. It was a disgrace to our family.
She had had multiple affairs while her husband was working offshore. She lived a completely different life for those 2 weeks that Romano was out of town.
We looked at those people she was having an affair with as being possible suspects.
So of course they're going to look at these lovers. They're going to question them because that would obviously be a motive in this case.
If the statement about Eugenia's revolving door of lovers is accurate, then the pool of potential suspects just got a whole lot deeper.
We believe that the potential suspect pool was quite large. And so we had to go through all of these individuals. Is this person potentially involved? Where was he at the time?
Investigators begin tracking down Eugenia's alleged lovers one by one.
So lots of these men were interviewed. We were able to exclude some of them because they might either have been in jail at the time, out of town. They were found ultimately through phone records.
With this new information about all of her affairs, detectives begin to question Eugenia's involvement in the murder. In a follow-up interview with detectives, Eugenia doesn't deny cheating on Romano, but she remains adamant she had nothing to do with his death. And given her rock-solid alibi from the night of the crime, investigators believe she may not have been there when Romano was murdered, but they still have suspicions.
Eugenia had called Romano 30 minutes before he was scheduled to arrive home. So we were very curious about that. I would say that Eugenia was probably at the top of the list of potential candidates who have committed this crime, but we did not believe that she was there.
I don't think she was the shooter, but I thought she had something to do with it. With no evidence at the time, I couldn't just stand on that alone. So we started looking elsewhere in the investigation.
With no other leads, the case begins to lose momentum. For Romano's family, it feels like they're living through a nightmare.
I felt as though my heart had been ripped out of my chest.
Every day I got up as a challenge. Every day. And it felt like I was walking alone. It felt like it was so dark. And I just wanted just a little peek of sunshine.
As for Eugenia, it seems that the loss of her husband, coupled with the public revelation that she'd been unfaithful to him, made life in Pritchard unbearable.
Turns out that it wasn't too long after that Eugenia moved to Biloxi, Mississippi.
2.5 years transpire with no new developments in the case.
The family did a great job of convincing me of that justice had not been served fairly. It was to the point, though, we could not tie all the dots and measure all the pieces together to figure out the who, what, where, and why.
More than 2 years later, in 2014, police receive a phone call from a man in the nearby town of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, that changes everything.
I was sitting at my desk and the dispatch called and advised me that I had a phone call. It was a gentleman said that he had some information on a case. So I took the call. The guy introduced himself and he said that we had a homicide in Pritchard and that the gentleman that did it basically confessed to him. And once he told us that, I immediately asked him, did he know for sure what case it was? And he stated that it was the husband of Eugenia Campbell. So I contacted Sergeant Martin and told him that we was going to take a ride to Mississippi.
Coming up, is this the break investigators have been waiting for, or will it prove to be yet another dead end?
We threw everything we had at him.
March 2014. It's now been over 2 years since Eugenia Campbell's husband, Romano, was brutally gunned down in their South Alabama home. But just when it seems the case might never be solved, a Mississippi man named Ross has come forward, claiming to have information about the murder.
So I contacted Sergeant Martin and told him that we was going to take a ride to Ocean Springs, Mississippi.
We proceeded to drive down to Mississippi, and we met him at a local gas station there.
According to Ross, a 27-year-old friend of his named Frank Williams had recently made a disturbing confession to Ross and his brother.
What he told us was that he and Frank had been talking. Frank was just some kind of way just started just rambling and telling him some things.
He spills the beans. He ends up telling these two guys in Biloxi that he killed a man named Romano Campbell in Pritchard.
Investigators asked Ross if Mr. Williams explained why he'd murdered Romano Campbell.
He basically told us that Eugenia and Frank had been dating at one point.
They moved to Biloxi, Mississippi. They started a new life there. In fact, they had a child together. Years had gone by. Apparently, they got into some sort of falling out. He moves in with his friend.
Once a warrant was signed for the arrest of Mr. Williams, we contacted the Marshal Service to try and locate him because we were not sure exactly where he was. Ultimately, he was actually arrested at his mother's house in Pritchard. So as soon as he was arrested, he was taken to the Pritchard Police Department.
Frank Williams proves to be a tough nut to crack.
We threw everything we had at him. where were you at this time? Well, I wasn't there. I was never there. Well, did you and Eugenia have a relationship together? No, she was just my friend. We just talked to each other and stuff like that. Every question we asked him, he just denied. But he was kind of nervous about some things. I could tell some of the questions that we asked him, he was evasive to, and a lot of things he was just straight out lying about. We just put the hammer down on him and told him, look, if you want to sit here and continue lying about this, we already know certain things that you've already told another person. We just put everything out in front of him and just told him, look, regardless of what you say right here, he was still going to jail.
There's an awful lot about this entire scenario that I know. One thing after another. Okay? I'm going to be honest with you. And this is what I don't want. Okay? Don't go down by yourself. Okay?
He basically, at that instant, said, okay, I'm ready to talk. And he basically told us the story from beginning to end.
According to Frank, it all began in August of 2011 when he first met Eugenia Campbell.
From the time y'all met, how long was it before y'all started a sexual relationship? About 2 weeks. Okay.
He knew that she was married. Her husband would go off to work out of town, and then he would come by.
Frank admits that he fell hard for Eugenia. Not long after the two began sleeping together, Frank introduced Eugenia and her 4 kids to his family.
I met her, and, she just said she didn't have anybody to help her. She said she was married, but she was in the process of getting a divorce.
Initially, he told them that Ramona used to be very abusive to her, and she wanted to basically get out that situation.
Eugenia had informed him that her and her husband had some domestic instances with each other and that she was basically tired of it. Eugenia told him that she wanted to hire him to take her husband out, which means to kill him.
She made the comment to him that if something would have happened, she would collect Social Security benefits for the children, and there was life insurance, substantial life insurance that would help her be able to support the children, and then she would be able to give him half of that life insurance policy. Initially, he kept putting Eugenia off and did not want to get involved. However, when he learned of the level of domestic violence that she claimed that caused her to go to the hospital, he decided that yes, that he would kill her husband. Okay. From that point on to the time that she first asked you to do this for her, to kill her husband, how long was that? From the first time y'all had sex until she asked you to kill her husband?
About a month and a half.
Okay.
She basically tormented me.
Okay.
Frank claims that in the weeks leading up to the murder, Eugenia spelled out her plan for eliminating her husband.
The break-in was staged. It was kind of ironic that the only thing that was stolen at the time at the first break-in was a 9mm hand pistol. And the 2 shell cases that we did find on scene was a 9mm hand pistol.
Frank says on the night Romano was due back from his stint in the Gulf, Eugenia left her kids at her sister's house, then met up with him to put the second part of the plan into action.
She picked him up, took him over to the house, let him in, and gave him the gun, and he waited inside.
Frank tells detectives that once he was inside the residence, Eugenia returned to her sister's house and waited.
She left her car there, again, to make it appear as if she's at home, like Romano would expect when he arrived home.
He said he sat there for a while inside the house waiting for her husband to return. Finally, he said when her husband returned, he was already inside the house.
Even when he came home, tell me what happened.
He came home, he came to the door, and when he came to the door, I was standing right there in the hallway. And once he got right there behind the couch between the door and the hallway where I could see him, I shot him.
Right. How many times did you shoot? About? Till the gun stopped. What did you do then?
He advised he also had a Nike gym bag around the gun so when he shoot, it would catch all the bullets.
One or two fell out the bag, and that's how we got shell casings. He said he called her and he told her to come pick him up, and she was going to pick him up and meet him on the back road.
There's a convenience store right on the other side of a very small patch of woods from their house. He basically left the house, walked through that little cut, and was picked up by Eugenia at the convenience store. The next day, she called the police, and the police discovered his body inside the house.
Frank says that despite carrying out Eugenia's plan to a T, he never received his half of the $200,000 insurance payout, even after he and Eugenia moved to Biloxi together.
He was mad at her. She owed him some money. She had never given him the money, and he was worried that she was trying to cheat him out of that money.
With Frank's confession on the record, police formally charge him with first-degree murder.
He was distraught after it, and that's what I believe led him to telling us everything what had transpired. We did arrest him and charge him with the murder of Mr. Campbell.
Coming up, after charging Frank Williams, investigators turn their attention to Eugenia Campbell and find out what a wicked game this wife and mother of 5 had really been playing.
She had a gambling problem.
I think the Lord hit her a couple of times, but the devil won in the end.
On March 26, 2014, Frank Williams, the 27-year-old lover of Eugenia Campbell, confessed to firing the 16 bullets that killed Eugenia's husband, Romano Campbell. But Frank claims that Eugenia was the crime's true mastermind.
When he confessed to his part of the murder and also confessed to Eugenia's part, and it was her idea, her planning, she set this plan in motion, we then signed a warrant for her arrest.
They arrested Eugenia the next day, 27th of March, 2014. I never forget.
Her story is she didn't do it. She put it all on him. He did it.
Detectives continue to dig deeper into Eugenia's personal life and discover the reason she was so desperate to cash in on the ample military benefits her husband had accrued.
She had a gambling problem. Said that she stayed down at the casinos a lot. She was spending more money gambling than she should be and not using it for around the house.
She done let all the bills got behind. My theory was she had to get rid of him for that purpose because of her gambling addiction.
With her gambling addiction revealed, and with multiple sources acknowledging Eugenia's attempt to hire a hitman, investigators take another run at eliciting a confession from her.
She was brought in by the marshals, and she was questioned by the DA office. Initially, I believe her story was the same as his. She kind of denied until they basically dangled all the evidence in front of her and informed her that, hey, the gig is up. We know what happened.
Almost a year after she had been arrested, we went over to the jail, brought her in, and she gave a complete confession.
Nearly 5 years after Romano's murder, in a Mobile County criminal court, both Eugenia Campbell and Frank Williams plead guilty to the murder of Eugenia's husband, Romano.
Honestly, I was quite surprised that they both decided to plead guilty and just leave their sentence up to the judge. I was quite surprised at that. Both Ms. Campbell and Mr. Williams were sentenced to a life sentence.
That's a long time to think about what you've done. I can't use the word satisfied, but I got justice.
I think the Lord hit her a couple of times, but the devil won in the end. She was a horrible person. When she killed him like that, it really showed it just what type of person she was. It really did.
Eugenia is currently housed at Tutwiler Prison for Women in Wetumpka, Alabama. She will be eligible for parole in March 2029. She will be 48 years old.
When a good-hearted Texas trucker finally found her good-timing man, it seemed like a match made in heaven.
They like to drink a little bit. They like to dance. They like to raise hell.
They seem like a perfect match for each other.
I thought, yeah, maybe my dad finally found his true love.
Were they destined to ride into the sunset together? Or was one of them looking for love in all the wrong places?
There were theories that he had ran off with another woman. The relationship had just been so strained.
And when another handsome stranger enters the picture, gossip starts to churn.
When I saw the guy wearing his clothes and his hat and his boots, that just totally blew my mind.
I think there was a whole other side to Shorty that not everybody saw.
There was no signs of sympathy. There was no signs of heartache.
He knows where he's at. Wasn't doubt in my mind.
All of us had driven by it 100 times. So it was creepy, it was shocking, it was unbelievable. None of us could wrap our brains around it.
July 12th, 2013. It's 6 a.m. in Tarrant County, Texas, and lawman Claire Barnes is leading a man named Ray through the doors of the sheriff's office.
Ray was a local barfly. He loved to drink, but not much else.
However, Ray isn't here because of a bar fight or a DUI. He's here to breathe new life into a Texas-sized mystery that's been raising eyebrows in this cozy corner of North Texas for more than 3 years.
My dad, Shorty, disappeared in 2010. He supposedly run off with another woman. Someone might think because my dad had been married several times that maybe one of these women was the cause of his disappearance.
No one was hearing from Shorty, and essentially it became a cold case.
But now, with Ray coming forward, Ranger Claire Barnes intends to light a fire under this case.
Claire had just become a Texas Ranger 30 days before. That's why he is the Texas Ranger, to help solve this case.
Claire Barnes took that case and he ran with it and he wasn't going to stop until he figured it out.
Ray was interviewed years earlier in the disappearance of Shorty Robinson. He was definitely considered a possible suspect.
Now, Ray claims to have groundbreaking new information about Shorty's disappearance.
What he basically admitted to Ranger Barnes was that this was not a missing person case. This was a homicide.
For Shorty and Neola Robinson, theirs was a story of second chances in both life and love. For Neola, it began decades earlier in the Pacific Northwest.
She was reared in Tacoma, Washington, and she attended Franklin Pierce High School. By all accounts, she was a regular student. She was on the drill team.
Neola's life took a dramatic turn when, at the tender age of 17, she dropped out of school and married her boyfriend, Alan. To make ends meet, Neola took an unusual job for a 4'10" teenager, driving an 18-wheeler.
Neola Robertson's was called Cotton, and no one knows why, but that's what her name was over the CB handle as a truck driver.
She had a ton of friends from her truck driving career.
Neola wasn't just a hard-working trucker. She was also known for hard partying.
Neola was rough around the edges. She liked to wear hats. She liked to hang out at the bars.
By no means was she shy. She had a mouth on her.
Life on the road soon took its toll on Neola's personal life. and in the mid-1970s, her marriage ended in divorce. In the 2 decades that followed, Neola continued to rack up the miles and the marriages.
She had several marriages, and eventually one of those marriages brought her to Texas, and she settled down here in Tarrant County.
Neola refused to give up the trucker's way of life, even as she entered her 50s, and in 2007, marriage number 4 ended in divorce. Instead of feeling sorry for herself, this hard-charging single-again trucker hit the North Texas bar scene, where her favorite watering hole was the Stagecoach Ballroom.
It's been known to be a pretty rough place as far as the bars are concerned. That's a pretty raunchy crowd. They like to drink a little bit. They like to dance. They like to raise hell.
It didn't take long for one of the Stagecoach's most hell-raising regulars to catch Neola's eye. A 5'4" metal welder and wicked line dancer named Pleasant Irvin Robinson, better known to his friends as Shorty.
They always hated that first name, Pleasant. As it turned out, I believe that really expressed his personality and the type of person that he was. And I believe that they gave him the name Shorty because he was just a small, about 5'4" man, kind of like a little runt in a way, and I believe that he got the nickname.
He really never even met a stranger. I mean, if somebody's over there that's just kind of sitting by themselves, he's going to go there and strike up a conversation, try to get to know him, maybe invite him over to his table and buy him a beer, and who knows, maybe that's his next best friend.
Shorty was a very typical Texas man. He loved, like I said, he loved to dance, he loved country music, and he loved dressing up like a cowboy. In his boots, in his starched jeans, his starched shirt, and his cowboy hat. And he was just a little cowboy. And he loved to ride his motorcycle.
Like Neola, 55-year-old Shorty had never been lucky in love.
I would almost consider him a hopeless romantic. I think he fell hard for women up at first really quick.
But it seems Shorty often fell out of love as quickly as he fell in.
I mean, he was married like 7 times. I remember we used to go bowling, and I was like, "Hey, Dad, can I come home with you?" He's like, "Oh, I'm going to go spend time with my new wife." And I was like, "Got married?"
After every divorce, Shorty was always itching to get back in the saddle.
Shorty was by no means shy. And if you were any woman, it was, "Hi, how you doing? Can I get you a drink?" And then if he found out you're single, he'd be having you on that dance floor.
Which was exactly what happened the night Shorty first bumped into Neola.
He had gone out there to go dancing, and he seen this lady, and he asked her to dance. And then they started talking about motorcycles.
From that first dance, Shorty and Neola were inseparable.
They both liked to hang out in the bars. They enjoyed wearing cowboy hats and dancing. By all accounts, they seemed like a perfect match for each other.
It wasn't long before Shorty asked Neola to be wife number 8.
He got married at the Honky Tonk Woman. The owner's son married him. They were dressed up cowboy, western. Wasn't nothing really fancy, but nice. We all had a really wonderful time. Was very happy for him.
After their wedding, Neola moved into Shorty's home in the tiny town of Pelican Bay, and they carved out the life they'd always dreamed of.
I didn't know if the marriage was going to last. But when I seen how her and my dad interacted with each other, then I thought, yeah, maybe my dad finally found his true love.
But in October 2009, the couple's life is nearly derailed by a horrific tragedy.
In 2009, she got into a truck accident. She actually rolled the 18-wheeler that she was driving.
She had an accident, hurt her back, could not work anymore.
She couldn't drive a truck, and I knew that had kind of hurt their finances a little bit.
Although the accident forced Neola and Shorty to tighten the purse strings, during Neola's recovery, they found a potential new business opportunity.
He had bought her a t-shirt machine so that she could try to get her own business started making t-shirts, because that's what she kind of wanted to do. If she needed something, he would get it for herself, or he would give her the money.
Over the next few months, the fledgling t-shirt business started to grow. And though Neola's injuries made their motorcycle rides and camping trips a thing of the past, On the outside, the couple seemed as happy as ever.
When I saw them interacting together and I saw how my dad was, happy, I was impressed that, he found somebody that he felt like that he could grow old with.
But on June 2nd, 2010, their seemingly blissful relationship proves to be anything but perfect. Neola burst into Shorty's boss's office at the machine shop, claiming that Shorty just left her for another woman.
She said he had come home from work one day and he had informed her that he was leaving her.
He then stormed out the front door and she watched him ride away in a white pickup truck.
He always said that my dad ran off with a Hispanic lady. They took off in a white Chevy truck, newer model with chrome rims.
Coming up, is Shorty's sudden departure just another case of love 'em and leave 'em? Or is something more sinister in the works?
No, Shorty. Won't answer his phone. Didn't go to work. Then people start,
That was so far away from his characteristic.
And another man takes Shorty's place, right down to his very boots.
When I saw the guy wearing Shorty's clothes and his hat and his boots, it was in my head. He knows. He knows something.
After weathering the storm of multiple broken marriages, Neola and Shorty Robinson's newfound romance had all the elements of a hit country song.
She loved the dancing. She loved the riding the motorcycle, going out camping. And he never really had anyone that enjoyed doing all them things, and I think that's what really draws them together.
She really looked like a very sweet, nice person. She was quiet, was very polite to everybody in the family. She did seem to make my dad happy.
But on June 2nd, 2010, their love song hits an unexpected low note when a teary-eyed Neola explains to Shorty's boss that he had just left her for another woman.
She said that he was just the rudest and cruelest man ever alive. I don't understand why he would do such a thing like that.
Though he tries his best to console Neola, Shorty's boss, like everyone else in Pelican Bay, figures this is probably just another case of Shorty being Shorty.
My dad, he was a ladies' man.
Given the fact that he had been married 8 times before, it wasn't a story that was completely out of the realm of possibility.
Shorty's boss tells Neola he'll get the full story when Shorty shows up for his next shift. But Shorty misses his next shift. And the next. And the next. In fact, 2 weeks go by without a single word from Shorty.
His employer came out and talked to me, and we spoke very intimately about Shorty. He knew something was wrong.
Shorty did not show up for work for 2 weeks. His boss obviously was very concerned. His tools were there, he had not picked up his paycheck, and he knew that there was something wrong because that wasn't like Shorty to at least not call and let him know what was going on. And so at that point, his employer filed a missing persons report.
On June 18th, 2010, Shorty's case is assigned to Detective Anthony Tobar of the Pelican Bay Police Department. Tobar's first move is to question the woman Shorty supposedly left behind, Neola Robinson. From the get-go, it seems Neola has resigned herself to the fact that she's just another in Shorty's long line of women scorned.
When I talked to her, there was no signs of sympathy. There was no signs of heartache. And just as a matter of fact, he just left. He was a grown man. He could do whatever he wants.
Neola said that Shorty had run off to Ontario, California, but Neola didn't really seem to care. She didn't seem to mind.
Shorty, better than the prior husbands I had. Nothing happened that day he left. He already had his plan to leave. I think, honest to God, I think he had a plan from day one. I thought one time he might be married somewhere else, too.
In fact, Neola tells Detective Tobar that even though Shorty'd only been gone for 3 weeks, she'd already found herself a new man.
I thought it was pretty weird that Neola started dating pretty close after my dad's disappearance, but in my mind, I think that she was just trying to get on with her life.
Detective Tobar has his suspicions, but based on Neola's own reputation for quickly moving from one man to the next, there's no evidence to suspect her of foul play related to Shorty's disappearance.
3 days after the initial report to us, it's just a missing adult. Maybe a man actually left.
On the afternoon of June 22nd, Detective Tobar heads to Shorty's favorite watering hole, the Honky Tonk Woman's Saloon, to see if any of Shorty's drinking buddies have heard from him.
We were his family. I mean, his friends were his true family because we knew him the best.
You know, he went in there, everybody knew him. He really never even met a stranger.
It wouldn't be rare for Shorty to walk into the bar and he'd have a new love.
According to Shorty's friends, that didn't happen this time. And the fact that Shorty split town without so much as a goodbye seemed out of character.
Countless friends that he talked to on a daily basis, if not hourly, all said something's wrong. Shorty doesn't walk away from his friends and his family.
I saw Shorty once a week, every Tuesday, no matter what. When he didn't come into the bar that week, I knew something was wrong.
Shorty's friends also believe that Shorty leaving Neola for another woman was a long time coming.
Shorty had told me that, the relationship had just been so strained after she had that accident.
She didn't have a job. She didn't have unemployment. Shorty was having to pay her car payment and her motorcycle payment. After a while, Shorty started coming in by himself more and more. And when they were together, you could tell there was some tension.
I believe that that's what put a strain on their marriage. That was the beginning of the downfall of the marriage.
As the couple's t-shirt printing business got up and running, Shorty's friends say it hadn't really panned out the way Neola had hoped.
At that time, finances were tight. They were living in a small town, and it was hard to make ends meet.
Things were getting worse and just arguing about the money, and he told me that he was going to ask her for a divorce.
Shorty's friends tell Detective Tobar that the last time they saw him was over Memorial Day weekend, just hours before he planned to break things off with Neola.
He was going to ask her for a divorce and be gone so that she could have her privacy to get her stuff out of his house. And he just comes up missing with everything left there.
Neola said that he had run off with another woman to Ontario, California.
Shorty doesn't not call. Shorty doesn't walk away from his friends and his family.
With the mystery of Shorty's whereabouts growing deeper by the minute, Detective Tobar phones his counterparts in Ontario, California.
Neola thought he went to California.
Police ran down every lead, but that went nowhere. They couldn't find any evidence that Shorty was in California with another woman.
After the Ontario, California Police Department says there is no sign of Shorty in California, Detective Tobar issues a subpoena for Shorty's bank and phone records. The bank records will take time to process, but Detective Tobar receives Shorty's cell phone records within 48 hours. Immediately, the red flags start flying.
His phone numbers were not logging calls or registering off any cell towers.
Had he actually ran off, you'd have some sign of him at some other location, whether it be a cell phone locating in another state, him contacting his family and friends telling, hey, look, this is where I'm going to go.
As Detective Tobar ponders these possibilities, he receives a phone call from two of Shorty's friends, Lisa Arneson and Denise Dunnigan. The two women say they just left another bar in town called Lynn's Saloon, and they can't believe what they saw.
Right there at the bar, I thought it was Shorty because he had this shirt that Shorty wears and this black hat. And I thought, oh my gosh, he's back. And then when I got right next to this guy, I said, oh my God, it wasn't Shorty.
When I saw the guy wearing Shorty's clothes and his hat and his boots, it was in my head. He knows. He knows something.
According to Lisa and Denise, the man in Shorty's clothes was a well-known barfly named Ray. And when Lisa and Denise asked Ray why he was wearing Shorty's clothes, his response chilled them to the bone. Coming up, who is Ray, and what does he know?
He was just concerned about his own well-being.
And there are signs of life in Shorty's bank records.
Police discovered that there is activity on his bank account, that his debit card had been used.
I go before the bridge and tell the tale that this box contains, and woe be unto you.
In June 2010, 59-year-old Neola Robinson told police in Pelican Bay, Texas, that her husband, 57-year-old Shorty Robinson, had run off with another woman. Given Shorty's reputation as a ladies' man, Neola's story was certainly plausible. But now, Shorty's friends have given investigators an astonishing new lead in the case.
About 3 weeks to a month into Shorty's disappearance, here comes this guy walking in with Shorty's clothes on, and his boots and his cowboy hat.
I thought it was Shorty, and I thought, well, why in the world did he not get a hold of me? And as I got closer, I realized it wasn't him.
Denise and Lisa asked Ray why he is wearing Shorty's clothes.
We're like, where did you get that? You know that Shorty's, well, he didn't need it anymore. How do you know he don't need it anymore? You know, it kind of like wigged us all out. And he knows where he's at. Wasn't doubt in my mind that man knew.
His life was going to the bar. He lived in a small apartment with a family member, and he did tree service whenever he could. Wasn't well liked.
But according to Shorty's friends, there was one person in town who had grown quite fond of Ray, Neola Robinson.
She started dating this guy named Ray, and they had started dating shortly after Shorty left. And Ray was wearing Shorty's clothes because they were, funny enough, same size.
On July 16, 2010, Detective Tobar sits down with Ray for a one-on-one interview. He begins by asking Ray about his relationship with Neola.
Ray says, in addition to tree services, he also does a little handyman work on the side, which is how he met Neola. Ray told police that on July 10th, Neola came to the bar and asked him if he could do some handyman work around her home. She said that Shorty had always done this work before, but that Shorty had abandoned her and run off with another woman.
Ray says that the following day he did the work at Neola's place, and that once he was done, Neola asked him if he'd like to come inside.
The handyman work led to sex, which in turn immediately led to Ray and Neola becoming an item. Ray moved into Neola's home. They were just waiting on Neola's divorce to make things official.
Could Ray have had something to do with Shorty's disappearance? And if so, was it at Neola's bidding?
So how does this guy go from meeting Neola to moving in with her 6 days later? Something about Ray's story just doesn't gel.
With no concrete evidence that Ray was involved in Shorty's disappearance, detectives have no choice but to let him go. Detective Tobar obtains a subpoena for both Ray and Neola's phone records. As Tobar examines the call log, he uncovers a discrepancy in Ray's story.
Ray said that he met Neola on July 10th, but their first phone call was actually June 12th. That was 4 days before Shorty was reported missing.
Just as Detective Tobar is zeroing in on Ray and Neola, Shorty's bank releases his financial records.
Shorty had expressed to some people that he was thinking about leaving Neola. In fact, in the days before Shorty's boss reported him missing, he had actually opened his own checking account, a separate checking account.
Shorty had cut her off financially. That he had told her, I'm not giving you another dime. You need to get off your butt. You need to start working.
And the activity on that account suggests Shorty is potentially alive and well.
Police discovered that there is activity on his bank account, that his debit card had been used.
When Detective Tobar digs a little deeper, he discovers Shorty's debit card hadn't been used anywhere except in and around Pelican Bay.
Either Shorty is still hanging around Pelican Bay and is somehow avoiding being seen by his friends and coworkers, or someone in Pelican Bay has been using Shorty's card.
Detective Tobar also takes a look at the checks written against Shorty's account and discovers even more irregularities.
I got a signature card. And that signature card is what he activated his account with. It would also be the signature that confirms on all the checks.
The signatures did not match at all.
So at first they thought, well, maybe he's around. Maybe he's using his debit card. But then they found out it wasn't him. It was Neola that was using it.
When you look at the notes that Neola wrote on the calendars, the lettering was the same. The sweeping of the letters was the same. It was all indicative that she's the one that wrote the checks.
On August 13th, 2010, Detective Tobar and a CSI execute a search warrant of Neola and Shorty Robinson's home. For a man who had allegedly left town to start a new life, Shorty didn't seem to take much with him.
His motorcycle was still there. His truck was still there. His tools were there. His tools were at work. His friend Lisa said she talked to him daily, and she hadn't heard from him, and she knew something was wrong.
A working class man, especially in this area of Texas, and almost anywhere, doesn't just leave and leave everything behind that he owns. Shorty had worked a long time and very hard. That is just not consistent with any person to leave all of that behind.
That's not the only disturbing discovery investigators make.
We did find blood inside the house. There was detection in the bathroom, and there was detection on the bathroom counter underneath a Lysol bottle. The crime scene investigator had to pry the bottle off because it had stuck to the counter so severely.
The CSI collects the blood and sends it off to the lab for processing.
The blood was tested at UNT against samples from his son. Unfortunately, it was so degraded that there was no DNA sample available.
With no blood evidence, or for that matter, any evidence that indicates a crime has occurred, the investigation hits a dead end.
Essentially, all you have is a missing man who may or may not have left town with another woman. And you have an angry wife who helped herself to her husband's finances and personal belongings. That does not rise to the level of a major crime.
There were no new leads that were developed. There was no evidence that suggested either the truthfulness or the falsity of Neola's story. Essentially, it became a cold case.
Coming up, Shorty's friends and family begin to lose hope.
I didn't have any hope that he was going to be found alive.
This day and age, people like Shorty don't disappear off of the face of the earth unless they're dead.
But just when things look their bleakest, an old witness comes forward with new information.
She told the gentleman, I've already got rid of one man in this town. I can get rid of another.
I think there was a whole nother side to Shorty that not everybody saw.
I agree.
Investigators now suspect that Neola Robinson, or her new boyfriend Ray, is responsible for the disappearance of Neola's husband, Shorty. Despite circumstantial evidence that suggests foul play, there's nothing concrete to tie them to any sort of crime.
We're running out of leads to follow up on. Everything has been followed up on. Search warrants have been done, but I didn't have any concrete proof that Shorty was indeed murdered and that he was indeed dead.
Not that Detective Tobar is giving up on the case. Over the next 3 years, he continues to run down even the slightest lead, all to no avail.
I still looked into everything. Someone said he actually went into a local grocery store, and I sat for 6 hours at that grocery store, reviewing 3 days worth of tapes, just hoping to see him come through the grocery store. And never happened.
I didn't have any hope that he was going to be found alive, just because he was the same kind of guy. He went to work, come home, went to work, went to the bar, come home. He was just the same routine.
However, in June 2013, this cold case starts to heat up when Claire Barnes of the Texas Rangers reaches out to police in Pelican Bay.
One thing that Texas Rangers do that is a great help, particularly for smaller police agencies in the state of Texas, they help out with complicated investigations, like cold case investigations.
Claire had just become a Texas Ranger 30 days before, and he just young and energetic.
Ranger Barnes called me and asked if he could get all the information I had on the case. And I said, yeah, let me get it to you as soon as possible.
What he did was check to see in this intervening period of time from when the case went cold to when he picked it up, does Shorty pop up anywhere on the grid? And when it was apparent that he had not, Claire knew right away that Shorty is deceased. It's just a matter of finding out where he is.
Ranger Barnes' first move is to circle back to one of the original suspects, Ray.
Ray was always a strong suspect for a number of reasons. One, he was romantically involved with Neola around the time of Shorty's disappearance. Two, Ray stepped into Shorty's life, and literally, for that matter, into Shorty's clothes. And three, Ray's timeline of when he started interacting with Neola was false. He lied to police.
On July 12, 2013, Barnes brings Ray in for an interview and asks him point blank if he knows what happened to Shorty Robinson.
Ray maintained that he had nothing to do with Shorty's disappearance, and he generally sticks with the same story he told years ago. But Ray mentions, somewhat offhandedly, that over time, he's become very afraid of Neola.
At some point in time, he actually started getting fearful of her. He said that she's not right in the head. He was concerned about his own well-being.
Once they broke up, she went crazy again, leaving him voicemails, threatening him. She told the gentleman, I've already got rid of one man in this town. I can get rid of another.
And that's when Ray told police that Neola had admitted to him that she killed Shorty herself.
The following morning, Claire Barnes reaches out to Neola Robinson.
He developed a rapport with her, explained that he was following up on the investigation, wanting to hear her story once more, and she agreed to speak with him at the Texas Department of Public Safety office.
In an interrogation room, Barnes and Lieutenant Todd Snyder take an unusual approach and start their interview by apologizing to Neola.
We were a little bit taken back by the way you were treated. I know Claire touched on it, but I want to apologize too for the way you were treated by law enforcement in general.
He made her feel like he had to close his case up and wrap it up because it was a cold case, and all he was doing was just finalizing it.
In my experience, seasoned investigators like Ranger Barnes use different techniques when dealing with subjects. One technique is to project blame on someone other than the person being interviewed.
In fact, Barnes and Lieutenant Snyder insist that if anyone is the real villain in this case, it's Shorty himself.
I think there was a whole nother side to Shorty that not everybody saw. I think everybody on the street, his bosses, his buddies, see a great guy, hard worker, but when you shut the door, there's another man that walks in.
I agree.
He played the good cop, someone that was on her side. She was a victim, and she felt like she had a friend.
I have just a sneaky suspicion that there was a lot more physical violence toward you than what you've ever told anybody. Some slapping around, some shoving, some beatings.
Ranger Barnes' tactic dangled the opportunity out to Neola to come up with a plausible theory about Shorty's disappearance and about Shorty's death that did not implicate her in his murder.
Neola doesn't take the bait.
She gave him the same account of what happened that she had been giving to everyone for the period of 3 years.
What happened in there?
Nothing, he left.
Ranger Barnes confronted her, said he did not believe her story to be truthful, and asked for her to be truthful.
It was either an accident, you snapped, or it was self-defense or something. But he didn't walk out that house that night. He was dead, and we know it. You know it, I know it, and Claire knows it.
Ranger Barnes had a box that was full of binders and papers and other records, and directly addressed Neola and told her that what was in the box was a murder case.
I go before the breach and tell the tale that this box contains, and Woe belongs to you. You know what happened. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what happened.
You do know what. Let's say you killed him. But
I didn't kill him.
Enough, Cotton. Enough. I want to know where his body was found. You may not know what happened, but you know where his body was found.
I don't know what happened.
Okay, then tell us where you found him in the house.
In his chair?
That's it. Look, the wall's down. It's over. The wall is down, man. Take a minute, gather your thoughts, and when you're ready to tell us, you tell us. Because as Claire said, the wall's down.
Neola starts by telling her version of what happened the night Shorty disappeared.
She said that Shorty had returned home intoxicated from the bar.
He came back in, and he is mad as hell.
It was worse than that.
Her and Shorty had gotten into a heated argument that night, and that she had sprayed a chemical in his face.
I bet that pissed him off.
Oh, he was throwing stuff around. He was throwing the recliners around.
At one point during this verbal altercation, Shorty approached her in what she termed to be some aggressive manner, and that she turned and sliced at him with the fruit knife. She said the fruit knife cut him on his arm or his hand.
All I remember is running to the bedroom and closing the door.
Okay.
And I heard him throwing a bunch of stuff around.
Okay.
And then he got quiet.
Neola says that the next morning she crept out of the bedroom.
He was in his chair.
Okay.
He's dead.
According to Neola, it wasn't the knife wound on Shorty's arm that killed him. It was the bug spray she'd hit him with.
I think when it was in that can, I think that killed him.
Okay.
But I didn't mean to.
Neola Robinson's explanation for Shorty's death was completely absurd.
Where's he at, Bob?
He's there.
Where? He's on the property?
Yeah.
Neola said that after she found Shorty dead, she waited until the night, and then she stuffed his body into an air mattress, and then she dragged the air mattress out into the front yard, where she buried his body.
So after her interview on July 13th, Neola leads investigators out to her house and shows them where Shorty is buried.
To the left of the house, there was a tree, and just in front of the tree, there's a small shed. Right behind that small shed, closer to the tree, was where he was buried.
All of us had driven by it 100 times. So it was creepy. It was shocking. It was unbelievable. None of us could wrap our brains around it.
I mean, who does that? Who buries their husband in the front yard and steadily just walking around him all day long? Who does this?
Even though investigators believe Neola is lying about the manner of Shorty's death, they need concrete evidence.
Investigators exhumed the remains and sent them to the coroner's office to be examined and to determine the true cause of death.
Not surprisingly, the coroner's report makes clear Shorty's cause of death wasn't poisoning by bug spray.
There were no substantive cuts on the body, nothing to suggest a fatal status, and there was no bug spray in Shorty's system, certainly not a lethal level of it.
According to the coroner, the true cause of death was far more gruesome.
Shorty's thyroid cartilage had been snapped off at the base. And according to the medical examiner's office, it's a finding that is most frequently made when there has been focal pressure to that cartilage. In other words, hangings, ligature stranglings, or a focal manual strangling.
Coming up, investigators lay out their theory of the crime.
She waited till she could take advantage and do what she needed to do.
But is there enough evidence to convict Neola?
She murdered my friend. How is that possible? How is that right?
After a 3-year investigation into the disappearance of Texas resident Shorty Robinson, His wife Neola has finally admitted to killing him. And after receiving the medical examiner's report, investigators now know Shorty's cause of death.
Ranger Barnes had an excavation team come to recover the remains. Thyroid cartilage had been snapped off at the base.
The autopsy came back that basically he was choked, it was broken.
Based on this information, investigators pieced together the events that led to Shorty Robinson's death.
Saturday evening in May of 2010, he told me that he was going to ask her for a divorce.
I think that Shorty and Neola's discord had become almost unlivable. Shorty was really frustrated that Neola wasn't working and was basically living off of the income that he was making.
And when Shorty told her he wanted a divorce, Neola began to panic.
Neola was a woman in her 60s that was not employed, had no nearby family and real friends. She would have essentially become destitute.
Rather than engage in a physical confrontation, Neola waited for Shorty to slip into a drunken sleep.
I think that Shorty came home intoxicated, and he fell asleep in his recliner, and Neola came up behind him and turned off the air.
She was not going to be left out on the street and wait until she could take advantage and do what she needed to do.
On July 15, 2013, Neola Robinson is charged with the first-degree murder of her husband. Her trial is slated to begin on September 15, 2014. But just before the opening gavel drops, Neola's defense team reaches out to prosecutors.
Neola began to, through her counsel, ask for a plea offer. I called Shorty's son, Michael, and I explained to him the circumstances.
And I said, anything less than her admitting to murder, I don't want to hear it. And he said that they will agree to 18 years with her admitting to murder. I did agree to it. That was a fair punishment.
Though Shorty's family is comfortable with the 18-year sentence, many of his friends feel like Neola got off with a slap on the wrist.
I thought it was wrong. She murdered my friend, and you're going to give her 18 years? How is that possible? How is that right?
While there's certainly no love lost for Neola, Shorty Robinson will never be forgotten, especially at the Honky Tonk Woman's Saloon.
Shorty's urn is in the shape of a motorcycle gas tank, and even today, it is in the honky tonk bar that he used to frequent.
In the bar business, you have a lot of people that end up dying, but not everybody gets an urn. Shorty was that important.
Neola became eligible for parole in July of 2022, but is not scheduled for release at this time. She is 72 years old. Ray was never charged in connection with Shorty Robinson's murder.
A Manhattan financier and his beautiful wife lived the high life among New York's elite.
They had a couple of addresses in Manhattan, one on Park Avenue. They also had a home in the Hamptons.
You lived a very nice life, but with respect to me.
With an Ivy League pedigree and a head for business, their handsome son was also destined for New York's upper crust.
He was a ladies' man. He was incredibly good looking.
He tried to start a business of his own.
But a darkness is about to consume their whole family.
What's the emergency today, Matt? My husband is, I think, dead.
Mr. Gilbert was laying on the floor. With a gunshot. What did you say?
I was stunned. I was absolutely shocked.
The media frenzy that ensues will engulf all of Manhattan high society.
It is a murder sending ripples to a quiet, upscale Manhattan neighborhood.
You're finding out that they're one of these little rich kids with the entitlement issue.
We've got money and power and privilege and murder.
But it's what the cameras don't see that reveals the truth behind this Prince of Manhattan's fall from grace.
I thought it was far safer than we ever knew.
If you have an adult child who's suffering with mental illness, it is very difficult to force that person to see doctors and take their medication.
What happened to our family should never, ever happen to any other family again in this country.
High above the busy Manhattan streets, life in the high-rises of Midtown is more refined.
When you move into one of these neighborhoods in Manhattan, you don't just sign on the dotted line and move in. You have to pass background checks. They have old money more than they have new money. But the key factor is they have money.
Just after 3 p.m. on January 4th, 2015, an unusual call comes into 911 from 67-year-old resident Shelley Gilbert.
What's the emergency today, ma'am? My husband is, I think, dead. Okay. Please connect to EMS. Do not hang up, okay? Thank you. Okay.
We knew that the victim was Thomas Gilbert, a male in his 60s. The caller was his wife, Shelley. He's not breathing.
What? I don't think so. I can't get a pulse. He's been dead. He's been shot.
He's been shot?
Yes.
Minutes later, first responders enter the apartment.
We saw the wife, Tom Shelley. She was very distraught, very upset.
Shelley directs police to the couple's bedroom.
When investigators initially arrived on the scene, it had the look of a suicide.
Mr. Gilbert was laying on the floor when a gunshot went to his head. The gun was in his hand, which is a little strange because you would figure if he hit the ground, the gun would probably be released from his grip and it would be on the ground, which it wasn't.
Investigators immediately honed in on the fact that it was odd for someone who allegedly committed suicide to still be holding on to the gun.
We can rule out suicide at this point, but your mind starts working and thinking, I mean, what happened? Was it a burglary? Was it a robbery?
In the next room, Thomas's shaken wife, Shelley, is also processing the devastating scene.
I was stunned. I was actually shocked. I just remember trying to get room in time.
Mrs. Gilbert's with a couple of detectives asking questions. You just keep on going until you find out all the facts.
Born in 1945, Thomas Gilbert seemed destined for success from a young age.
He was born into a very upper-class, white-collar family. He didn't want for anything while he was growing up. He attended Andover College, and then he graduated from Princeton in 1967.
In the late 70s, Thomas was an up-and-coming Wall Street big shot when he met beautiful Shelley Ray.
I met Tom at my favorite dance in New York. He called the following Tuesday. We went to a discotheque called the Hippopotamus for drinks. 3/4 of the way through the evening, I wanted to give him a shake and say, where have you been all these years?
She was a debutante, and they moved in the same circles of high society New York. And they married in 1981. They were a beautiful couple. They seemed to be madly in love.
By the early 80s, Thomas and Shelley were comfortably established in their roles amongst New York's upper crust.
Thomas worked on Wall Street, and Shelley Gilbert was assistant vice president at Newport Securities Corporation. They later moved to the Upper East Side. They also had a home in the Hamptons.
They had it pretty well. Membership to various clubs. They were pretty much socialites in the area and had a lot of friends and were well-respected people in the community.
3 years into their marriage, Thomas and Shelley welcomed a baby boy.
Tommy was born in 1984, and we were ecstatic. After paternity leave, I went back to work for a year, and I missed him dreadfully. So I became a full-time mother.
The Gilberts had 2 children, Tommy, and they also had a daughter.
We were ready to have children and loved it, absolutely loved every bit of parenting.
When it was time for their son to attend college, Tommy followed in his father's footsteps by attending Princeton.
While he was at Princeton, he was taking an economics course that he absolutely adored.
With dashing good looks, Tommy stood out among his wealthy, pedigreed peers.
He was quite tall. I think he's about 6'3", very, very fit, blonde, very model looking. He dressed very casually.
In 2009, Tommy graduated from Princeton with a degree in economics.
Thomas Gilbert Sr. really wanted his son, his namesake, to follow in his footsteps, to carry on the family name and pursue a job on Wall Street.
But Tommy, like his father, wanted to chart his own path.
He tried to start a business of his own, using technical charts to predict market action. He went through a legal process to establish his company. He did some work for my husband in my husband's business, and my husband paid him for it whenever he could.
Still, Tommy had to rely on his parents to stay afloat in expensive Manhattan.
Thomas's Chelsea apartment was $2,400 a month. Thomas's parents paid for his apartment, and they also gave him an allowance of $1,000 a week.
With the generous cash influx of over $6,000 a month from his parents, Tommy had time to work and play the field. Tall, blonde, and destined for big things, Tommy never had a hard time finding a date.
After college, Tommy started dating a socialite named Lizzie Frazier. The two of them together were beautiful and a stunning pair out on the New York social scene.
After their relationship fizzled, Tommy began a fling with publicist Anna Rothschild in December of 2013.
I did think he was very handsome, that's for sure. He told me that he worked for his dad for a time, so I got the feeling that he was just trying to do something to make his dad proud.
While his son dated gorgeous women and tried to build a reputation in the business world, Tommy Sr. was hard at work on a new venture of his own. After 40 years on Wall Street, he started his own hedge fund, Wainscott Capital.
Tom was starting a business that wasn't quite there yet, but it showed every sign of doing exceedingly well.
The Gilbert family seemed bound for continued wealth and success. Until one tragic January afternoon.
We had received a call that there was a person shot at the Beekman apartment complex.
Thomas Gilbert Sr. has been murdered. The weapon was laying on his chest, and his hand was placed over the weapon. What it appears to be is a bungled attempt to make it look like suicide.
After ruling out suicide, detectives are also able to quickly eliminate the possibility of a random attack.
Either you're getting buzzed in or you have a key, so we know that. We also know that there was no breaking at the front door of the Gilbert home as well, so we knew that there wasn't a burglary.
But who targeted this wealthy businessman?
By this point, the neighborhood is aware that Thomas Gilbert Sr. has been murdered, and everyone is concerned. Is there a killer on the loose that could come for them next?
Coming up, Shelley Gilbert relives the worst day of her life.
This is perfect, and I'm not sure I'll ever believe it happened. I was terrified.
And a citywide manhunt becomes front-page news.
We have a shell casing envelope with the serial number of the gun that was recovered at the crime scene. Let's get the person that did this as fast as we can.
All my friends were telling me, get out of your apartment. I was so scared.
In January of 2015, Shelley Gilbert was full of pride for the success of both her husband, Thomas Gilbert Sr., and her son, Tommy.
Tom was starting a business. Tommy, maybe a month before that, he had done a very fine analysis of the market, which Tom had actually used in his investing with success. It was good for his portfolio. So I was thrilled.
Is it not every father's dream to have their son follow in their footsteps whenever that's possible?
But that dream came to an abrupt end on the afternoon of January 4th, when Shelley Gilbert found her husband dead inside their Manhattan apartment.
This is perfect, and I'm not sure I'll ever believe it happened. I was terrified.
Mr. Gilbert is laying on his back. He had one gunshot to his head, which was the cause of death. The gun was a .45. There was a spent round found at the scene, as well as the case.
To piece it all together, investigators turned to the woman who made the 911 call, Thomas's wife, Shelley.
The odd thing is that Shelley's tone of voice on the call was rather calm. I mean, let's face it, whenever there's a spouse who is met with some sort of horrible death, they always look to the husband or the wife.
In her interview with police, Shelley explained that around 3 o'clock that afternoon, their 30-year-old son, Tommy, had paid an unexpected visit.
He came in unannounced. I was surprised to see him, thrilled to have him come by. He told me he wanted to see Tom to discuss business.
On his way to talk with his father, Shelley says Tommy asked her for a favor.
I thought, this is good news. He's really doing well. He wants to work with Tom. That's terrific. He asked me to go out and get a sandwich and Coke, and I did. And that was that.
He and his dad were going to have a conversation relative to some financial things, and he had some plans that he wanted to go into with his dad. That's when Thomas went into the room to speak to his dad.
Shelley leaves the house, and call it a mother's intuition, call it what you will, but a few minutes later she gets what she describes as a bad feeling. She turns around and goes back to her apartment.
I came back right away. There was something about it that was concerning, so I came right back and didn't give a sandwich.
Shelley tells detectives that as soon as she entered the apartment, her stomach sank.
She is most notably struck by what she calls a deafening silence when she walks in.
I was expecting to hear conversation when I listened at the door. I heard nothing, and I was concerned about that.
She goes to the back bedroom and immediately sees her husband on the floor.
My first thought when I saw Tom was, oh, you're knocked out. You must have gotten into a fisticuff.
Shelley says she quickly realized the situation was much worse.
She sees her husband on the floor with a bullet hole to the side of his head, kind of weirdly holding a .40 caliber Glock. Shelley immediately picks up the phone to call 911, as any wife would do.
I remember talking to the nice lady on the other end of the phone. And when will they be here? When will they be here? I remember we desperately needed being with somebody, not being alone. It seemed like a very long time before they came.
Shelley tells investigators there's only one person who could have shot Thomas, their son, Tommy Jr.
That's the only other person in the apartment. When she leaves, by the time Shelley Gilbert gets back, following her intuition, Tommy is no longer there.
I thought I was far sicker than we ever knew.
According to Shelley, Tommy suffers from severe mental illness.
He would do things like wash his hands frequently. He would lose things. That seemed to increase, and I realized in retrospect that certain objects became contaminated and he couldn't deal with them. And so he would just avoid them. And as that became more so, it became obvious what was going on.
Thomas was diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, and it would show itself sometimes with him believing that things and places and people were contaminated or radioactive.
When he last saw his doctor, they were trying to evaluate him for schizophrenia. And to tell you sure, he was full on schizophrenia. We wanted to get him help. We were trying to convince him to get help.
Shelley tells detectives that their efforts had only pushed Tommy further away.
He didn't want to have anything to do with us. He wouldn't answer texts or phone calls or emails. When we did talk to him, he told us not to try and get in touch with him. As he got sicker and sicker toward the end there, we saw less and less and less. We were bashing our heads trying to figure out how to communicate with him more, arranging things to keep him busy that we might be able to be part of.
As Shelley pours her heart out to detectives, it seems clear to them that she is telling the truth.
This poor lady, we feel terrible. She lost her husband. In her mind, she thinks her son had something to do with this. You could pretty much tell at that point, you could eliminate her as being the suspect. Watching her and seeing her demeanor, we knew that she wasn't involved in this.
As for Tommy, detectives know they need to act quickly.
We're making a prime suspect number one at this point. We have to worry about if Thomas is an alleged perp at this particular point. Okay, does Thomas have another gun on? You don't want some innocent person being shot. Let's get the person that did this as fast as we can.
It was a murder sending ripple to a quiet, upscale Manhattan neighborhood.
Could be a male white in the early 30s, wearing a dark sweatshirt. Name is Thomas Gilbert Jr. May still be in the area, unknown right now, armed or not.
Coming up, police close in on their suspect.
They have no idea what to expect.
And alarming new information casts a dark shadow over this once gilded prince of Manhattan.
Neighbors saw someone standing in that cemetery among tombstones, watching the day as this house burnt to the ground.
On January 4th, 2015, detectives with NYPD's 17th Precinct have launched a manhunt for 30-year-old Tommy Gilbert after his father, 70-year-old Thomas Gilbert Sr., was found shot to death inside his upscale Manhattan apartment.
We find out where he lives. We ping his phone. We get a warrant that will know where his location is. So we're up on his phone. We're checking if he's using credit cards. We flag the father's credit cards.
As the police dragnet intensifies, news of the high-profile shooting sends shockwaves through New York's upper crust.
I looked at my messages and people were saying Tommy killed his dad. All my friends were telling me, get out of your apartment. He's going to come there and kill you. I was so scared.
Almost 6 hours pass with no updates. Then, detectives finally get a break.
It was a ping, on-call ping meeting at a location. That location was his residence, his apartment.
At 9:30 p.m., law enforcement converge on Tommy's Chelsea apartment building.
They have no idea what to expect, right? They don't know if Tommy is still armed and dangerous, if he's alive on the other side of the door. They have no idea.
We're waiting out there for a long time, it seemed like. And all of a sudden, the surfaces Thomas.
Tommy eventually just sort of casually opens the door while he's casually talking on his phone and lets them know that he's on the phone with his lawyer.
He knew the jig was up. I'm sure what he's thinking is, my best bet is to come out. Let me not make this a worse situation. At that point, he's handcuffed and searched, and he's transported back to the 17th precinct. We get back to the 17th precinct, and we put him in an interview room where we were going to interview him. At that point, the lawyer showed up and said cease and desist all questioning, and we stopped.
Tommy may not be talking, but the media is.
The press jumped on this immediately. We've got money and power and privilege and murder. This is the kind of stuff journalists really go to.
when you have names such as Princeton and the Hamptons attached to your name, it hits the news in a big way. And if Tom and I had been factory workers and living on the outer edges of New York, the press wouldn't have paid any attention to it whatsoever.
As the media storm intensifies, NYPD investigators focus in on Tommy's past. Speaking to his closest friends, detectives are stunned to learn that the handsome 30-year-old is the subject of another investigation, this one in nearby Southampton, a vacation haven for the East Coast's wealthy elite.
Tommy Gilbert became best friends with a man named Peter Smith.
Thomas would often go surfing and spend weekends at Peter's home in the Hamptons, where they would hang out. They were really close.
However, friends say the relationship soured when Tommy accused Peter of hitting on his ex-girlfriend, the gorgeous socialite Lizzie Frazier.
Tommy was, for lack of a better word, infatuated with her. And even after they broke up, Lizzie became a point of contention between Tommy and his one-time best friend, Peter Smith. Tommy accused Peter of wanting to be with Lizzie, even though the relationship was over, and even though Peter denied all of the allegations. That really stuck with Tommy.
According to his friends, the tension between Peter and Tommy allegedly boiled over in the fall of 2013.
One day, as Peter left his apartment, he was brutally attacked, allegedly by his old BFF, Tommy Gilbert.
For whatever reason, Peter decided not to press charges against Tommy.
Though Peter never formally pressed charges, he did get lawyers involved.
Thomas's friends were concerned about him, but they were also a little afraid. After that, Peter got a restraining order against Tommy.
Then, almost a year later, Tommy's friends say a mysterious fire broke out in Peter Smith's Hamptons home.
The whole home burns down. Investigators, upon going through the rubble, discover that this was arson. There were neighbors who said that they saw someone standing in that cemetery among the tombstones watching the blaze as this house burned to the ground. And in that cemetery, investigators did find a gasoline can and strips of purple sheets that looked like they were used to accelerate the blaze.
Despite Peter's suspicions, Southampton investigators never uncovered definitive proof that Tommy Gilbert was responsible for the blaze.
The police were not able to prove anything about that house. If he did it, if he did not, who knows?
Thomas Gilbert was never charged or convicted with setting the fire. He was the main person of interest.
Now, only 4 months after the fire, Tommy is back in the crosshairs of law enforcement. To get more information, police sit down with Shelley Gilbert once again. According to Shelley, though her son had suffered from mental illness for over a decade, he worked hard to hide it from those outside the family.
He was always putting his best foot forward. So when he got sick, that was very much a part of what he was doing, trying to appear, in that case, normal. And so that made it harder to see.
Throughout all of this, his outward appearance is still immaculate. Meanwhile, his apartment is a train wreck. It's the shambles, dirty, everything's out of place. There's a mismatch between his outward appearance and what's really going on behind closed doors.
According to Shelley, as the years went by, Tommy became more and more paranoid.
His paranoia was that people were out to harm him, and he had various iterations of that were very real to him.
As Tommy's paranoia grew, so did his dependence on his parents.
Thomas Gilbert Sr. used to give Junior money He used to give him $1,000 a week, and he used to pay his rent, which was $2,400.
Through it all, Shelley says she and her husband tried desperately to get their son the help he needed.
The only way to get somebody into a hospital against their will is to go through the legal process, which we were more than willing to do, to have them taken in by the state. But there are so many people that get taken into the state that they're overwhelmed and will keep people typically only for 4 days. And after 4 days, one would have a very angry, very mentally ill son on their hands, which is even worse.
If you have an adult child who's suffering with mental illness, it is very difficult to force that person to see doctors and take their medication. And that's the trap that the Gilbert family fell into.
Shelley tells police she believes Tommy is so sick that there's no way he could have understood what he did when he put a gun to his father's head.
He's capable of doing it, but not understanding the impact and the importance of it.
Coming up, Tommy's friends paint a different picture of this playboy's life.
He seemed to be in very good spirits 2 weeks before he had killed his dad.
And detectives uncover bad blood between father and son.
All of a sudden, his dad is taking some money away from him.
He says, in my opinion, sarcastically, I love you. You're wonderful. Now stay the hell away from me.
In January 2015, Shelley Gilbert finds herself at the center of a storm few can imagine. Her husband of 35 years is dead, and her beloved son is under arrest for his murder.
I still can't believe that. I still can't believe that it's true. Not only am I grieving, but I'm grieving other.
Shelley believes mental illness is what caused Tommy Gilbert Jr. to shoot his father on January 4th, 2015.
He was sicker than he realized. And then proceeded to get sicker because he wasn't getting any help.
As investigators build their case, one question remains. If Tommy was mentally ill, how did he manage to get his hands on the .40 caliber Glock he used to kill his father?
You can't get permission to have a firearm permit, a handgun permit, unless you have 4 people in your life willing to attest that you are mentally fit. Tommy didn't do that.
Having confiscated Tommy's computer from his apartment, investigators scrutinized the 30-year-old's emails. They discover that Tommy found the Glock for sale on the internet.
So Tommy has a long email exchange with the gun seller where they decide on price and they decide on Tommy getting in the car and driving to Ohio to get the gun. Because the person selling the gun figured out that it's illegal to just throw a Glock in there.
In May, when I broke up with him, that week is the week that he went to go buy the gun.
To investigators, Tommy's trip to Ohio seems at odds with his mother's portrayal of a young man who had no understanding of his actions.
Sounds like it was quite planned, that he drove to another state, bought a gun, drove back with it in order to hide it.
If the murder was pre-planned and not part of a psychotic break, what was Tommy's motive?
We're interviewing everyone we can, anyone that he may have come into contact with, friend or family, whatever we could do.
It seems Thomas Sr.'s new business venture required him to tighten the reins on his cash flow to Tommy Jr.
Thomas's father did not have the funds that he once did at the time of his death. He was in the process of starting a new business venture, and that takes money.
As time got a little difficult for Senior, he started to diminish his weekly pay. So it went down to 1,000, I think it went down to 600. I believe it even went down to 300. Through those investigations, you're finding out that he's one of these little rich kids with the entitlement issue, and now all of a sudden his dad is taking some money away from him.
Authorities surmise that as the funds dwindled, the tension between Tommy and his dad rose exponentially.
And it culminates in the months prior to this murder, with Tommy basically sending an email to his father, probably the longest email that he's ever sent to his father, where he says, in my opinion, sarcastically, "Hey, Dad, you've been the greatest dad ever. I love you. You're wonderful. Now, stay the hell away from me. I don't want to be your son. If we cross paths, I want you to cross the street. Don't contact me. Don't email me. Don't talk to me."
As evidence mounts, NYPD detectives begin to believe that it was not mental illness, but greed and anger that drove this wealthy Upper East Sider to commit murder.
Well, we started to believe that Thomas Jr. went there and probably had an argument with his dad. Mom went out. That's why he didn't want the mom there. And obviously he had a gun on him. So his intent was to go there, and if he didn't get what he wanted, being the spoiled brat he was, he shot him. He panicked. He tried to protect himself and make it look like a suicide, placing the gun in his dad's hand.
Tommy Gilbert was charged with second-degree murder. He was also charged with 2 counts of criminal possession of a weapon. He was also charged with criminal possession of ammunition within the New York City limits.
As the legal and media storms rise, Shelley Gilbert's frustration mounts.
Who wants to hear their child is spoiled and entitled? No, nobody wants to hear that. And it wasn't true. He lived a very nice life. But we leave it respectfully and put our best efforts out. We're not spoiled people. We don't raise spoiled children.
Shelley's concerns escalate as Tommy's condition worsens behind bars.
I would visit him, and it was horrifying. Sometimes I visited him, and he was remarkably coherent. And sometimes he refused to see me, and I assumed those were days he was really having a hard time. So here I was left visiting him and watching him get sicker and sicker and sicker and not being able to do a thing about it.
While he was in prison, Thomas's psychosis seemed to be becoming worse, and he would say that he believed everything around him was contaminated, and he thought that if he touched certain things, he would die.
At Shelley's insistence, Tommy's attorneys attempt to take action.
Tommy's lawyer wasn't quite sure that Tommy was actually competent to stand trial.
Mr. Gilbert was undergoing a severe mental health break. I moved very quickly to have him declared unfit by the court.
Coming up, as a courtroom fight rages over Tommy Gilbert's mental competence, his mother stands behind him.
How can I show him? That's the question. I can't. It's impossible. He's still Tommy Gilbert. He's just a very diseased Tommy Gilbert.
And Tommy's future is determined.
You can have mental illness, and you can still be guilty of a crime.
In August of 2015, Tommy Gilbert's attorneys moved to have the 31-year-old Ivy Leaguer declared unfit for trial.
Defendants have to be able to understand what is going on in the courtroom, what the judge does, what the jury does, what the prosecutor and defense attorney do. He was incapable of that kind of higher level of thought.
To prove Tommy is unfit for trial, his attorneys have him evaluated.
The first 2 psychiatrists were from the hospital. 2 of them did a very thorough analysis and determined that Tommy was not fit for trial.
He was contemporaneously evaluated by multiple experienced and independent psychiatrists. They deemed him to be unfit, unequivocally unfit to participate in his defense.
Despite the findings of medical professionals, the prosecution attempts to argue otherwise.
The prosecutors believed that he could participate in his own defense, he could decide strategy for his own defense, he could tell his lawyers what happened, what didn't happen, what's true, what's not. He could be part of the process.
While Tommy is held behind bars, judges and mental health professionals debate Tommy's fitness. Then, on November 4th, 2015, 10 months after his arrest, the judge makes a decision.
The prosecutors hired a doctor that did rule him to be fit for trial, and the trial proceeded.
I was stunned. I was absolutely shocked. He declared him fit for trial.
So the system fails everybody. It fails Mrs. Gilbert, fails Mr. Gilbert Sr. in his memory. It fails the defendant. He was completely unfit to participate in these proceedings.
In May 2019, after a series of delays, 34-year-old Tommy's trial finally gets underway in a Manhattan courtroom. The media is anxious to get a look at the former New York playboy.
He had movie star look. Fast forward to 2019, and that Tommy Gilbert is disheveled, looks older than his years, weathered, stressed.
Over the years, his physical appearance deteriorated completely. And he wasn't even getting enough food to eat. I didn't know it's possible for him to look so pale.
He was unrecognizable. It was shocking how thin and pale and different he looked. I wouldn't have recognized him if we were walking down the street.
At his trial, Tommy's mental health is once again front and center.
Thomas Gilbert ended up pleading not guilty due to reasonable insanity.
In order to be found mentally insane, you have to show that you didn't know what you were doing is wrong.
On May 28th, Shelley Gilbert takes the stand, determined to prove her son's true mental state at the time of her husband's murder.
I wanted the court to understand how very sick he was. And if you brushed up against it with the coat that he was contaminated, he couldn't handle that. It was too painful for him, too difficult to process. He'd be very upset.
Shelley asserts that Tommy grew to have such feelings about his father as well.
He thought his father was controlling the Harvard show that was going on in his head. And that's, I think, was his reason for it. But he had no way of comprehending the gravity. The money that the press has been talking about had nothing to do with it.
Shelley's testimony is powerful, but discussing Tommy's illness in front of her son is a heart-wrenching experience.
Here I was talking in depth about very personal things about my son and my perceptions and my husband's perceptions of him, all deeply personal, and he was sitting right there listening to it all. I mean, that's not healthy for him, and it was brutal for me, of course.
When it's the prosecution's turn, they allege that Tommy went to his parents' home that day, fully aware of his intentions.
Tommy Gilbert drove from New York to Ohio to get his hands on that gun. He bought the ammo. He bought a speed loader. Now, fast forward to the day of. What does Tommy do? He shows up at his parents' apartment unannounced, chats with his mother, and then makes sure that she has to leave the apartment because he knows that he's about to kill his father. Tommy specifically said he wanted a sandwich and a Coke. Why is that significant? Because he knew that Shelley never kept Coke in the house. She would actually have to leave the apartment to go do what Tommy wanted. And she did.
Prosecutors say it was greed, not mental illness, that caused Tommy to kill his father.
When his dad decided to pull back on the money raise, Tommy probably felt very, very threatened. Not just that he was going to be out a few bucks, but that his entire lifestyle might come to a screeching halt. You can have mental illness, and you can still be guilty of a crime. The point in Tommy Gilbert's case was, yes, he was mentally ill, but he wasn't so mentally ill as to get a pass for what he did.
The ultimate decision rests with the jury. On June 28th, they return the verdict.
He ended up being convicted of second-degree murder and second-degree criminal possession of a weapon.
The judge in this case sentenced Tommy to the maximum she could have sentenced him to, which is 30 years to life. She acknowledged that Tommy is mentally ill, but She, like the jury, did not buy that he was legally insane at the time he committed this crime.
Though the conviction brings closure to the case, for Shelley Gilbert, the anguish never ends.
I wasn't surprised so much as got horrified. I still am.
Shelley Gilbert is an example of what unconditional love truly looks like. Her husband is dead. Her son pulled the trigger, but she has been a staunch advocate for Tommy Gilbert.
I love Tom. I'd hate the disease if he'd gotten the help he needed. My husband would still be alive today.
It's a very sad situation because the Gilbert family has been ripped apart by this, right? Mr. Gilbert Sr., who was a wonderful man, is no longer here. Mrs. Gilbert's left a widow with her only son incarcerated. It's just sad all of it.
Society as a whole needs to understand this is how we treat our very mentally ill. We need to shine a bright light on it so people understand it. What happened to our family should never, ever happen to any other family again in this country, and it can and should be corrected.
Tommy Gilbert will be eligible for parole in 2044. He will be 59 years old. Shelley Gilbert maintained that Tommy was not mentally competent when he shot his father. She plans to appeal his conviction. Hi, sub listeners. We are bringing you a special bonus episode today from Oxygen's hit series, Killer Couple. You can also watch full episodes live or on demand on the free Oxygen app or on Peacock by clicking the link in our description. Enjoy.
They were a loving couple trying to make it in America's heartland.
They both had kind of had a hard life, and together they were able to make each other stronger. They were in love, and they did have future plans to get married.
But their dreams are cut short by a horrific tragedy.
They had been shot multiple times. There was large amounts of blood.
The scene was the slaughterhouse. The investigation will force police to revisit atrocities from the past.
Southern Illinois was one of the locations for the railroad killer. The community instantly was on alert.
The search for a suspect will lead detectives on a cross-country manhunt and reveal a darker truth, one culminating in the greatest act of betrayal from a friend in need.
She has both they really got to take a heaven. Still want to lose each other, so we were going to do whatever it took. Their plan was that they were going to be together in eternity.
These two young people's lives were thrown away for what? Nothing. 4 people basically died that day.
I feel so terrible for what happened. I know I should have stopped it. I should have done so many other things.
West Frankfort, Illinois is a quiet town where residents value their slower pace of life.
West Frankfort is a small, tight-knit, charming community, the sort of place you'd want to raise a family.
It used to be a big coal mining area. Most people know each other there.
But on October 19th, 2009, the town's laid-back and friendly veneer is shattered when West Frankfort 911 dispatchers receive a panicked call from a family member of 32-year-old local resident Terry Seebeck.
Terry's aunt called to report that she had spoken with Terry on the evening of the 18th and was unable to get in contact with her on the 19th. She had learned from Terry's employer that she did not show up for work that day.
Terry's aunt tells dispatchers that Terry's live-in girlfriend, 28-year-old Candace Majors, isn't responding to phone calls either.
Candace and Terry are living in Terry's aunt's property. So when they don't respond to her phone calls, she grabs a spare key and heads to the house to see what was going on.
When she approached the house, she noticed there was blood on the storm door.
Then she notices that the doorknob is covered in blood. And she doesn't even walk in, she just calls 911.
When responding officers arrive on the scene, Terry's aunt gives them the key. When they try to enter the front door, the officers immediately encounter resistance.
As I pushed the door open, approximately 5-6 inches, toes came beneath the door, and you can see the blood on that. I was able to push the door open a little further to where I could squeeze my upper torso in and look, and I could see full body laid out perpendicular to the front door.
The scene was a slaughterhouse.
An officer observed a female body that obviously had been shot multiple times, some 4 to 5 times at least.
As police step into the room, they quickly realize there's a second female victim.
She was crumpled between the couch and the coffee table of the residence. There was large amounts of blood in the carpeting and on the coffee table itself.
Police identify the victims as Terry Seabeck and Candace Majors.
And we knew who resided there and who to expect to be inside of that house. Terry's aunt was on scene as we came out of the residence. I think she saw it in my face when I came out.
As homicide detectives are called in, questions remain. Who killed this seemingly loving couple? And why? Since 2007, Terry Seabeck and Candace Majors had been supporting one another, both in life and in love. Both single mothers, the women had faced adversity growing up in small-town Illinois and had bonded over staying sober for nearly a decade.
Candace was a ball of life. She was a very bright, intelligent girl. Candace had a beautiful smile that lit up the room when she walked in. She had so many positive things going for her, but she got into meth really bad for a while. She would go out, start partying, and go off binges for 3 or 4 days.
She would keep a job, lose a job, get another job, kind of just like dead-end jobs. Just really wasn't going anywhere in her life with it.
After losing custody of her 2 children, Candace knew she needed to make a change. That's when she met Terry Seabeck.
Terry was older and wanted to get her life together at that point. She was fighting to get custody back of these children that she had lost. She was just kind of down and out, needing help, and didn't really have anybody because most of her family has passed away or not around.
When Candace and Terry were introduced by mutual friends, they found a kindred spirit in one another.
I think they needed each other just because they both had issues with like past drugs, addiction, trauma. They both wanted to get on a better path and do good for their kids and get that love back that they lost.
They both had kind of had a hard life, and I think they found a mutual bond with each other. Together, they were able to make each other stronger.
They 100% like held each other accountable to always stay clean at that point. At the beginning of 2007, they became really close. Like right after that, moved in together.
Terry started the job painting with her father. Candace had gotten herself enrolled in school to be a radiologist. She had had a job previously working in a nursing home, and she found that she loved that and that the residents of the home loved Candace, and that kind of inspired her to want to do something in some type of health care or to help people.
Candace and Terry had talked to me on many occasions about, how much in love they were, and they did have future plans to get married.
But now the couple has been found shot to death inside their home, and West Frankfort homicide detectives must determine what happened.
There is 2 women, one of which is laying face down right by the front door. Multiple gunshot wounds to both of the women's head and torso. Terry was shot through her left eye. There were shell casings all over the place.
We knew with the gun that we were looking for a 22 auto or semi-auto pistol because of the way that the brass was ejected into the residence of the house after firing.
Detectives are unable to find a gun in the house, ruling out the theory that it may have been a murder-suicide.
The blood on the front door, on the storm door, on the inside of the exterior door, when you see that, there was a struggle. Somebody was fighting to get in or get out. It wasn't a case of somebody sat down and committed suicide.
I've worked multiple homicide cases, but the injuries to Candace and Terry are the worst that I've ever seen.
Coming up, clues from the crime scene point police toward a serial killer from the past.
There had been a railroad killer that terrorized the area, jumping from rail car to rail car and murdering people.
And the search for the truth will expose conflict within the victim's home.
He did become kind of obsessed with her. It was, I will do anything for this person, for them to love me.
In West Frankfort, Illinois, police have discovered the bullet-riddled bodies of 32-year-old Terry Seebeck and her girlfriend, 28-year-old Candace Majors. As they process the crime scene, detectives try to figure out what the killer's motive might have been.
We began looking around to see if somebody might have gone in to rob them of valuables or drugs, if they would have had those in their possession. We had to cover every angle of who might have done this and why.
There were signs of robbery. Both of the victims' credit cards and IDs were missing.
According to Terry's aunt, Terry's gold Chevrolet Impala is also missing from the driveway.
At this point, our biggest piece of evidence that we're missing would be the vehicle. And it's either going to contain items of evidentiary value or contain the killers. And so that was our primary focus, was to find that vehicle. I instructed one of my investigators to start contacting gas stations, starting with the ones that had been open in the late hours. If Terry's car was not full of gas and they were planning on fleeing the area and they needed fuel, let's check and see if they did.
While police track down surveillance footage, detectives dig deeper into the crime scene and find problems with the robbery theory.
The house didn't seem to be ransacked. It didn't look like people had really torn it completely apart, like they were searching for a specific item or items of value.
There was a stack of cash in the other room that was seemingly untouched, and there was some expensive jewelry that was left alone as well. There were no signs of forced entry into this home, which led investigators to believe that Candace and Terry let them in.
Detectives conclude that Candace and Terry likely knew the killer. The evidence of overkill suggests a deeply personal crime.
They'd been shot multiple times, and we found some live rounds, knowing that they must have had a jam with the gun and had to clear that and reload.
With no clear evidence pointing to who killed Candace and Terry or why, detectives contact their families and break the devastating news.
I thought everything was going great. They both were working.
You know, the car they had bought was, you know, a nice car. They were paying their bills. They were going to school. You know, they were living the typical normal life. So it was very much a shock. I thought maybe drugs, because whenever you deal with certain people and drugs and things like that, you know, things can go bad.
Anytime you're involved in illegal drug activity, you're going to have some shady connections. So I think that's where most people's minds went to first, is that maybe this was a drug deal gone wrong.
Maybe someone was getting revenge from something a long time ago, or it was like something they owed money to, and it was finally coming back to them. And unfortunately, that's the first thing I thought would happen.
Police immediately began canvassing the couple's neighborhood in the hopes someone may have noticed suspicious activity.
We started with neighbors to see what they had seen in the area, and we find out a little bit of information on Candace and Terry's residence.
While no one can offer any concrete information to support the drug theory, detectives do find a witness who offers a chilling tip.
One of the neighbors had seen a male subject in the area of the residence of Terry and Candace's house on the railroad tracks early in the morning on the 19th.
The tip sounds eerily familiar to reports that law enforcement had received several years earlier.
Southern Illinois was one of the locations for the railroad killer, the man who jumped from rail car to rail car and popped into communities and created heinous scenes like this. I remember being a child and being at home and being absolutely terrified that the railroad killer was going to come to my home.
Authorities know that the infamous railroad killer had died 3 years earlier by lethal injections. Police must now figure out, are they dealing with a serial killer copycat?
I think that might have been a concern for many people. Was this another railroad killer? The community instantly was on alert.
The citizens were wondering, are they still in our town?
The whole community was shaken, wondering who could have done something like this, because something like this couldn't be done by anyone in this community, right?
We put a description of that subject out on the radio. Citizens listening to the scanner in town found a subject towards the south end of our city that matched that description. Officers were dispatched to the area.
When police locate the man, he appears confused by the claims. With no solid alibi, however, police bring him in for questioning. The man claims he was only out for a nightly stroll, and he had nothing to do with the murders of Candace Majors and Terry Seebeck.
It was just some guy that was off the tracks. He was ultimately ruled out as having any involvement in this crime.
As detectives continue digging into the couple's lives for clues, their friends offer police their first real lead.
They told us that Terry and Candace had a couple that they had allowed to stay with them because they had fallen on hard times and needed a place to stay, and they had been residing with them for a couple months.
Friends identify the couple as 19-year-old Afton Ferris and 29-year-old Michael Shallert.
We didn't find anything in the residence at the initial search to state who they were. Their belongings were gone, which was concerning.
But friends reveal that Afton and Michael had moved out of Candace and Terry's house on October 18th, after conflict had developed between the two couples.
Afton and Michael Shallert had been accused of stealing from Terry Seebeck and Candace Majors, and then they were asked to leave.
As police put out an APB for Afton Ferris and Michael Shallert, a witness comes forward to report another crime.
We had a subject that came forward and contacted the police department to say that Mike and Afton had been at his residence on the evening of the 18th. They had left after he had gone to sleep, and when he awoke, he realized that a .22 pistol was missing from his house.
Detectives realize it's the same caliber of weapon that was used in the murders of Candace and Terry.
Then when we learned that the gun was missing from there and Michael and I had been there the night before the murders, I wasn't wasting any more resources, looking anywhere else.
Coming up, police face a race against the clock to track down their suspect before it's too late.
The vehicle left the gas station, headed towards the interstate, so we were certain that they had fled our jurisdiction.
Less than 24 hours into their investigation, police in West Frankfort, Illinois are searching for 29-year-old Michael Shallert and 19-year-old Afton Ferris in connection with the murders of their friends and former roommates, Terry Seebeck and Candace Majors.
We had learned Afton's driver's license was issued out of the state of Wyoming, and Michael Shallert had ties out in Colorado, Wyoming also. So we kind of suspected that that would be a familiar place for them that they would be fleeing to.
Detectives track down Michael's family in Cheyenne, Wyoming, but they say they haven't heard from him. When detectives ask the family about Michael's connection to Terry and Candace, they learn Michael had been close friends with Terry for years.
Friends had a hard time believing that Michael was capable of doing anything violent, especially to Terry and Candace.
Michael is a kind and caring person. He has always been the type to give, the shirt off his back for somebody else.
Michael Shallert is from a good family. He's the oldest of two children, born in 1979. His friends describe him as kind-hearted and compassionate and a good guy who just happens to fall in love really easily.
He had his first kid when he was 15 years old. That, in and of itself, kind of had a huge impact on the trajectory of his life. He was barely able to have a work permit, let alone have to raise a child.
Detectives learned that over the years, Michael had wandered state to state, searching for stability.
He was something of a drifter, someone who could not hold down a job, someone who was looking for someone to take care of him in an emotional sense.
When he landed in West Frankfort, Illinois, he had quickly struck up a friendship with Terry Seebeck, who offered him a place to stay.
She said she was trying to help get him back on his feet. They were together like every day, hanging out, doing all the normal stuff that best friends do.
He seemed to be making a life, and he seemed to be doing really, really good. And then he came back to Cheyenne.
After returning home to Wyoming in 2008, Michael met 18-year-old Afton Ferris. Like Michael, Afton had been searching for a place to call home.
Afton Ferris grew up in the foster system. She was in and out of homes. She ran away multiple times. Despite all odds, at the age of 18, she became valedictorian of her high school class. But unfortunately, after she graduated, she was unable to keep a steady job and was unable to keep a home.
Michael met Afton when she was homeless. She had been kind of going to bars and stuff.
Michael found out that she was homeless and couch surfing, and he immediately offers to take her in, and that's how the two start their romance.
Shallert was incredibly nurturing towards Afton Ferris. He displayed what appeared to be very sincere motives on his part.
He did become kind of obsessed, with Afton. It wasn't necessarily an obsession, like a crazy obsession. It was, I will do anything for this person, for them to love me. When Michael asked me if him and Afton could stay at my house, I told him no. I had just had a kid, and he was not even a year old yet. I'm not going to allow some girl that I didn't even know to stay in my house.
An angered Michael decides to move to West Frankfort, where he had been happy and has a strong group of friends. One of those friends happens to be Terry Seebeck.
Terry welcomed her old friend and his new girlfriend into her and Candace Major's home.
They, took my brother in when he needed a place to stay, and that was pretty nice of them to do that.
But police learned that it wasn't long before tensions erupted between the two couples.
About a month after they had moved in, I spoke with Terry on the phone, and she just seemed really frustrated, saying some of their things had came up missing. Small articles. I think it was probably like some pieces of jewelry or money. It was just a small thing. She told me that no one else had been in the house.
Terry and Candace believed that this couple has began stealing items from them and that they were going to ask them to move out of their house.
Eventually, they packed up Afton and Michael's things and put them on the front porch and asked them to come pick them up.
I know how Candace is. She's hot-headed, and she was angry because she pinpointed what they did. She would push them right out. That's just how she was. She would give you one chance, and she was done with you. And I wouldn't blame her.
Less than 24 hours later, Candace and Terry were found murdered. Police know they need to track down Afton and Michael immediately. Less than 48 hours into their investigation, police get a tip that Terry Seebeck's missing Chevy Impala has been spotted on a gas station security camera.
Gas station footage near the crime scene revealed the stolen vehicle pulling up to the pump near the interstate. And guess who happens to walk out? Michael Shallard to pump gas.
There was a person in the vehicle that remained in the front passenger seat of the vehicle. From her body style, it looked like it appeared to be a female.
While the blonde sitting in the passenger seat doesn't ever get out, she does match the description of Afton Harris.
It's a valuable piece of information because the vehicle left the gas station. We could watch it as it left on the roadway headed towards the interstate, which is only like a block and a half from the interstate. So we were certain that they had fled our jurisdiction.
Detectives speak to gas station employees to see if they have any additional information on the couple.
The clerk remembered Shallard coming in the night before. They remember he was in a hurry and he used a credit card that was in the name of Candace Majors, but actually signed his own name on the ticket.
Detectives subpoena records for the stolen credit cards, hoping to track the missing couple.
The police are able to watch Michael and Afton travel out west via the credit card transactions on one of the stolen victims' credit cards.
Sooner or later, they're going to not use the card, but as long as they're using it, that's great for us.
On October 21st, 2 days after the bodies of Candace and Terry were discovered, the credit card activity stops in Larimer County, Colorado. When detectives ask Michael's family if Michael has any connections there, they catch a break.
The marshals in Larimer County, Colorado, had learned that Michael Shallard had a friend who resided in a trailer park in Fort Collins, Colorado. The surveillance on that residence identified a Chevy Impala, which is the type of vehicle that Terry Seebeck owned. Now that we see that what we're pretty certain would be the vehicle in this trailer park, those departments establish a surveillance in there to make sure that Michael and Afton are at this residence. This is kind of a complicated surveillance because you're in a tight-knit community where the same people come and go daily, and they know who should be there and who shouldn't be.
The homes are in such close proximity to each other, it makes it really hard for police to go unseen.
Coming up, as authorities take their positions outside the trailer, they brace themselves for a standoff with two desperate killers willing to do anything to remain free.
This is a double homicide, and they're taking no chances with these individuals who are believed to be armed and dangerous.
Authorities have tracked suspected killers Michael Shallard and Afton Ferris to Larimer County, Colorado. After staking out the trailer park, police visually identified their targets 2 days after Candace Majors and Terry Seabeck were discovered murdered.
The surveillance team was able to recognize Afton come out of the residence, go to Terry's vehicle along with Michael, and remove items from the vehicle and place them in a trash bag. Michael then took the trash bag over and placed it in a trash receptacle outside of the trailer.
That's when the police orchestrate a takedown.
The SWAT team uses a stun grenade to temporarily disorient Michael and Afton.
They made their approach and took both of them into custody.
While Afton and Michael are transported to the local station for questioning, law enforcement conducts a search of the premises and Terry Seabeck's vehicle.
During the execution of the search warrant, in the trash bag, they located bloody clothing that had been worn by Afton Ferris.
They also find the remaining stolen credit cards along with both Candace's and Terry's ID.
In the execution of the search warrant on the trailer, they found a black purse that was Afton's purse, and inside the purse they found a black Ruger 22 semi-auto pistol. This was the same weapon that had been reported stolen to our police department.
In the car, they find a handwritten poem by Afton, seemingly to describe the crime and their life on the run as criminals. The poem was titled Bullets and Meat. They find 2 more handwritten letters from Afton that seem to be suicide notes.
Hoping for a confession, detectives decide to confront Afton first.
After my name is Jeff Dark, I'm the Chief of Police in West Frankfort, Illinois. This is Captain Mike Dead, West Frankfort Police Department.
Just tell me how you guys found out Candace so fast.
When detectives confront Afton about the murders, she immediately breaks down and explains Terry and Candace had been accusing her and Michael of theft.
Like, well, we just kicked you out because we don't trust you anymore, and we didn't have anywhere to go. Like, I've got no family. You've got no family.
Afton told us that on the night of the 18th, they had been told by Terry and Candace that they were being kicked out of the house. They went to a friend's house, had some drinks, played cards, knew that this friend had a pistol in his house. The friend passed out. They stole the pistol from the house and the ammunition, and they left.
According to Afton, she and Michael walked the few miles back to Terry and Candace's house while they devised a plan to rob the women and flee. They quickly realized it wasn't that simple.
We didn't have any other choice.
Any other choice than what?
Doing that, getting a cart.
Going to tell them to get what you do and taking their money. That was the only option. That's the only option.
Afton admits when they arrived, they convinced the women they wanted to make amends.
And we asked her, can we come inside, to apologize, and we're sitting there, and Terry was sitting next to me on the couch.
Just affordable.
Yeah, there's a couch right here, and Candace was sitting on this couch right here. I was sitting next to Terry on this couch, and Mike was sitting on the chair. And they were telling us how we were stealing and stuff, and how they went to our room and found the CDs, and it was so trashy. And Mike went in the room saying, well, I would need to go see if there's anything else. And he came back out, and Candace was bitching. He's like, you know what, motherfucker, he shot her. She went backwards, and then he shot Terry, and she hit the coffee table.
Afton stated that she noticed Candace was at the door and was using her cell phone to call the sheriff's department. Afton said she grabbed a hold of Candace and drug her back into the residence, and Michael shot her skull.
Terry, she was moaning and groaning, and I told her to put them, and I shot her in her left eye.
With both women now dead, they take the women's IDs, their credit cards, a small amount of cash, some cigarettes, and they hit the road.
But according to Afton, her and Michael's dreams to ride off into the sunset together quickly faded.
Afton says that Michael's been an emotional mess ever since the murders, and that the plan was to just commit suicide. That they just wanted to be together, whether that was in life or in the ground. From the moment she walks into the room, she has no remorse and takes no responsibility for what was done.
The reason why I did this is my life has been up. Just there's nothing for me to look. I've got no. Like, it's just it's just I got nothing to look for,
With Afton's confession in tow, police sit down with Michael Shallot.
Michael's demeanor is very different from Afton's. He tells law enforcement that he never intended to kill anyone, that he just wanted to rob them.
I'm not the type of person to do anything like that. I've never hurt anybody besides. I just had nowhere to go. Trying to do a keep on it. We talked to her. She started blaming Abby for stealing some CDs. And me for a tank top shirt. I just couldn't take it no more. I just told you. I don't even know how many times. When it got jammed, I had to reload reloaded it. She shot a couple times.
Michael says he and Afton needed the money so they could be together, and that they had no other choice but to do what they did.
I didn't want to lose Afton because that's all we had. She has nobody, and I really didn't have anybody. We just didn't want to lose each other, so we were going to do whatever it took.
They felt like this was their best opportunity to start a new life together.
Following their confessions, Michael Shallot and Afton Ferris are both charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. News of their arrest stuns those who knew both couples.
I was sick. I was mad. I was every emotion you could have. Makes no sense. There was no reason for it.
I mean, it was surreal. It's something that, you see on TV. Like, you don't think that would ever happen in real life.
Both Michael and Afton plead not guilty, hoping a trial will save them from a possible death sentence.
At the time when they were charged in Illinois, the killing of 2 people made you eligible for the death sentence.
Knowing that the murders were possible death penalty, it was like
the moment that I knew life wasn't going to be the same.
Coming up, as one narrative begins to shift, prosecutors question whether justice will be served.
She was trying to make it sound like she didn't want to go against what his wishes were.
And Michael Shallard tells his story in an exclusive prison interview.
This whole thing started because I fell in love with somebody. They didn't deserve it. They were my friend.
In West Frankfort, Illinois, Michael Shallard and Afton Ferris are awaiting trial for the double murder of their friends and former roommates, Terry Seebeck and Candace Majors. Then, in 2011, just before their trials are set to begin, the unexpected happens.
As they awaited trial, the state of Illinois' governor had imposed a moratorium on capital punishment.
Governor Pat Quinn actually makes the death penalty illegal. With the threat of the death penalty off the table, Michael tells his attorney he wants to plead guilty and avoid the trial.
He decided he wanted to change his plea to guilty to the 2 counts of first-degree murder, and he did so.
Nobody knew that he was going to go in there and just plead guilty. But his reasoning for doing that was so that the victim's family didn't have to go through any more than what they had already been through.
So, I mean, he was showing remorse, at least, like I would think human beings would.
At the end of the day, Michael Shallard was sentenced to life in prison.
In July 2011, 2 years after the murders of Terry and Candace, Afton Ferris's murder trial begins.
The prosecution painted Afton as a cold-hearted killer. The defense tries to lay the blame completely at the feet of Michael Shallard.
When Afton takes the stand to testify, she paints a much different picture than the one she had described in an interrogation room.
Afton says that she looked on in horror as Shallard killed her friends, and that she originally lied in her confession tape to protect the man that she loved.
Afton blamed everything on him.
She was trying to make it sound like she didn't want to go against what his wishes were.
She was very stoic, no sign of much emotion at all, even when she attempted to muster some up and really couldn't.
The jury ultimately sides with the prosecution.
Afton Ferris was found guilty of both murders. She was also found guilty of armed robbery and home invasion, and she was sentenced to life in prison plus 120 years.
I was relieved, but I was sad because these 2 young people's lives were thrown away for what? Nothing. 4 people basically died that day.
If I could, turn back time 11 years, I mean, maybe I would have allowed my brother to stay in my house. Maybe it wouldn't have happened.
I believe that if the 2 of them hadn't got together, that Candace and Terry would still be alive.
I would want to say I am disappointed that I have not got the chance to see what Candace might have become. I guess I would want to tell Afton and Michael that I don't understand what you did. You threw your life away, but I'm not going to let that dominate my life. I have to keep going and just cherish the memories I do have.
From his prison cell, Michael remembers Afton 10 years later, and how their all-consuming romance triggered a deadly betrayal among friends.
This whole thing started because I fell in love with somebody. It was like love at first sight. And every day I just got more and more obsessed with her. I mean, there's always going to be something in my heart for her. I mean, she was a big part of my life, and that was most intense love that I ever had. I feel so terrible for what happened. I think about it every day, and I accept all the responsibility for my part. They didn't deserve it. They were my friends.
As neighbors in the Texas countryside, they bonded over long walks and pots of coffee.
There were two women living out in the rural parts of our county. They gravitated toward each other.
It developed into a very good friendship to where they wanted to always hang out.
But on a cold December morning, one of them goes missing without a trace.
Her truck being in the driveway was a big red flag. Her purse being gone at the scene of the disappearance was a big red flag. Somebody could have grabbed her. Is it a kidnapping? Should they be looking for a body?
Investigators soon learned that these rural Texas pastures hold secrets far darker than ever imagined.
They received a call advising that he had discovered human skull haunting. There was more than one here than met the island. She had told her, if anything happened to me, look at me. She had this gambling debt, and uncovering that was a big shock.
Something went wrong, okay? Whatever it was, you need to tell us what it is.
December 3rd, 2010, Ellis County, Texas. Just after 4:15 p.m., the Ellis County Sheriff's Department receives a concerning report.
On December 3rd, the Sheriff's Office received a call from Robert Sterling, and he reported that his girlfriend, Marion Parsons, was missing. So, as normal protocol, the Sheriff's Office dispatched a patrol deputy to his house.
The Ellis County deputy arrives at the rural farm located in the tiny town of Palmer.
The Sterling house is maybe 80 or 90 acres of land. That house is several miles from any municipality. I mean, it is a rural setting out there.
Robert explains to the deputy that he's been dating 54-year-old Marion Parsons for about a year, and it isn't like her to just take off.
Marion had never disappeared without telling him before, and he was concerned. The report came out that Marion is missing on December 3rd, 2010, but the last time anybody actually sees her is December the 1st. Her boyfriend, Robert Sterling, was the one that called it in, but he waited 2 days. And that makes sheriff's investigators a little curious. He waited an inordinate amount of time, from our perspective, to call.
But what the officer finds even more concerning is what she left behind.
Marion's truck was still in the driveway while her purse was missing. There were things about the situation that made it clear that Marion was not in control.
A person, if they're going to leave and go any distance, would most likely take their personal vehicle and drive away. And Marion Parsons was not native to this area. She'd only been out in that house about a month or so.
She didn't know hardly anybody else. I was the only one in town, I think, that she met. Something was wrong.
Raised in Oklahoma alongside 3 siblings, Marion McCormick was known for her gentle spirit.
Marion was a good person. She's always laughing, always in a good mood. Marion never had a bad thing to say about anybody.
As a young woman, Marion met and married Bill Parsons. Bill was kind, wealthy, and more than 20 years her senior.
Bill was a very good husband.
and she married him very young. Marion did not work. Bill was very well sick, so he took care of everything for her.
Bill and Marion led a comfortable life, but after several decades together, a middle-aged Marion longed for change.
Marion didn't have any children of her own. It was time for her to do something else with her life. She wanted to move on and move forward, so that they both agreed to the divorce. I think maybe it was because her husband was so much older than her. Marion didn't get to experience, her younger life like she should have.
There was an amenable separation, that they got along, that there was no tension between the two of them, that they just weren't meant to be together.
When they got divorced, Marion got a $75,000 settlement.
There was a house that they sold, and the profits gained from the house was sufficient that Marion Parsons didn't need to work, that she was able to live off of that as well as other investments that she had.
As her divorce was close to being finalized, Marion, now in her early 50s, cautiously entered the world of online dating. In 2009, she started chatting with a man out of Ellis County, Texas.
Marion Parsons had met Robert Sterling on an online dating site, and they hit it off.
Robert worked in a styrofoam plant, but lived on a picturesque farm in the remote town of Palmer.
Marion said that she got along with him. They had good conversation over the phone, and she wanted to come down and meet with Tom. She left Oklahoma and then moved down here to Texas so she could date Robert and see if they could work out a relationship.
In 2009, 53-year-old Marion got her own place in nearby Waxahachie and continued to date Robert.
Marion was attracted to Robert because he was younger than her first husband. He had more energy. He liked to do things, go out.
Less than a year later, Marion and Robert were ready for the next step.
She came to my house one morning and brought me a coffee pot and told me, "Becky, I'm moving in with Robert today. I have to at least go and try this relationship." So I remember her getting her hug, telling her that I loved her, and if she did anything, to call me. And she left.
Marion found that Palmer was even smaller and lonelier than Waxahachie.
There's no grocery store, there's no blinking light, there's nothing but the road straight through it.
But some of that loneliness faded when Robert introduced Marion to his neighbors, Deborah and Bobby Henderson.
There was land between them, just probably, I want to say, a few acres or so. The interactions with Bobby, Deborah, Robert, and Marion, they were good interactions. They would carry conversation. Sometimes it was just social stuff, and they enjoyed each other, were friends.
52-year-old Deborah and 54-year-old Marion became fast friends.
Marion didn't know anybody except Mr. Sterling. So when she met Deborah, you could tell that they became really close friends in a short amount of time.
Marion's new friend, Deborah Henderson, was a native Texan.
Deborah was born in Austin, Texas, along with her other 4 siblings. Then once they got older, they started to travel as migrant workers, the whole family did. They would travel to all different states and just pick different fruits and vegetables based on the season and the area.
Deborah grew into a capable young woman with a strong work ethic.
She is a person who has always been grateful for how little or how much she always had.
When Deborah started dating long-haul truck driver Bobby Henderson, she was a divorced single mother to 2 boys. Bobby and Deborah married and built a house together on several acres of sprawling farmland in Palmer.
They seemed happy. They had their routine. They would wake up together. They would do breakfast, and then they would get started on what work needed done around the house, around the land.
After almost 20 years of marriage, the kids were grown and gone. Deborah often found herself alone on the farm while Bobby worked. So in November 2010, when Marion Parsons moved in, Deborah was thrilled for the companionship.
It developed into a very good friendship to where they wanted to always hang out and go to eat or go roam the pasture and go check on the things they did normally because then they didn't have to do them alone.
With a new friend and a new relationship, things for Marion seemed to be going quite well.
Marion was looking forward to this. She wanted this to be her fresh start.
But just a month after Marion moved in, she's reported missing by her boyfriend, Robert Sterling. As an Ellis County deputy collects information from Robert, it quickly becomes apparent that something is amiss.
Waiting 2 days to report that somebody is missing definitely raises some red flags. There didn't seem to be any urgency to notify law enforcement. The truck was in the driveway and the keys were in the house. The patrol deputy determined that there were some things that didn't seem normal. Then he called us, and I want to say we got out there maybe around 6 o'clock or so. I went in and spoke with Robert Sterling, and one of the things you would be looking for to see if there's a discrepancy in the story that he gave the initial responding deputy and the story that he's giving us. Marion Parsons had been gone for over 2 days. We have to determine whether Marion left on her own accord or whether something criminal happened.
The detective said, "Where is she? Where could she be?"
Coming up, detectives discover signs of a turbulent home life.
The relationship between Marion Parsons and Robert Sterling was a bit contentious,
And a paper trail reveals considerably new details.
Just days after Marion Parsons was missing, there was a charge on one of her cars.
as soon as the video appeared, she turned her head and we could see it.
December 3rd, 2010. Ellis County detectives are at a sprawling farm in Palmer, Texas, to question Robert Sterling, who reported his girlfriend Marion Parsons missing after not seeing her for more than 2 days.
This extended period of time is really unusual. I mean, it's an intimate partner. It's somebody you share your life with, and this person now, going into the 3rd day, has been gone, and there was no urgency to call the sheriff's office.
Robert tells investigators that the last time he saw Marion was around 6 a.m. on the morning of December 1st.
He said that she was going to go to breakfast with the neighbor. The neighbor is a lady named Deborah Henderson, who lived on the adjacent property.
Robert explains to detectives that he'd arrived home later that evening expecting to find Marion, but she wasn't there.
When Robert Sterling came home, he noticed that the front door was locked and the lights were on. She just seemed to be awake. It was odd.
Her truck being in the driveway was a big red flag. Her purse being gone at the scene of the disappearance was a big red flag for investigators. Those kinds of things did not fit with Marion's character, as it was understood. Robert said he tried to call Marion, but Marion didn't answer her phone.
With Marion's absence stretching into the 3rd day, investigators suspect foul play.
She could have walked in the house, put her keys down, and maybe walked back outside to get something from the truck, and somebody could have grabbed her there.
During this day and age, it's hard for anybody to really go missing with phone records, with financial records, with all the things that follow us around on a daily basis. It's kind of hard for someone to just up and disappear unless there's some sort of foul play or the person doesn't want to be found and they've got help in hiding. I believe in this case, they were looking at both avenues.
Robert agrees to let detectives take a look around.
We looked over the property. We
find any physical items linked to Marion Parsons, nor did we find any disturbances in the ground that would make us believe that Marion was on that property. We couldn't come up with any piece of evidence that would lead us to believe that Marion was taken against her will. It elevates our curiosity and concern about what happened to Marion Parsons.
With no signs of Marion on Robert's property, investigators trek across the pasture to pay a visit to her friend and neighbor, Deborah Henderson.
Robert had told us Marion left to go eat breakfast with Deborah Henderson.
Deborah tells investigators that on December 1st, she and Marion had gone to the IHOP in Ennis. They had coffee and breakfast and kind of done the neighbors chatting thing.
Among the topics of conversation was Marion's relationship with Robert Sterling.
Deborah had indicated that the relationship between Marion Parsons and Robert Sterling was a bit contentious, and Marion Parsons was talking about returning to Oklahoma, where she had come from about a year or so earlier.
Deborah tells detectives that following breakfast, she and Marion went their separate ways, and she hasn't heard from Marion since. Though a few days without contact wasn't out of the ordinary.
They were looking at potential for foul play, but they were also looking at the possibility that she was wanting to get out of a bad relationship and was maybe hiding out.
Maybe she called a friend who picked her up and removed her from the property. So we have to look at everything.
But the fact that Robert waited so long to report Marion missing is a nagging detail that detectives can't dismiss.
He was definitely becoming more suspicious. Did Marion have another intimate partner? We didn't know. If she did Robert find out that she was involved in another relationship? Those are the kinds of things that we needed to start eliminating from the investigation so we could determine whether or not Robert was still going to be a person of interest.
Investigators reach out to Marion's family in Oklahoma to see if they have any information on her whereabouts.
Sheriff's investigators interview all of her family that is willing to come forward, but nobody can give more specifics to deputies about where she could possibly be.
Unable to uncover a lead from Marion's family, detectives take a different approach.
Whether you're hiding out or gone on a trip or left town intentionally, you're going to have a financial trail. So the best way to find out where someone's getting gas or where someone is buying groceries is to look at the financial records and the bank statements.
Investigators discovered that if Marion had wanted to disappear, she possessed the means to do it.
Investigators found out that she had about $50,000 in savings.
As detectives examine her credit and debit card statements, they find some intriguing activity.
Just days after Marion Parsons was missing, there was a charge on December 3rd on one of her cards, and then another charge at a casino in Oklahoma on December 4th.
While those charges went through, there is one transaction that didn't. On December 3rd, someone attempted to withdraw cash from Marion's account.
The card was denied at the ATM, but that's not one of the number.
That really sort of made investigators curious. They started looking for surveillance video, anything that they could find to try and figure out how the cards were being used. Is it Marion? Is it somebody else?
Investigators traveled to the location of the attempted withdrawal, a Walmart in nearby Ennis.
We went into the store, made contact with security. We told them we needed to have the video on the ATM machine, the date and the time that the attempted transaction was made. So the security personnel pulled the video of As soon as the video appeared, female walked up to the ATM and you could only see the back of the person's head. And then ultimately she turned her head and we could see it.
One of the investigators who's looking at the video immediately recognizes Deborah Henderson.
Now we know Deborah Henderson is the last person to see Marion Parsons. Now we know several days later, Deborah is using Marion Parsons' credit card and debit card.
Deborah knows more than she's letting on. Something else has happened here.
Investigators rush back to Deborah. They probably didn't know each other for a week, and she told me what she had done. And detectives find their attention torn between two potential suspects.
She told me that Robert would be the one to do it.
Detectives find one red flag after another, pointing to two prominent figures in her life.
They had garnered information that made the boyfriend suspect in this case. So they were looking not only at Robert Sterling, but they were also looking at Deborah Henderson.
After investigators find video of Deborah attempting to use Marion's debit card, she becomes their top priority.
Why did she have the cards? Where did she get them? Under what circumstances did she get them?
Deborah agrees to talk to investigators a second time.
Once they tell her we have them on camera with these cards, then her story changes.
They probably didn't know each other for a week, and she told me what she had done. Deborah tells detectives that she and her husband Bobby were in the opposite situation.
What she said was Bobby wasn't making as much money, they cut his hours back, and so they were in need of some cash.
In fact, Marion knew about their money problems and had offered to help.
She borrowed money from Marion Parsons, $2,700 a week.
Deborah tells detectives that after breakfast with Marion on the morning of December 1st, she found herself in a tempting situation.
Deborah says, okay, we pulled into the gas station, convenience store next to it. And Marion got cash out of the console, went into the store to buy a package of cigarettes. While Marion was in the store, I reached behind the driver's seat and removed her credit cards from her wallet and then put her wallet back.
As she told me, I'm not crazy. She was using very often. I mean, she was allowed to take cash. So I really didn't think that she was missing. Deborah insists that despite her theft, she knows nothing about Marion's disappearance.
Well, Deborah, we got to put this whole thing to bed. So, what the thing you might need to do is you and Bobby Law now for polygraphs, put all this behind us and move on. You were going to take 20 minutes.
Investigators schedule a polygraph exam for immediately after the holidays and send Deborah on her way. In the days that follow, investigators reach out to Marion's friend Becky Brock for more information on Marion's relationship with Robert Sterling.
Marion Robert's relationship was not all roses.
I don't believe that Robert was physically abusive to Marion. I believe he was mentally and verbally abusive to Marion.
Becky says that in their final conversation, Marion had made a now ominous statement.
Becky had also given statements that Marion had told her, if anything happened to me, look at Robert.
That last time that I saw Marion, she told me that Robert would be the one to do it.
Investigators arranged for Robert to take a polygraph on the same day as Deborah. But just days before the polygraphs are set to take place, detectives get a surprise phone call from Deborah's husband, Bobby. He tells detectives that he's been robbed by his own wife.
Bobby said the money that I put up in the safe for our property taxes is gone. The man that we're buying the property from has called me and told me that we're 3 months behind on our land payments. Deborah was responsible for the financial transactions because she was at home every day and Bobby was on the truck route. So he trusted her to pay the bills.
According to Bobby, he discovered that Deborah used the cash intended for their bills to pay off debts of her own.
She had a gambling problem, that was the cause of her financial crisis.
Bobby Henderson had no clue that she had this gambling debt, and uncovering that was a big shock for him.
Despite Deborah's financial indiscretion, Bobby elects to work it out on their own terms. But Deborah's sequential thefts certainly add another twist to what began as a missing persons case.
The case sort of starts to widen, and we go, oh wow, there's more to this than we originally thought. We seem to have a thief among us, so to speak.
By the time the day of the polygraphs arrives, investigators are eager to hear from both Robert and Deborah.
On January 12, 2012, Deborah Henderson and Robert Sterling both went to the Ellis County Sheriff's Department where they gave them both a polygraph test.
Robert Sterling passed his polygraph test, and Deborah didn't fare well. Deborah says he's not reading right, because I'm telling the truth. But she never broke that she had anything to do with Marion Parsons' disappearance.
Based on the results of the polygraph, investigators are now directing their suspicions away from Robert.
I don't believe that the Ellis County Sheriff's Department could completely rule him out, but I believe that they had more evidence that pointed towards Deborah Henderson.
We felt like Deborah Henderson was involved. If you have a body in a murder, you have criminal evidence and forensic evidence that you can use in your initial investigation to begin. Here we had nothing.
Without a body or proof of foul play, investigators can only charge Deborah with credit card fraud. They obtain a warrant for her arrest, but decide not to act on it yet.
They had a very good case regarding the fraudulent use of the credit cards. At this point, we believe that we didn't have nearly enough evidence to proceed on Deborah Henderson with a murder charge without the body.
Investigators spend the upcoming weeks combing through the slim evidence they do have.
We continue to try to determine what's happened to Marion, going over what we have done to make sure that we haven't missed anything. There was discussion about bringing out cadaver dogs to go over the property, so we were trying to get that set up.
But on March 19th, investigators get another call from Deborah's husband, Bobby Henderson. This time, Bobby is frantic.
They received a call from Bobby Henderson advising that he had discovered a human skull on his property.
I met them out there, and sure enough, we went over to the pasture, and there was a human skull.
We started walking the property and putting markers on any piece of evidence that we found.
Ultimately, it's not what they see that points them in the right direction, it's what they smell.
When investigators pulled what was a big piece of a sheet of metal that had bricks on top of it, and where the smell was coming from, that's where we found her body.
Investigators immediately believed that they had found Marion Parsons' body. The state of decay was extremely advanced, but now they have a body to work with, and that's a huge break.
3.5 months after Marion Parsons was reported missing, her presumed body is transported to the county medical examiner's office for autopsy. Back at the Henderson house, all eyes are on Deborah.
We found the skull. When we came back to the table, Deborah was sitting. She said, "What you gonna do?"
Deborah starts an extremely strong nervous reaction. She starts shaking and crying. It looks like there's more going on here than anybody originally thought, and Deborah is going to kind of come apart at the seams.
Investigators want to question Deborah in custody as soon as possible. Luckily, they have a card to play against her: the arrest warrant for her credit card fraud.
There was no reason at that point to further hold off on executing those warrants. So on March 19th, Deborah Henderson was taken into custody.
Deborah is charged with 3 counts of credit card fraud and taken to jail and booked.
Coming up, Deborah's story changes again.
It happened so fast. It's a murder.
And the autopsy yields shocking results.
It would make a subject particularly docile, easy to control, and easy to murder.
March 19th, 2011. With Deborah Henderson in custody for credit card fraud, Ellis County detectives are eager to hear her explanation for the decayed corpse uncovered on her property.
They interviewed her whenever she was arrested on March 19th. During the course of that interview, she does admit to being the last person with Marion Parsons when she was alive.
I don't think you're a bad person, Deborah, but you know what? Something went wrong that day. What happened? Something happened.
Not between me and her.
It looks like you planned it. You got some money. You know, it comes out about the gambling, and it comes out about how she had already loaned you money.
It looks like you stole the credit cards and her purse and killed her. And you know what that makes it, Deborah? It makes it a capital felony.
I was kind of saying, you know, you could be looking at a death penalty case. She sat there for a minute, and then she starts telling the story.
Deborah tells the detectives that after breakfast on December 1st, she and Marion went for a ride around the pasture on her ATV. But Deborah claims during the ride, Marion suffered a medical crisis.
I told she had some kind of attack or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened, but she grabbed my arm and she fell out of the boat. When she fell out, she fell, I don't know, but she like fell under. I mean, I was thinking so. I think so. It happened so fast. It was murder.
The night that she confessed, I remember being in the hall and hearing her break down talking about it.
That's what I did. That's what I was doing. And I pulled her down there and I covered her. I said, that's what I was doing. I killed somebody.
A question to Deborah, as you might expect, was when the buggy ran over Marion, why didn't you just call 911? And Deborah said she didn't think about calling 911. She was extremely emotional. You know, what happens in these cases, whoever's done it has this pent-up secret and emotion inside of it. It starts breaking them down. And so when you get that release, even though it's, oh, I'm caught, it's, I don't have to hold this inside anymore.
Is it possible that Deborah is telling the truth? Was Marion's death nothing more than a tragic accident? Detectives head back to the farm to investigate Deborah's claims.
After hearing this story from Deborah, sheriff's investigators get a basically identical ATV and they recreate this scenario.
Deborah said that she turned a certain way in the ATV, and the way that the investigators reenacted that, Mary Parsons would have fallen into Deborah Henderson.
She wouldn't have fallen out of the way that Deborah described of how she ran her over. The story that Deborah gave and the evidence we found did not match up.
Hoping to further strengthen the case against Deborah, crime scene investigators continue to comb the farm for evidence.
There was a pond that was approximately 70 yards from where the body was found. The Ellis County Sheriff's Department had requested the dive team to come out and actually dive the pond. They had found a gun in the pond. In checking that firearm, they were able to link that gun back to Deborah Henderson. That firearm was a gun that Deborah Henderson had reported stolen in what she called a home invasion approximately a year before.
As they continue building their case, investigators also check in with the medical examiner.
Dental records confirmed that the skull was Marion Parsons' skull.
At first, the autopsy report appears to confirm Deborah's story.
We did know that she had broken ribs that was consistent with her being run over by the ATV.
But that's not all the autopsy reveals.
A toxicology report reveals Marion had a large dose of ketamine, which is widely used as a horse tranquilizer, in her system at the time of death.
In addition to the ketamine, the report makes note of 2 injuries to Marion's midsection.
Medical examiners determined that there were 2 holes in the abdomen that would have been consistent with gunshot wounds.
With the report in hand, investigators give Deborah one last chance to come clean.
You know what? I gotta know the truth. I gotta know the truth.
I'm telling you the truth. I told you the truth. I told you the truth.
How did that gun get you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Deborah Henderson freaked out a little bit on camera, but it didn't take her long to get that back under control and then come up with the story about having found the gun.
I swear to God, I told you what happened. Okay, the gun, I found that gun after y'all left, and I hid it, and then I tried shooting it, like, I don't know how many months ago, and it would never shoot, and I didn't know what else to do with it.
Investigators are ready to hold Deborah Henderson accountable for her actions.
On March 21st, Ellis County investigators charged Deborah Henderson with murder.
Coming up, Deborah pleads for mercy.
If this was an accident, then Deborah Henderson would only be guilty of manslaughter.
I don't think Deborah ever intended on this body resurfacing.
In May 2012, 53-year-old Deborah Henderson stands trial for the murder of her friend and neighbor, Marion Parsons.
Deborah Henderson does not look like a murderer. She looks like somebody you'll pass in the grocery store in your hometown.
Prosecutors lay out for the jury what they believe happened on the morning of December 1st. According to prosecutors, Deborah's gambling habit was spiraling out of control. She was out of money and out of people to get it from.
We put on witnesses that were family friends that she had gone to and attempted to borrow money from.
She asked a couple friends that we heard from during the trial, and one friend just refused her, and she cussed at me. She said, some friend you are. So she was pretty angry that she wasn't getting any money from friends.
We believe that on the 1st of December, Deborah was in panic mode about where to acquire additional money to cover her gambling losses. She went to Marion a second time
after that first initial loan, asking for more help, and Marion turned her down.
When Marion refused to give Deborah more money, prosecutors believe Deborah moved on to Plan B.
She probably put ketamine in her coffee at that time. That's a tranquilizer. It's generally used for horses. And Deborah had horses, so we could put a connection on her ability to get the ketamine.
According to the prosecution, after drugging Marion, Deborah drove her out into the pasture.
Deborah's in a panic. Deborah now has decided she's not going to get any money from Marion. And she shoots Marion.
Prosecutors allege that after shooting Marion, Deborah ran her over.
We had evidence to believe that in fact Marion Parsons was ran over by the ATV, as evidenced by the broken ribs. After Marion Parsons was killed, she was buried underneath a slab of metal and a bunch of other debris, rocks, bricks. And I don't think Deborah ever intended on this body resurfacing at all.
Deborah's defense team sticks to the story she told police.
It was evident from early on that the defense was going to try to build a case that this was an accident that had gone awry.
If this was an accident, if this was a reckless act by Deborah Henderson for just not seeking help for Marion Parsons, Deborah Henderson would be looking at a manslaughter conviction as opposed to a murder.
On May 18th, 2012, the jury deliberated for 3.5 hours and they came back out. The verdict was that Deborah Henderson was convicted of murdering her friend Marion Parsons.
Deborah Henderson was sentenced to life in prison by the jury.
What began as a welcome friendship between two women took a turn toward evil when Deborah's greed grabbed the reins.
Marion was kind. Her life was worth living. And she didn't deserve to die the way she did. She didn't deserve to die at all. I remember Marion by her laugh and her smile. I think about her a lot.
It's weird how fate sometimes lines up in life. Marion Parsons came around at a time where Deborah was really facing some severe money woes.
Once Deborah decided to try and gain access to all of Marion's available money, murder was the only way to make that possible. It kind of shows the cold nature of her, how cold-blooded she was.
After Deborah's conviction, Bobby Henderson filed for divorce. Though her 2013 appeal was denied, Deborah Henderson maintains her innocence.
When an aspiring YouTube star marries a brooding gamer, they prove that opposites do attract.
I am the biggest dreamer ever. I'm very free-spirited. He was the calm, tame stuff that she needed, and she was just the right amount of fun and crazy that he needed. And we're like soulmates.
After becoming parents to two sets of twins, this young Texas couple seemed like a reality show in the making. Until their home turned into a real-life nightmare.
She was crying, and through the crying, trying to say that somebody had kidnapped her husband.
I can hear her, and at that point, I start hearing panic.
As the investigation begins, a dangerous conspiracy fueled by an unquenchable thirst is discovered.
So much of her behavior was attention seeking.
She said, "I can make anybody believe anything. I'm an actress."
When the truth is revealed, this once idyllic family will land in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons.
They had hit him in the head multiple times with the pistol. They had hit him across the face with it. They had punched him.
She said, I am really freaking out. I've never been so scared in my life.
February 20th, 2015. It's just after 2 a.m. in Titus County, Texas, as Rosie Wolford is wrapping up a fun night on the town with her daughter Natasha.
We were having a karaoke night. We had walked out of the club and we were standing outside talking to the owner when my phone started ringing.
Rosie answers the call from her oldest daughter, 26-year-old Samantha Wolford.
It was muffled and not clear. I finally get to the point where I can hear her, and at that point, I start hearing panic.
My mom just looked horrified, and I'm like, what's the matter? She's like, your sister. She said, all I know is something about they took him. And I was like, what's the matter? She's like, I can't understand.
Through her daughter's muffled cries, Rosie begins to understand that Samantha is talking about her husband, 29-year-old Ernie Ibarra.
She said there was intruders, and apparently they have kidnapped him. I finally managed to hear her say, I'm tied up. And now I'm really freaking out. I've never been so scared in my life. She's like, get in the car right now. So I'm like, okay, and I jumped in the car, and she could get him out of it. So I'm literally driving 9 miles an hour in a 40, trying to get her there.
Rosie and Natasha rushed to Samantha's house about an hour. As they drive, Rosie calls her sister, Ginger.
My sister was clear-headed enough to think, hey, we should probably call 911. So she immediately had called 911.
The mom called Ginger, the aunt, who lived probably 10 minutes down the road, and told her what Samantha was saying, and Ginger and her husband went over to the house.
Ginger and her husband arrive at Samantha's home before law enforcement.
I told her to holler so they can hear. And so they know that she's upstairs. And so they go upstairs. And when they get upstairs, she's got her hands tied behind her back and her ankles are tied. And she gagged.
She was crying and through crying, trying to say that somebody had broken into the house, that they had kidnapped her husband.
We have no idea what has happened. Where is my son-in-law? What is going on? Where is Ernie?
Born on Christmas Day, 1985 in Mount Pleasant, Texas, Ernie Ibarra was a bright and quiet child.
He was out of the bookworm. At one point, my mom had to sit the ground and from his books because he would stay up all night reading books and go to sleep there in class.
As he got older, he repeatedly forsook his way to another passion.
He loved to mess around with computers too. He could tear one apart, put it right back together.
He was very, very good.
He did go to college and got some certificates on technology, computers.
Ernie spent most of his time studying and working for his degree. Then, in 2008, he met a woman in a local tattoo shop who changed his life. Samantha Wolford.
Sam was a real lovely person. Everybody liked her. She just had that way about her.
Samantha was born in 1989. From a young age, she had a strong instinct to nurture.
Samantha was my oldest. Then I have Natasha, and then I have Daryl. Sam always had that mothering instinct. She was on the two babies below her. She knew all along she wanted to be a mom.
At the young age of 19, Samantha grew into dramatic reality when she and her high school sweetheart found out they were expecting.
She told me she was pregnant. She said it's twins. I was like, oh my god, this is mind-boggling.
While the pregnancy was a dream come true, Samantha's relationship with the twins' father was not. She was with him for a while, probably 2 years, but he was not husband material, and she finally ended it. For the next few months, Samantha struggled to make ends meet. She was a photographer for Google, and she also was doing like side jobs, like Bill Mary Kay. She did little ventures here and there to try to make money. Then, in January 2008, her life turned around when she met 22-year-old Ernie Idell. He was in this very dark state, gothic, I would call it. He had long hair, wore a long black trench coat, and black boots, black pants.
She liked the persona he put on. She liked the mysteries. I guess it was a mystery that she was wanting to unravel.
For the first couple of years, Ernie and Samantha kept their relationship casual until 2011, when things got pretty fast. She vanishes, right? She's like, oh my goodness, another set of twins. Well, number one, of course, he's grandfather. Isn't always busy. With 2 sets of twins, Ernie and Samantha were immersed in family life and were closer through the chaos. He was calm, saying stuff that she needed, and she was just around the amount of fun and crazy that he needed. I mean, they were like soulmates. In late 2013, 24-year-old Samantha gave birth to her 6th child, and Ernie worked hard to support his growing family. He ended up getting a job at UBAT, which they make baseball bats, and he ran the machine. He did all the lasers on the bat.
He was working 2 jobs. He was working as a computer programmer at a local bat manufacturing company. And he was also working part-time at Tennessee.
Samantha also looked for a way to bring in additional income for her growing world. She was really into YouTube, and she made a series of YouTube videos. Basically, her videos were just going on and on about her pregnancy. She did hope that she did make some kind of extra money at it. September 21st, my baby turned 1 years old. I don't know what to expect. I thought, I'm getting so old, oh my god. There's one where she's just talking about tips on how you can stay ready for born fast, like this I don't know mom. With every video she posted, Samantha's confidence and aspiration grew. She was wanting to be famous. She wanted to be seen. She wanted to be known. By March 2014, it seemed there was only one thing missing: a ring on Samantha's finger. She's like, it's time, I'm sitting here, we're living together, I'm ready to become the wife. I babysat her kids, and they went out, went to the whole market all down in it. Now, just shy of their 2nd anniversary, in the early morning hours of February 20th, 2015, Samantha is found bound and gagged inside her home, crying out that her husband Ernie has been kidnapped. She was devastated, and she was crying uncontrollably, and she was scared. She said they gotta find him.
As we go into the house, Samantha and her aunt are coming down the staircase, and that's where me and the officers have our first encounter with her. The kids were asleep, they were upstairs, so I told Samantha, just leave them where they're at for right now, so I could get more information from her about what happened without having to worry about the children.
Investigators know they have to act fast to find Ernie.
At that point in time, Ernie is possibly still alive, and we can get to him. We can get this solved and get it solved.
Oh, you want your chair?
Because,
Coming up, investigators look into a potential family vendetta.
So he made a statement that they were there to get payback.
She painted a picture that this was in retribution for something that Ernie's father might have done.
And Samantha recounts the chilling details of the attack.
This video, what they found, and the way that he had to spend clothes.
On February 20th, 2015, investigators with the Titus County, Texas Sheriff's Department have just arrived at the home of Attorney Itera and his wife Samantha.
Samantha described he broke into her house, that they had kidnapped her husband. She said she was taken upstairs and tied up with her hands behind her back and her ankles tied.
She is as pale as a ghost, and she is just distraught. And she looks like this scared little girl, not knowing what's going on.
As deputies look to calm Samantha, they can hear the couple's children growing restless in an upstairs bedroom.
By the time they got through photographing the home and everything, they did get this for me and everything.
Hi.
So we loaded them into our vehicle.
What up? I haven't been getting off here soon. I've been falling asleep, man. I've been up since 4 this morning, so. Because that's when I woke up. I'm making a promise to myself. If I wake up that early again, I'm gonna whack myself back to sleep. I don't give a fuck. Roll it, just roll myself straight at the wall, yes. Yeah, and I really wanted to stay up longer because I've got to do 300 keys and I've only got I think only like 30 or 40 done right now. That's because I barely got to work on it today. I had to go deliver other keys to other people. I need the mortars. Right now I have ordered 80K in tech. Yeah, we gotta keep that shit coming, man. I'm buying stuff right now. I just ordered some, what did I order? It was some rainbow. Was it rainbow? No, it was, Patriot dinos. Patriot colored dinos. Yeah. And then I just ordered also some rainbow dinos too. No. Yeah, I think I got Ab Otter. That's a rainbow. And you know what would make this so much easier and not be so long getting my keys if it wasn't fucking one times. It'd be so much. I know, right? And 2 times every day. Yeah, right. They'd probably laugh at our faces if we try to suggest it.
They told her, you can keep that. That's all you can have for the husband.
They'll laugh us right off the game. Come on, you know they'll laugh us right off the game. Oh, that's another one that's got to be ground up. Aww. Oh, server save. Oh, like, I can't even turn it off. I like it. Oh, no, wait, it's a server save. Mm. I'm sure if I was to ask for help, I'd get help, but I don't want to ask people for help all the time. No, I said if I can ask people for help if I wanted to, but I don't want to ask for help getting the keys. With the Drakeling. You put them on your shoulder and go out and kill a bunch of shit. Yeah. On 2 times, yes. May take a while, but it's pretty easy. Yes, I do. And I just leave the XP on the Drakelings. Okay, got no more.
According to Samantha, Ernie's dad has a reputation for running with a rough crowd, and the men hinted that he might be in over his head.
So he's made a statement that Ernie's father knocked on somebody, which is getting narcotics.
Oh. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. No, I just turned it off because I'm falling asleep. So I was like, I'm gonna get ready to hop off. And then he joined in the server. And I was like, dude, join. I was did the sad emote. And he's like, I'm not even on the game. I was like, yes, you are. I just saw you join the server. I'm smoking. I'm not on the game. I'm not right there.
And possibly, first and foremost, primary.
Yeah, motherfucker. Yep. And I told him, well, I'm kind of actually getting ready to hop off soon here because I'm like extremely tired and I'm falling asleep and I'm waking up in the ocean and shit. So it's time for me to go to bed. Alright, well, you gotta keep the XP in the Drakelings here. Don't take it out because then I can't transfer the keys. Only way I can transfer them is through the Drakeling. I can give you maybe a crowd fridge of Drakelings. I've got like 4 or 5 crowd fridges full of Drakelings. You know how much a crowd fridge is? It's 120 only. It's only 120. Do you realize I fill up 2 or more? Not in a day. No. I was trying to make it in a day. Almost did it too. Tell Ethan to get his ass down there and help you. Yeah. And I can unlock the teleporter. Give me a second. Oh, well. You're outside, though. You're not inside. I'm gonna be down there in a second anyways. I'm just grabbing another bit of meat again. Okay, got that. Alright, I'm on my way down. I'm in the baby barn. I'm about to hatch these Drakelings. I'm not claiming them. I learned a new little trick. Don't claim them and put them on an unclaimed, claim a Meguana. put them on that, and they'll raise up on the unclaimed iguana with the meat in it. It means they don't count my tame limit.
That was their biggest plea, because she was saying with Costello involvement, it was obvious to law enforcement that he had no time to hold up a drug.
Yes, it's my little friend. Yeah, I got it from somebody because I helped them out with a bunch of dinos and shit. Yeah. I told them they didn't have to give me anything. They're like, I want to give you something. Here. Would you like this? Would you like that? Would you like this? Would you like that? I don't want anything. How about this? How about this? I give you the otter. I was like, if you must. If you must. Actually, all right, hold on. Let me get this meat in here because they're not over here. So let me go put the meat in the grills. And we'll TP over where we got to go to. After all this boiled meat out. So.
She goes into the story about, well, I was at the hospital with my friend. She's having a baby. Then she paid.
Yeah, because my tame cap is going bye-bye because of continuously breeding and raising these drakelings. I got a breeding pen just for breeding drakelings.
She just has an epiphany.
If they want it. If they don't want it, they take the drakeling still with them, and then when they're done, they message me to say, hey, we're done with the drakeling, and we figure out if I go over and pick it up or if they drop it off to me. Because I am not going to sit there and do all that work of uncryoing and pulling the XP. That takes a lot of work. No, thank you. You guys can do that. This way your thing doesn't spoil. All right. Let's hop on the telly. Come on, darling. You're going to see my little setup for my drop area. Friend did it for me. And I love how it works out perfectly. Yeah, my alt account is... Yes, I had to bring her in because I kept fucking DCing while I was doing drops and I kept losing the drop. I was like, fuck this shit. I'm bringing in Queen of Demons. I'm changing Queen of Demons' name too, but just haven't done it. All right, these are the ones that are done, so we got to go up the stairs. Yeah. There's some out that I was going to get to. I was going to try to get to tonight, but I'm just too damn tired. All right. We'll start from the end one of the end ones. 120, 113. Let me just take up the low level ones like the 100s, 200s. 362, 362, 362. 362, 362, 362. So far, these are all looking good. Trying to pull out the low levels because I don't want to be putting them with the keys anymore. I want to be doing all 362 on up.
Jonathan Sanford just said that a man shouldn't treat a woman that way, a man shouldn't raise a hand.
I think it gives them better loot that way. Yeah.
The plan they come up with that afternoon is that they're going to get some methamphetamine from somebody that Octavius knows, and
went with them next town to the west on the side. I learned they purchased this methamphetamine and loaded up and headed back to Pittsburgh.
They're cute, aren't they?
At some point, Jonathan Sanford said, "What if we got rid of him
Oh,
permanently?"
you're coming out.
It changed from playing drugs on to.
Oh, you're coming out.
According to Jonathan, they kept Samantha mostly in the dark about this new and fatal detail of their plan.
Sanford indicated she was aware that there was a change of plans from this initial drug setup.
You're coming out.
She was part of it, but they weren't supposed to kill her. Jonathan Sanford asked her, "What about the kids?" And she said, "Don't worry about the kids. I can give them something to make them go to sleep. They'll never do it."
Finally, Jonathan told Samantha that if she wanted Ernie out of her life, all she had to do was one thing.
Jonathan told her, "So if you want to do it, that's where you're going."
It'll be Friday shortly here, though.
In the early morning hours of February,
I'm going out.
Jonathan said the three men viciously pulled Ernie from his bed.
Yeah, for right now. I haven't been able to save up enough to move yet.
The initial plan
Not
was
you.
for Jonathan Sanford to pull the trigger and shoot Ernie once they got him out there. Then Sanford changed his mind
Hi.
and said that he decided to slit Ernie's throat. But before they got to
Can't
that
hear him
point,
right now.
Ernie tripped
Hi.
over a surprise. When
I hear him
Jonathan
now.
reached down to pull him back up, Ponce just reached out behind you and pulls the trigger and shoots him back there.
Not much, Mr. Soft Talker. Can't hear a damn word you're saying, Barry.
As they wrap up
Talk
their
louder.
Jonathan, detectives learned that they hunt is telling a very different story.
Everybody just wants to shoot and one pull the trigger. That's what I'm saying. That's what I did.
Huh?
Pull the trigger. Jonathan, you saw it there.
Oh my god. Soft Taco. What the hell?
Jose Pons and Jonathan Sanford.
Yes, you're a soft taco.
Details of an explosive relationship on the field. She would like him because they were on the game. What's it story? She would go out her way
All right.
to push his button. He would go out of his way to push her button.
All right. All right.
Less than 12 hours after
All right.
Ernie Aguero was
This is 104.
Texas investigators had two suspects in custody. A 25-year-old
Here you go.
Jonathan Sanford and his 26-year-old friend, Jose Pons.
There's no indicators that Jonathan fired.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Jonathan, in his interview, said he really wanted to do it.
There you go.
Jose Pons.
It's only 104. It's not a full cryo fridge. Almost, but not. Notice the, but not, yeah.
Jonathan thought, let it, don't move. Let it. And first, when we first go down, it was like this. We jump up. All of a sudden, it was like this. And then.
Hey, it's for my business on ARK. I'll even toss you some of the payments that I get from it too.
We all feel like the version was accurate, especially given the testify that, you know, he was going to slip the guy's throat and he didn't get to pass enough.
It's my Drakeling base. My Drakeling drop base. Come downstairs, dear.
He walks in far enough that they can see
Yes.
body out in the woods. He was laying on his stomach.
Yes.
His hands might have still been.
Oh, you want to see my new trade center?
His underwear, there was some kind of like sheetrock tape.
Uh-huh.
Used to wrap around his mouth.
No.
They hit him in the head multiple times with the
He went over there. Come to the trade center. Come to the trade center. Type in Valhalla trade.
I came back to my dad what was wrong. He just looked at me and he said, somebody killed your brother. And
Type in.
my jaw is bored. It was like a dream.
Hold on. Let me go pick him up. Hold on. Wait, I'm coming to get you. Just stay there. We have server save anyways. Okay.
One of our considerations would be if she really wants to go as far as
Yeah, that was because of they got a bunch of keys from me. Do you like my? Oh, does this seem more? More element in you. There, now you have 715 days on you. Do you see my paintings? Right here, you're painting. I love it. We're not teleporting anywhere.
She kind of stopped paying much attention to the kids, and she acted like her so-called job was just more important.
Oh, wow. Imagine. There is a door downstairs.
That's where a lot of the fights came from.
There's a little bridge you have to come across, but if you're not TPing, but.
She would fight with him because he was literally day in and day out.
Yes, it is. It's a small. Well, I kind of need a small one because it's a trade center. Huh? Where? No, it's not a castle. No, that's my Drakeling breeding place right now until I move it over. It's not even a castle, dude. Next door neighbor.
Samantha had a tendency for attention-seeking behavior. She typically used her description of her being abusive towards her or
What base?
to get that attention.
According to Ernie's family, the incident involving the restraining order is questionable at best. The worst that he had ever done to her was that he had come to call the boxes, and he said that box would not have house numbers.
You can come inside. The doors are all unlocked down there. I have to keep it unlocked. People've got to be able to move around in here.
But that all changes when investigators obtain Samantha's phone records.
Oh my God, no!
Samantha sent a text message to the people that had Ernie and advised hey, the cops are tracking the phone digitally.
It's what?
It was obvious of her choice to participate. She's trying to help them get away with killing her husband.
Go down in front of those two boards, those two signs down there. I'll meet you down there. Oh my Lord. No, we're not. It is a floor, yes.
Samantha was charged with aggravated kidnapping and murder.
Oh, wow.
What was the motive? And Samantha pulled the last line of defense in the court. She had taken an ambulance before
Hi.
she went to bed and didn't really remember anything.
You can't do nothing to me. We're not in the same tribe. Ha ha.
Just 3 days after her husband was kidnapped and murdered,
Yeah.
investigators in Titus County, Texas, have
It's just clear glass over the water.
that was a huge relief
Mhm.
on shoulders, knowing that she wasn't on the
Thanks.
and I felt my partnership was. An officer in nearby Pittsburgh tracks down the last suspect in this crime, Octavius Wise.
Thank you.
He was located in
Mine? With stairs? Oh, it's just the mod. Quantum. Mhm. Thank you. Yes.
Octavius and Samantha stick to their innocence.
This is from auction wins and shit, bro. I go and I put my stuff up for auctions, okay? And they come over here and pick up their stuff from the auction. And see, they put my payment right here. This is where my payment's going, and their stuff being here.
50 years for the murder, 50 years for the kidnapping, I believe those were concurrent. Samantha and
Nope.
Octavius must each face 2 different trials for their roles.
You still can't withdraw a stack, only I can. Or the person that has the pin code.
For the aggravated kidnapping.
Hmm.
And then you had to have a trial in Kent County for the
Hey, I told her if you guys do all those right there, those Drake links and put keys on them, I'll give you guys some tech ceilings.
His testimony did not match the statements he gave to law enforcement. He tried to remove himself even more, and I would say the jury found his testimony and they convicted him.
Wow. You like my sign? No, my friend did. Another friend found the picture because it's on my YouTube and everything, and then I sent it to another person.
She had taken an ambulance before she went to bed and didn't really remember it. She did remember some text messages. That's just unbelievable.
Wow, you're trying to be a thief? Right? I work hard on my shit, bro. I work hard, yo. And you just trying to walk up in here, right? Just trying to walk up all in here and take my shit, bro. Just wow. Friend of mine? No. He came over and he had bought some stuff for me, so that was. Yeah. Plus, well, no, that was also, he had bought some stuff for me. He didn't win anything in auction. He bought some stuff for me. So I made him a box, put his stuff in the box. We're not doing any underground trading shit, bro. It's legit just doing right. It's above ground. We're not Fridge, vault, or cryo fridge. No, because I'm not over here all the time when they make it on the server. I'm usually busy doing drops to keep my orders filled. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Shut it. Wow. Wow. Yeah, you gotta stay in between the railings. Otherwise, you're gonna go in the water. I was gonna say, have a fun swim then. Oh God. Oh.
Questions about maybe some infidelity.
I told you that. I said the doors need to stay unlocked so people can go use the transmitter. You want to go see my Drakeling? Oh, sorry, I got a stutter. Yeah, I got a stutter again. My doctors got to figure out what medication is causing it. It's not a castle. It's the Drakeling breeding pen. I don't think that's one of mine. Oh no, it's killing mine. It's trying to. Not anymore, they're not. And that was me. That was me. I whistled. Yes, I didn't want him to kill my damn Drakelings. It was blowing fire at them. They'll land. It was a wild one. Yes, it was. That's why they went and attacked it and killed it.
eyes and starts to look for one, and she goes by her brother's house, Rex's house, and her and Rex go looking for Larry, so they went out there to find him.
This is not a castle.
With no word from Larry over a day, Marianne has her woman intensified.
So 36 hours after Larry's
It does not look anything like a castle. It does not.
Investigators hit the ground running.
You all find out what kind of person you are, what the habits are, how they get along with your family. And you're hoping kids come along that will help you find it.
No. They're not claimable. They're all landing on their own. I don't need to make them land. They're just, yeah. Somewhat. They'll all land at some point. I'm not worried about it. Get them for one of the boss fights. There you go. Breed, breed, breed. Give me more eggs. Breed. Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am. I just pulled out quite a few. So I'm gonna make one of those, unclaim them, and then start hatching all the eggs in the egg incubators. Not claim them, and let them raise up. Last time I did that, I had over 100 drakelings. So cute. Wow. Wow.
Where he fell in love again in 1972. This time with a single mother named Marianne Queen.
She was an outgoing person, her out. She was always bubbly, cheerful, smiling. They seemed to be a good match for each other.
Marianne was previously married to Andre Grayson. After a brief courtship, 26-year-old married in February of 1970.
Sure, if you really, really want it.
Blended family moved into a home perched on over 100 acres of farmland. I would come up to the West and spend my summer vacation. I gained a mom and 3 brothers when I got there. We became an instant family. In addition to farming, Larry also had a passion for business. He ended up buying into the Abernathy hardware store here in town.
Let's see if I can go up there and get those guys. Wow.
And they built the business up shortly thereafter.
No.
She was a hard worker.
By 1990, after 17 years of marriage, the kids were grown and out of the house. With the farm and the hardware store,
how about I smush you?
investors seemed like the perfect team.
I always thought that Uncle Larry and Marianne had a good relationship. They was always, a loving couple.
But on March 29th, after 17 years of marriage, Marianne grew desperate to find her loving husband as she filed a missing persons report with the Giles County Sheriff's Department.
They took what I would call a general statement from her as to what they laid up to his disappearance, and actually the day of
Wow, imagine.
She said that he had chicken and salad and pizza. They ate around 7 and came home.
He can't. We're not in tribe together. Sure, what kind of... Yeah. After the... this. What do you mean, cool ones? What does that mean? Green and black. Oh, the ones that I bred for Maltier? Alright, come, Wolf. Oh my lord. Would you stop hurting my drakelings? Come on, there's a teepee in there. Everybody into the teepee room. You're going the wrong way. It's alright, he can't, Dad. He can't hurt them. Lordy. You guys are just too nuts. The cryo room. Well-known farmer and businessman Larry Hughes has just been reported missing by his wife of 17 years, Marianne Hughes.
She said that I think he run off with another woman.
I haven't put a roof on it yet.
Missing, or one of them chose to go missing.
While investigators follow up on the possibility that Larry abandoned his wife for another woman, a different team
said green and black.
It was a shock. I didn't understand, especially when you're talking about a man who stays home, goes to work.
Are you talking about these? Come follow me.
Renee says based on her own investigating, she feels something terrible has happened to her dad.
She said her dad kept all his personal items in a drawer in the back.
When I got to his house, the first place that I looked at was
talking about these?
And all of his stuff was there.
Okay, that's not green. That's not green, by the way. No, it's like a bright yellow. It's a bright yellow. But yes, I can breed it for you. Those are. It is bright yellow. I gotta go find the male of it. They're bright yellow.
After a week of working with his investigators reach out to the public for help.
A few days in, they got a phone call from a lady that worked in Franklin, Tennessee, which is north of Loudoun County.
Is that the one I'm using down at the volcano?
And he was with another woman.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check down at the volcano. At the drop.
They get another call about someone at the Phoenix farm.
A neighbor contacts the sheriff's department and says that Marianne Hughes is cutting the mattress up and attempting to
She took the mattress outside and she sliced it like a piece of bread. And she cut the top and the bottom off and she put the cover in a 55-gallon bucket and put it all on fire. And she was taking all the stuffing that was inside the bed and put it into a dog kennel.
When investigators arrive at the farm, they ask Marianne about her sudden
wondering the couple's dead. She told me one underneath their bed about marriage. There was no one. Although Marianne's explanation seems plausible, investigators collect what's left of the mattress.
Yep, it was down there because this is the one I've been using for my drops.
And placed it in evidence. Days passed with no sign of Larry, and the detective reportedly spotted him. They went down there.
Alright, they're breeding.
He wasn't located. No one seen him. Desperate for answers.
Yeah, they're having intercourse. I'm gonna go get some more meat and get them on these girls right quick. Be right back.
And sat down this woman with pictures. And she actually identified the woman that was with him that day, that she's calling him as my death experience.
It was determined that her time frame was off. He actually had a doctor's appointment, cardiologist appointment, and he was actually in that restaurant with Mary.
It was believed that, okay, my dad isn't a bad person, I was wrong. He's not doing anything. And now we're back to where is he?
I can breed mine for you.
On April 13th, 16 days after Larry was reported missing, investigators respond to reports of a crazy
Well, they got a raise first before I can do anything. So, said they got a raise first before I can do anything. You damn sure are. He is. He doesn't like the fact that I closed him off. He's now officially stuck and trapped. Oh yeah, I closed off them damn things. I don't need nobody coming in my base. Damn tootin', I closed it off. It is.
Since he was killed, so the decomposition is pretty bad, but the hand's still visible and
What?
identical to what Larry's. A subsequent autopsy confirms
What's rude?
the recovered body is Larry King and provides more context for his gruesome end. Larry had 2 gunshots to the head, so it's apparent that it was not a missing person or some type of.
Over here at the grills, trying to figure out where I'm putting meat at. Shut up. I know that, but which ones have I not put meat in yet?
This was extremely hard on my part. Don't Larry is his baby brother.
I don't have time to do anything else right now. Yeah, well, is it getting... Yeah. Yeah, you can't take it. You cannot have it. Sorry. That was given to me as a gift. I cannot give it up. If you've got an otter to breed it with, sure. It gets cloned here if you want it cloned. I don't know. I'll look in a minute.
The significance of the 22 projectiles that were removed from Mr. Hughes. If you recall, there was a 22 on this.
You guys can have a clone of it. I don't mind that, but you're not taking it away from here. I won't see it again.
Projectiles from Larry's target range on his farm.
Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly.
Hughes' body was sent to Tennessee for investigation.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
The same gun was used at target practice was used to kill Larry Hughes.
Uh-huh.
They wanted to believe that it was his weapon.
Where's my little article? Come here. I know you didn't take it. Dipshit. Oh, gotta get you more fishy.
And the curveball throws the investigation into a tailspin.
The community was very afraid of it. The folks that they killed, the folks they believed did them wrong.
April 14th, 1990. Less than 24 hours after the body of 43-year-old Larry Hughes was found shot to death, the investigators interviewed Larry's worried neighbor, who said he might have some key information.
Mr. Rain says at 3 o'clock on the morning.
I don't remember. 11 hours, 8 minutes. And I'm going to clone one for you, dear. Mm-hmm.
He said he was a pickup truck backed up on the mechanical porch light for a moment.
Oh, shut your ass up, boy. Before I make you pay for yours, it's 5,730, mister.
Emma walks over to the house at 7 o'clock and knocks on the door. Gets no response. He calls multiple times. He even calls Mary Ann at work and says, "Hey, where Larry's at?" He's that concerned.
Sensing Mary Ann knew more than she'd let on, investigators considered the possibility of her involvement.
Larry was a big guy. Don't like Mary Ann. The first time she committed murder, so she would have to.
Oh, shiza.
There's an old saying, "Grandma doesn't move, but family doesn't move on." Robin is a big guy. He's always different folks. So they would make the move.
No. Been saying that word for a long time. I know it means shit. I'm saying oh shit, but I'm saying it in German. Except for the O part.
And finds some intriguing activity on the night of March 27th.
You fucking son of a gun, you fucking bitch. And suck my dick.
Investigators contact Rex and ask him to provide an alibi and an explanation of the late night phone call.
I was actually thinking about taking it down and replacing it. I was gonna put something else there. It does, but I want to put something else there. The only way you can blueprint it is if you're in my tribe. No. It won't. Well, who's the tribe leader? So he can join my tribe, get the, I've got plenty of the tablets thingies. He can go and get the blueprint right real quick and then leave the tribe, my tribe, and join back your tribe.
There was a bill out that one of their bonders confessed that they killed Mr. Larry Hughes.
They went to the hardware store and nothing to do. You said not to that door. Cleared them up.
Only because there were. No. No. Not that I know of. I don't know. Maybe. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. I don't know. Never tried it. You want to test it out with that damn horse?
He wouldn't have had any interaction with them. I never believed it or understood it. Displayed their efforts. And remained unsolved for decades.
Oh, you want to do an alliance, dear? Do you? Oh, that's Ethan. Do you have? Do you want to do an alliance? Okay, hold on. All right. All right. Invite to alliance. There you go.
We're looking at 25 years. Technology has definitely changed a lot. So we reached out to the head to look to revisit this.
No. Yep, because you're green instead of red now, or blue. You're like a blue cyan, something like that. Yeah. Why? Oh no. Why did you throw your favorite grandma on the grinder? Oh no.
And when she got the money, she realized she didn't get the money. That money went to pay off the hardware stuff. And agreement between Mary and the other owner.
Mary Ann was very angry when she found out that most of it was going to have to be paid for the partners after the partners.
The name says the partial payout didn't stop Mary Ann from launching her plan.
She's going on shopping spree, and buying clothes, all of that stuff, caring about her books and all that. She's like I'm free.
We take the totality of the evidence, the projectiles from Mr. Hughes, the projectiles from the target area. Obviously, she's spending a lot of money. It becomes very clear who the primary suspect was.
Investigators tried to narrow down Mary's time of death by the food found in his stomach during the autopsy.
When we researched that and talked to some experts, it was determined
I even put up a little water pen in there too. Did you see? Just got to finish putting up the railings, but.
6 to 8 hours, Larry was marked.
I don't think they ever recognized it.
Despite this revelation, the 25-year-old cold case is riddled with its share of setbacks.
They built a new jail. When they moved to the new jail, everything got lost. A lot of the original evidence and stuff they had from the original investigation was wrong.
We realized pretty quick.
From the Jakelings that I just ground up, I got 88 simple kibble from it.
The mattress stuffing is accounted for.
We put the mattress stuff in.
Come on in. I got food.
While investigators await results, they interview Jeff Clark, the man who gave Marianne a ride to and from work on March 28, 1990.
You coming in too, dear?
You didn't see Larry that morning? You didn't see Larry that afternoon? Sorry, you didn't see Larry.
Let me get over to their.
But Jeff said, even more unusual was what Marianne said when Texas walked along.
It struck me as funny. I mean, before the time would be stop road, you know, it was, look, you know, work to do that. And I didn't think much of it. But looking back, I was young.
Come on. When investigators put Larry King's widow in the hot seat, she smiled.
She brings back both for, and she paid the food. I did not kill my husband.
One's food and one's drink, you dipshit. Just keep it, you asshole. I don't care.
It's been 25 years since the murder of Larry King, and investigators now have reason to believe his widow.
Oh my god, that. Did you just seriously do that, dude? Oh my god, what the fuck is he doing?
Unconvinced by Marianne's answer, investigators turn to Pete.
So proud that she ran back, crossed the lawn, and she paid the food.
Yes, Blue, I'm sure everybody can hear you, sir.
You could see that may have been the really particular point you made to say this is the person that killed Larry.
I've dealt with my issues with them. They are. They've got a lot of fixing to do up on them. There is substantial evidence to always blame it on you. Right. I'm on her side. She's on my side too. What do you mean?
And on January 29, 2015, they obtained a search warrant for the couple's former home, hoping to find it.
They told us they would reopen the case. Look around the property. I told Officer Shane Hunter. I asked him,
you know what?
what time did you look for? He said, really, everything. I said, what about Blue? He said, I just got to figure that out.
Homeowner Richard Pierce tells investigators he and his wife Kathleen had bought the house in the late 90s.
We had heard that there's a possibility he had been murdered there.
Richard says he never thought much of the rumors until he decided to put hardwood floors in the bedroom in 2006.
So I pulled the carpet to take fresh for that. I found a big old circle of
called my wife. I thought, well, I just found out where Larry got killed at. I thought, why? Yeah.
It's a secret. It's a secret.
They asked me that why I didn't call him. And my exact words to the state was, I figured all investigating you were going to do. With Richard and Kathleen's permission, investigators.
Yeah, my crafting skills at 850.
They talked to the
850.
told that if it was much as I said, it would go through the press with
My alternate character, I believe, is over 1,000 right now.
They finally got down to it. They sprayed that chemo in there. They told us it was like a Christmas tree. All the years later.
It's alright, that just means I'm smoking hot. My health is 600, stamina 100, oxygen 150, food 100, water 110, weight 490, melee 100, fortitude 2, my crafting skill 850, torpidity 200. I'm a higher level than you. 167. Girl. Fuck. Killing me here, girl.
The family did agree to send the body. We were all for it. Anything that we could do to help them.
Yes, we're lagging.
Or to find out what exactly happened.
Server save.
We were really. On September 1st, 2016, the results came in. The profiles we got.
Wow, imagine calling me a loser.
Max Bond being 1932. Then we moved Flora at home. Was where he.
God damn it. Can you stop doing that to me? It's alright. Put my honor back out, let it go room, and I'm gonna go to bed. Oh, wait, no, I gotta fill the iguana with it. Meat and Heshi's eggs. I can't go yet. Oh, yeah. So I can't go to bed yet. Enable wondering. There you go, little feller. Now you've got more fishy in your belly. Poor little feller, you ran out of meat. You ran out of fishy. Oh, my ass hurts. Gotta love it. No. No. You started this, ma'am. You'll be alright, Quincy. We're going to bed soon. Mommy's just going to eat a bowl of ice cream before we go to bed.
I was thankful that something could finally get done.
There's this one ice cream. There's this one ice cream that I had not too long ago. It was like, it tasted like a mocha frappe. It was so yummy. But they don't have it at the stores down here, so.
The theory was that Mary Hughes was Larry David. And, we didn't have any smoking gun proof of why. We didn't have life insurance policy. If she did think Larry was running around.
Gotta love ARK.
To kill him.
Gathering all of the evidence, prosecutors pieced together how they believe Mary spent his final moments.
At some point between 2:30 and 12 o'clock, Larry was shot. He was on the robber in the bedroom, in his bed. It could have been hard to get about. He was simply going to sleep.
It's pretty sad that even with my headphones on, I can hear my neighbors stomping and doing whatever the fuck they're doing up there. And I bet you wonder why. I bet you they wonder why I play music so loud. Where's my little otter? I want to see if I can put more meat in it. Otter, where'd you go?
Rex Bailey was never charged with his role in this case, even though he was involved. We never had the proof we needed.
Though the state feels confident in its argument against Mary Ann, taking a case to trial with a 25-year lapse in the investigation and producing ballistic evidence leads to proof.
We knew
And that's not even half of my Drakelin. And that's not even half of my Drakelins there, dear sir.
As they weigh the odds, the state asks Larry's family how they want closure.
So, decision that we came to with the family, we wanted for history to record through these court records that Mary Ann Hughes was responsible for the death of Larry Hughes. And that was more important than the satisfaction of trying to go for first degree murder and life sentence.
What is he doing?
The only way to guarantee that was to come up with a plea offer that Mary Ann was agreed to.
The plea deal was fought for.
Wow.
I was ready to go to trial, but I let my uncle make that decision because that it was running fine, and we all agreed to accept the plea deal.
In August of 2019, after 29 years of denial, Mary Ann Hughes guilty to voluntary manslaughter in exchange for time served and 10 years probation.
She spent a little bit of time in jail while they were waiting to bail her out. And then once they bailed her out, she was out. It seemed like somebody was going to pay for what was done.
Alright, time to unclaim this Megalona. This black box.
She got so tired of what she done. I was going to say she got away. I mean, my uncle, my dad's brother, Nate's father, is gone. He's not in our life anymore. She still has her 3 sons and her freedom. And to me, that is not justice. She didn't get what she deserved, that's for sure. But she had to admit she was killed late. And that gave me satisfaction.
I feel like we all get what we deserve in life somehow, some we pay for our bad deal. God forgive us.
While Mary Ann may have admitted to killing Larry,
Oh shit.
took her reason to the grave.
I don't know where their eggs went to. They could have spoiled. Did you get the Garchar eggs? Okay. I'm gonna say I didn't grab them. They might be gone by now.
Evil, blind evil. What else do you think?
Yeah.
Nothing else but evil. The general person like
Thank
that.
you.
Rex Bailey died in July of 2020, less than a year after Mary Ann pled guilty. Mary Ann's deletion ended in 2029.
Mm. I don't know, you might have twins. Or triplets. I know. Alright, little fellers grow. Alright, grab some more fertilized eggs. Fert. Give me them fertilized eggs. I'm just gonna figure out where I go with the rest of them. Hmm. Wow. Him and trying to rob you, man. No, what I would do, if you get on before him next time, just handcuff his ass. He won't be able to break out. Handcuff him, and put him in a box. Yeah. There's those cage thingies that you can throw him into and then lock him in there. Mm-hmm. He'd find a way to make it a blast. You know he would. Nope. Imagine.
Corey Voss was born in 1977 in the blue-collar town of Burlington, Illinois. Corey Voss grew up in a really loving, close-knit family, but he is the kind
Good
of a
Lord.
wild young man whose mother was a little concerned because he hung out with the wrong crowd, but she always had confidence that Corey would find himself and straighten himself out. When he turned 18, Corey dropped out of high school, but he continued to make his family proud and earn his respect as a career in the military. He took a test for
You okay? You sound like you're gonna laugh yourself to death. Uh-huh. You're feeling that sleepiness come in. Need to lock ourselves in a padded room, shall we? Mm-hmm. We're all crazy a little in our own way. Are all the eggs? Huh? What? What's up? Hold on. No, these are the ones I don't want. Right here. I'm just gonna toss them out. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh my God. You're crazy. Why the fuck do you have a fucking... Oh my God. Um,
They really looked like the perfect military family. They had a lovely home. They had two young children. In 2000,
mm-hmm. They do, actually.
and he did his best to give his wife the American lifestyle without a middle class, very well off, but
Server save. Yeah, it's server save.
They seem to be pretty comfortable financially.
Corey lived in his home, knowing that his disappointment was always
He was a great father. He did everything for us, you know. He took us to places. He played sports with me. He played baseball.
My first memory was riding bikes with him.
Oh yeah, I forgot I bought a bunch of dust clones.
That was his thing. He just always wanted to take me and my brother and go outdoors and just like do whatever.
Yeah. And they were grown-ups, so I don't need to grow them up myself. They were already full grown. I got all black. I got CC. I got white, which is all 36. I got red, which is the all number 1. All black, which is the 79. Yeah. And they're all element. Yeah. It's a hit or miss if it comes out with dust. I can clone them for you if you'd like, because it wouldn't take shit to clone them. They're level 1s. Hmm. What, with the... You want me to do these for you? Because you can leave them out and it'll like give you dust if you put it on dust. I don't know what other things it's got on them. Yeah. Okay. Who seems very picky? Oh. Let's see, what else do you do? Dust. They do gas balls, oil, green gem, stone, and thatch. And the dust. Yeah, you just put, a lot of people will do seeds and stone. I would just, some people do it with seeds and in the inventory and leave the snow owls out next to it. Alright. I'll tell you how quick this will be done. If it was the weekend, it would be done a lot quicker, but it'll be done in 3 hours and 7 minutes. There's the steam now. Scheiße.
I think it's something that you would see in like a movie, just something that doesn't seem real.
Wow. Wow. Yes, they do. Alright, babies raise, babies raise. Alright. And this is where Queenie is gonna bid you adieu and get off. Get off. Go get a bowl of ice cream and watch a little bit of TV while I eat my ice cream, and then I'm going to go brush my teeth and go to bed. So I will see you guys later. You too. 9.